Chapter 1877. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was very wide. It felt even more vast to not a mortal and secret schemer. That was because they had to think carefully with every step they took. They had to endure the test of conflicting Tao marks at all times. The more they walked, the more difficult it became. This kind of difficulty would increase the distance of the journey in their hearts. Feng Yuan persisted for a while like a normal Gu immortal. He could empathize with not immortal and secret schemer's situation to a certain extent. Without the sovereign immortal body, I still have to choose a path. But this path is getting narrower and narrower. At the beginning there are many choices, but the deeper I go the fewer choices I have. Feng Yuan walked for a while before stopping. His path was cut off. The path ahead was filled with Tao marks of other paths. But fortunately, after getting through this part, there were still paths that Feng Yuan had chosen for them. Feng Yuan discreetly glanced at not immortal and secret schemer. These two had already been left behind by him. It was very difficult for them to walk at the back. At the same time, they were also paying attention to Feng Yuan at all times. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. He pretended to be having a hard time, walking forward step by step. After a while, he finally overcame the difficulty and walked on the path that suited him. A relaxed expression appeared on his face again. These conflicting Tao marks have no meaning to me. Instead, it is a disguise that consumes a lot of my effort. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. Not immortal and secret schemer glanced at each other from afar. Feng Yuan's strength was above their estimation. Although Feng Yuan walked that short distance with difficulty, his speed was still very fast. If not immortal was in the same situation, he might have vomited blood already. Next, these two walked slower and slower, their hearts also becoming heavier. The surrounding Tao marks pressured them at all times, making it difficult for them to move forward. Not immortal had already started to vomit blood, while secret schemer's face had a golden purple color. Not long after, the two had no choice but to stop. They had reached their limit. Feng Yuan was still walking in front. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be much more tired than before. But he still had plenty of energy left. This Feng Yuan is really a monster. Sigh. The other party is someone who has inherited the legacy of the Venerable One, to be able to defeat the Celestial Court time and time again. It is not surprising that he has such attainments. Not immortal and secret schemer conversed in secret, sighing with emotion, full of helplessness. Then we'll stay here and watch him. I want to see just how far he can go. Secret schemer snorted coldly. Not immortal hesitated for a moment before asking. Do you think he will leave the 7th floor and enter the 8th floor? How is this possible? Secret schemer denied it immediately without even thinking about it. But soon after he muttered to himself, this possibility isn't high. To walk out of the 7th floor, it's at least several 100,000 steps. We're not even 10% of the way out yet. Feng Yuan was indeed powerful. He was a rare rank 7 monster that only appeared once in 100 or even 1,000 years. But he is not rank 8. I suspect that only venerables can leave the 7th layer and enter the 8th layer. Venerable One. Not immortal thought for a moment. Should we tell Feng Yuan about the clues of those venerable ones coming here? Yes. Secret schemer nodded. When Feng Yuan reaches his limit and we return, we'll tell him this information. Secret schemer had seen Feng Yuan's strength and admitted that Feng Yuan was stronger than him. If he told Feng Yuan this information, he might be able to stimulate Feng Yuan's fighting spirit and interest, allowing him to stay in Crazed Demon Cave and accompany the 3 crazed demon eccentrics in attacking this place. Feng Yuan walked for a while before stopping slightly. This is where I saw Secret Schemer last time. Feng Yuan looked around, but did not see any traces. Back then, Feng Yuan remembered that the Tao marks here were mainly Metal Path and Earth Path, but now they had completely changed. Feng Yuan was not surprised. It was because the Tao marks in the 7th layer would also change. Every time the demonic sound started from the 9th layer, it would spread from the 8th layer to the 7th layer, all the way to the 1st layer. After reaching the 1st layer, the demonic sound would be sealed by a formless force. It would not spread to the outside world and harm the innocent. Fang Yuan continued to walk. Secret schemer and not immortal stayed on the spot, looking at his back from afar. When Fang Yuan unknowingly surpassed secret schemer's furthest record, the corners of this wisdom path, Gu Immortal's eyes twitched. Although he had foreseen this situation in advance, when he really saw it happen, he couldn't help but feel a great sense of loss in his heart. I have been surpassed. Secret schemer sighed deeply in his heart. I am the leader of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. I have always been the person who explored the furthest in this place. I have been living in seclusion here for hundreds of years, concentrating on my research, but I did not expect Fang Yuan to easily surpass me today. A kind of jealousy and even hatred, as well as a kind of anger towards himself, bitterness, sorrow and other feelings surged into his heart, making him feel complicated. Not Immortal's feeling was much better than Secret Schemer's. After all, he had the worst results among the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Seeing Secret Schemer's expression, Not Immortal sighed inwardly and was about to console him, but his expression changed at the next moment. The demonic sound suddenly resounded. What's going on? Not Immortal turned pale with fright. Secret Schemer was also horrified. Why would the demonic sound appear at this time? Not Immortal shouted. Your earlier deduction was correct. The demonic sound's pattern is already completely chaotic. We can no longer grasp it accurately. Quick, let's retreat. This place is too dangerous. Secret Schemer's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. He shouted at Fang Yuan in front of him. The demonic sound is coming. Quickly retreat. We can only be safe if we retreat from the 7th layer. Fang Yuan turned around to look at the two of them. These two no longer had the demeanor of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. They were anxious like ants on a hot pan, and were rapidly retreating. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like they are intentionally trying to harm me. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. In order to stall for time, Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had no time to choose a path. They could only barely find the direction and quickly retreat. The demonic sound had just started, but the Dao marks here were already restless. What was even more terrifying was that when the demonic sound truly rumbled, the 7th layer would set off a tsunami of Dao marks. Once the immortal killer moves were activated, they would immediately collapse in chaos. At that time, even Duke Long would be in grave danger. He would be as weak as a baby. His death would be unchangeable. The 7th layer had already become a dangerous area that devoured everything. Only venerables might be able to contend against it. The 2 crazed demon eccentrics used all their methods, spitting out blood as they retreated. Quick, we are about to get out. Secret Schemer's eyes shone with wild joy as he looked ahead. I can't take it anymore. Not Immortal fell to the ground. Secret Schemer gritted his teeth. Persevere. The two were very close to each other. Secret Schemer disregarded the danger and pulled the unconscious Not Immortal up. At the moment of danger, his true feelings were revealed. Finally, Secret Schemer took several steps and rushed out. His 7 orifices were bleeding. His face was pale, and his eyes were turning black. He felt as if his whole body was filled with lead and extremely heavy. But he didn't dare to stop here. Once the demonic sound started, there was no safe place in the 7th layer. Only by retreating to the 6th layer would he have any hope of survival. The demonic sound started to spread. The alarm in Secret Schemer's heart became louder and louder. He gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to send himself and the unconscious Not Immortal to the 6th layer. Wait, where is Fang Yuan? Before leaving, he took a risk and looked back. In an instant, his eyes bulged as if someone was punching behind his eyes. Secret Schemer was stupefied. Not only did Fang Yuan not retreat, he even went deeper than before. You. Secret Schemer was so agitated that he couldn't speak. Fang Yuan heard the voice and turned around to look at him, smiling faintly. It is already too late for me to leave at this distance. But I have a life-saving secret method. There is still a trace of a chance of survival. Exploring this place will naturally bring danger to my life. I was already mentally prepared. There is no harm in it. Friend Secret Schemer, I hope we will meet again in the future. Secret Schemer was speechless. He wanted to say, Oh Fang Yuan, you are dead meat. But he didn't say it in the end. Finally he left behind a sentence. Fang Yuan, we will definitely meet again. This sentence had a deep meaning to it. On one hand, he was encouraging Fang Yuan, hoping that he would persevere and not give up. There might be a chance of survival. On the other hand, he was also foretelling himself that if he continued to explore like this one day, he would also fall into the same predicament as Fang Yuan and meet again after death. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before smiling. This secret schemer is indeed loyal. In the 500 years of his previous life, secret schemer was like this. He originally didn't want to leave Crazed Demon Cave, but Not Immortal and Pang Shan were dragged into the 5 regions' chaotic war. This made secret schemer leave Crazed Demon Cave to protect his companions. Although he only had rank 7 cultivation, his wisdom path attainment level was high. He caused a lot of trouble and losses to Central Continent and the Celestial Court. Although the 3 crazed demon eccentrics were secluded cultivators and didn't have any bloodline connection, their friendship was very deep, even surpassing that of many righteous path Gu immortals. Humans weren't plants or trees, they couldn't be emotionless. These 3 had lived here in seclusion for hundreds of years. They had a common goal, and even helped each other. They had already become each other's life fetters. Fang Yuan looked at the swaying Dao marks in front of him with an extremely relaxed expression. It could even be said to be carefree. Even if these Dao marks surged violently and created a gorgeous tsunami, they had no effect on him. Sovereign immortal body, Dao marks didn't conflict. Fang Yuan was even more relaxed than before, because Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had already left. He smiled lightly as he walked forward calmly, looking at the grand and resplendent waves of Dao marks in front of him. He clicked his tongue in praise. This was truly the most wondrous scene in the world. There were many wondrous scenes in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Some were magnificent, some were elegant, some were vast, and some were exquisite. In his previous life and this life, Fang Yuan had traveled almost all over the world. His horizons were broadened, his experiences were plentiful, and he had seen many wondrous scenes. But now, he felt that those wondrous scenes in his memories couldn't compare to the raging waves of Dao marks in front of him. Chapter 1878. Crazed Demon Cave 6th Layer. The 2 crazed demon eccentrics were lying on the ground. Secret Schemer was kneeling on the ground, treating Not Immortal's injuries for the time being, ignoring them. Not Immortal slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He was confused at first, but then he came to his senses and said gratefully, "I actually escaped. Boss, you saved my life again." Next, he asked in confusion, "Why don't I see Fang Yuan? Wait, did he not retreat in time?" Secret Schemer smiled bitterly. "No. He is still in the 7th layer now. However, what he said when we parted was not wrong. It was already too late to escape from that distance." Not Immortal was stunned and speechless. After a long while he sighed. Such is fate. To think that the great Fang Yuan would actually die here. Even if Fang Yuan was so famous, he did not think that Fang Yuan had much hope of survival. Because Not Immortal was well aware of the terrifying power of Crazed Demon Cave. Secret Schemer, on the other hand, had completely calmed down, his expression carrying a trace of peculiarity. "Speaking of which, it is inconceivable, but I have a mysterious feeling that Fang Yuan can survive. Although reason tells me that there is no possibility of this, and I cannot deduce any method by which he can survive. But I have this feeling in my heart." "Boss, you are a wisdom path Gu immortal." Not Immortal was also dazed. "Even if I am a wisdom path Gu immortal, could all my feelings be correct?" Secret Schemer shook his head with a bitter smile. "Maybe this is just my feeling towards Fang Yuan's outcome. He was so strong, surpassing us, shocking the world. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. But such a person is going to die in Crazed Demon Cave. Sigh. Maybe his outcome will be our outcome in the future. I can empathize with him, because we are in the same boat." Not Immortal was silent. After a long while, Secret Schemer broke the silence. "Let's go. We will retreat and recuperate. When the demonic sounds completely stop, we will go to the 7th layer to search for Fang Yuan." Not Immortal nodded. Even though he understood that Fang Yuan was almost dead, he barely stood up, his body suddenly staggered and was about to fall. Fortunately, Secret Schemer supported him in time. Secret Schemer grabbed him, and the two of them slowly moved forward, while resisting the demonic sound. The road ahead was hidden in the darkness. Both of them gradually blended into the darkness as they staggered forward. They had no idea that not only had Feng Yuan not been harmed in the 7th level, he had even made a new discovery. Are these new Dao marks? Feng Yuan's eyes lit up, and he looked surprised. Amidst the multicolored waves of Dao marks, he began to discover new Dao marks. Feng Yuan was no longer the same as he was in the past. His realms of various schools had improved greatly, and he had also inherited several supreme experts' true inheritances, so his horizons had broadened. But now, he was sure that he had never seen these marks before. These were brand new Dao marks. Originally, when these Dao marks were still, these brand new Dao marks were too few in number and scattered all over the place, making them inconspicuous. But now, the demonic sound was howling, and all sorts of Dao marks were shifting. And because of the conflicting Dao marks, the Dao marks of the same path gradually became unified. This caused the scale of these new Dao marks to gradually increase, making it easier for people to discover them. Feng Yuan quickly concluded the reason. When the demonic sound had just started, all sorts of Dao marks intersected and weaved at will. They were intricate and colorful. When the demonic sound resounded for a period of time, the Dao marks of various schools gathered together and formed a unified color. It was much clearer than before and looked even more magnificent. In front of Feng Yuan, a metal path Dao mark was like a golden python, slithering around. On Feng Yuan's left side, a soul path Dao mark was even larger. It was like a black cloud, as big as a city wall, and it was advancing majestically. And beside Feng Yuan's feet was that brand new Dao mark, like a curved stream flowing. Feng Yuan stopped slightly and carefully observed it. Soon he revealed a surprised expression. From this brand new Dao mark, he saw swords, he smelled axes, he felt hammers and spears, and he heard darts and arrows. Feng Yuan's expression turned solemn as he thought to himself. This brand new Dao mark represents a brand new path. This path is quite grand. It actually contains all sorts of Dao marks. If someone creates it in the future, it will definitely include Sword Dao and Blade Dao. This new path will definitely have strong battle strength. It also clearly borrows many of the profundities of human path. But soon, Feng Yuan shook his head. However, to create this path, who knows how many generations will be needed, and how much time will be needed? Maybe someone already has the idea and foundation to create this path. If he or she can witness this scene, it will definitely be of great help to him or her. Or maybe no one in the world has such an idea. This path will always be hidden, like a treasure that is buried deep underground. No one will ever open it. Feng Yuan did not have any regrets. This situation was normal in the Gu world. People often say that talents need to be recognized. Talents need to be recognized. Actually, an outstanding path also needed talented people to be discovered. Feng Yuan did not want to use this chance to create a brand new path. He could no longer learn all of the schools of thought that he had on hand. Moreover, creating a new path required too much time and energy. It was too much. He did not have the time to do so. Feng Yuan continued to move forward. Along the way, he saw many new Dao marks. One Dao mark was condensed into a ball. It was plump and smooth. Feng Yuan seemed to smell the fragrance of plants from it. When he smelled it carefully, it felt like the fragrance of food. Feng Yuan guessed, were these the legendary pill Dao marks? There was another Dao mark that was spread out like a carpet. They were clearly the same type of Dao mark, but there were lights and shadows intertwining on it. Sometimes it looked like mountains and rivers. Sometimes it looked like birds and beasts. When the other torrents of Dao marks swept over, this Dao mark was like a leaf in the wind. It would also be swept up and lightly attached to the surface of the other torrents of Dao marks. It would not affect these attached Dao marks, nor would it cause the tiny Dao marks to collapse. It was truly mystical. The moment Feng Yuan saw it, his heart shook. If I am not wrong, these are painting path Dao marks. He wanted to take these Dao marks for himself, but now that the demonic sounds were raging, he had no way to do so. Feng clan has Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance, and that immortal Gu house, Thieves Denver. If I use it, can I steal the Dao marks here? Feng Yuan had a thought. He had an inspiration. There were many immortal materials in Crazed Demon Cave, but none of them had any value. The root of the problem was that the Dao marks contained in these immortal materials were all kinds of chaotic Dao marks. However, the immortal materials were useless, not the Dao marks. Feng Yuan beat him at his own game and attacked Feng Dichang. Right now Feng Dichang was his clone. From Feng Dichang's soul, Feng Yuan obtained almost all of Feng Clan's information. This naturally included Thieves' Denver. This was indeed Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal goo house, but it was very damaged. Because it involved theft path, Feng Clan was not proficient in it. Back then, when Feng Clan obtained it, they did not obtain the complete contents of the immortal goo house, so they could not repair it. Right now, Thieves' Den only had one method. That was to use a theft path immortal material as a primer to expend the theft path Dao marks in the immortal material, then steal the outside world's Dao marks. The stolen Dao marks had to be attached to this theft path immortal material. Eventually, this immortal material would be filled with all kinds of chaotic Dao marks. It would no longer have any value. This was similar to the situation with the immortal materials in Crazed Demon Cave. Thieves' Den had the ability to steal the outside world's Dao marks, but it had no way to use them. This was the main reason why Feng Yuan did not try to bring Thieves' Den with him. But in this situation it is different. When these identical Dao marks gather together, I can use Thieves' Den to create all kinds of immortal materials of the corresponding path. These immortal materials all have the same Dao marks. They should be usable. As Feng Yuan thought of this, he could not help but feel his chest heating up. If this method worked, then he would have an endless source of rank 8, or even rank 9 immortal materials. What an enormous amount of wealth this was. Even Feng Yuan could not estimate it. The created immortal materials could not only be used for trade or goo refinement, they could also be used to comprehend the corresponding path. For example, using these new Dao marks, he could create painting path, pill path, and other immortal materials. These immortal materials were extremely useful for creating paths. However, the same type of Dao marks can only be condensed when the demonic sounds are rampaging. Activating immortal moves at this time is extremely risky. Immortal moves are also arranged using Dao marks. There is a high chance that the Dao marks will become chaotic, and the immortal move's activation will fail, causing a backlash. Not to mention the ant nest, this immortal goo house. It cannot be taken out directly. It is not a sovereign body. It will be rejected and crushed if taken out. Feng Yuan calmed down. There was a huge technical obstacle to completing his plan. His current foundation was unparalleled in the world, but he did not have any confidence. Eventually, Feng Yuan sighed. He gave up on this thought and continued to move forward. He quickened his steps. No matter what Dao mark torrent was ahead, it was like a harmless light shadow to him, like a light breeze. Not long after, he saw Dream Path Dao marks. Crazed Demon Cave could be said to be filled with myriad phenomena. Even Dream Path Dao marks were included. Feng Yuan cautiously stopped and probed. He found that Dream Path Dao marks were also harmless to him. These were only Dao marks and not dream realms. For the sovereign immortal body, they were more like a flowing immortal material. If it were dream realms, Feng Yuan would have to take a detour. Feng Yuan walked forward in a straight line without any obstruction. The demonic sounds resounded in his ears, causing him some trouble. Thankfully, he had an excellent method to modify it. This killer move was very particular. Once activated, there would be a long-term effect. Even though the demonic sounds interfered, the long-term effect would be very short. But everything was within the range of Feng Yuan's tolerance. Even if he was corroded by the demonic sounds and went into a killing frenzy, there were no living beings in this danger zone that could threaten him. Even if he crashed into a mountain rock, the sovereign immortal body's innate quality would ensure that he would be fine. The surroundings were surging with rainbow-colored light without any pattern. Sometimes it was like a tsunami. Sometimes it was like a stampede of horses. Sometimes it was like a waterfall. And sometimes it was like birds flying in the sky. And Feng Yuan was moving rapidly among them. If the three crazed demon eccentrics saw this, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. This was not subverting their worldview. It was directly shattering their worldview. Feng Yuan went deeper, going deeper than the three crazed demon eccentrics could imagine. When he finally got close to the entrance of the 8th layer, he gasped and paused his footsteps. He actually saw 3 paths. One path was shining with golden light and surging luck. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. One path was simple and unadorned, filled with virtue. Feng Yuan's eyes shined as he instantly understood. These 3 paths are likely the traces of venerables. They are filled with luck path, soul path, and earth path Tao marks. They should correspond to giant sun immortal, spectral soul demon venerable, and paradise earth immortal venerable. These 3 venerables had been here before. The demonic sounds were vast and mighty. The Tao marks were chaotic, forming a terrifying chaotic scene with terrifying might that could wipe out almost all Gu immortals. Not even a trace of them would be left behind. But the Tao marks on these 3 paths were extremely firm. Even though the surrounding Tao marks were rubbing, rolling, and colliding with each other, the Tao marks on these 3 paths were unshakable. Only occasionally at the edges, there would be some Tao marks peeling off, like fragments. Feng Yuan squinted slightly. He knew that he had the sovereign immortal body, and his Tao marks did not conflict, thus, he was able to come here through trickery. But venerables were different. The Tao marks on a venerable's body conflicted. They were able to come here because they had forcefully made their way here. This was the supreme style of the 3 venerables. Characters like the 3 crazed demon eccentrics had talent and attainment levels that were rare in this world. But they still needed to find their own path. Venerables did not need it. Just by stepping on it, they would be able to find a supreme path. Feng Yuan was not surprised that a venerable had come here before. In fact, he had already made some predictions. After all, Limitless Demon Venerable was a person of the olden antiquity era. He was the 3rd venerable in history, second only to Primordial Origin and Star Constellation. The crazed demon cave that he created had existed until now, although it was hidden. If the 3 crazed demon eccentrics could discover this secret, why couldn't others? As venerables among Gu immortals, these venerables were all world-shaking. It was normal for them to discover this place, hoping for unparalleled inheritances, and inheritances to be left for themselves without anyone discovering them. That was the naive and arrogant thinking of an inexperienced youngster. Humans were ordinary, but every person was unique. If they had such a fortuitous encounter, why couldn't others have it? But why are there only traces of these 3 venerables? The paths left behind by these 3 venerables. Why did they only appear near the entrance of the 8th layer? There were some doubts in his mind, but Feng Yuan did not stop moving. He directly jumped into the entrance of the 8th layer. Darkness flashed in front of him. At the next moment, Feng Yuan landed on the ground. How can this be? Feng Yuan was stunned. Chapter 1879. This was a vast grassland. The grass was green, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white. There was no sun in the sky, but it was very bright. There were many wildflowers, they were in full bloom. It was a dazzling sight. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The wind was gentle, caressing Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan was stunned. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer? He was surprised. According to the 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics deductions, the last 3 layers of Crazed Demon Cave should be the same as the 7th layer. There were Tao marks everywhere. The 8th layer's Tao marks were definitely larger than the 7th layers. And in the 9th layer, there was an immortal formation set up by Limitless Demon Venerable. The core of this immortal formation was the legendary rank 9 Immortal Gu derivation. But after Feng Yuan entered the 8th layer, he found that this was a small world. Don't tell me, I entered a blessed land? Feng Yuan had a thought. But right after that, he rejected this conjecture. He used investigative methods. A subtle expression appeared on his face. This world seems to be different. It is not a normal blessed land or grotto heaven. This world is a bit thin. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking, he heard a loud crack. A huge crack pierced down from the sky. It was like a bolt of lightning. It traversed the entire land. At that instant, Feng Yuan's hair stood on end. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This huge crack gave him an extremely strong sense of threat. He was certain that if he were to be affected by it, he would most likely die and his Tao would disappear. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal in time, he would not last for more than a few breaths of time. Thankfully, even though the crack was fast, it was not aimed at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan dodged it smoothly, but he heard cracking sounds in his ears. This is the cry of this small world. It is collapsing, it is about to be destroyed. Feng Yuan's gaze was cold as he assessed everything. That huge crack continued to expand. The small world seemed to have been cut into two. It soon separated completely. The blue sky, the white clouds, the grass, and the flowers were all devoured by the crack. However, there was nothing in the crack. It was like an extremely ferocious beast that was eternally hungry. Feng Yuan's pupils contracted. This is the power of the void Tao, a crack in the void. Realizing this, he hurriedly used his means to conceal himself. The rift closed in on him, but Feng Yuan didn't dodge. Instead, he threw himself into it. He successfully entered the crevice and did not suffer any destructive blows. The crack in the void at the beginning was very dangerous, but after its power spread out, it was just enough for Feng Yuan to shelter. There were fewer and fewer small worlds, and the crack in the void in the middle was getting bigger and bigger. Feng Yuan flew up through the crack, and soon left the boundary of the small world, arriving in the outside world. What he saw shocked him both physically and mentally. He was like a water worm that had suddenly arrived in a vast ocean. This ocean was nothingness. The void was vast and boundless, its boundaries unknown. Feng Yuan felt extremely insignificant when he was in the middle of it all. But he was not alone. Accompanying him were thousands of worlds. These worlds were like colorful bubbles, some were forming, some were growing, and some were being destroyed. The small world that Feng Yuan was in earlier was being destroyed. In a short while, it was only left with 2 crescent-shaped fragments. The shock in his heart made Feng Yuan gape slightly, unable to say anything. He suddenly realized that this was the true appearance of the 8th level. The 7th level was a sea of Tao marks, while the 8th level was boundless nothingness. In this nothingness, there were thousands of worlds being born and destroyed at every moment. Feng Yuan caught a strange movement in his eyes. The small world that he was in just now was completely destroyed, but only a long white thread was left. This thread could not be destroyed even by the nothingness. It was very tough. It was a Tao mark. Even though it was just a Tao mark, it was extraordinary, shining with the light of a Tao mark. What kind of Tao mark is this? Feng Yuan had never seen such a Tao mark before. He couldn't help but look at it with rapt attention. Clearly, this Tao mark was not ordinary. Because in the small world before, if there was heaven and earth, there would be space Tao. If there was movement, there would be time Tao. If there were flowers and grass, there would be wood Tao. If there were grass, there would be earth Tao. If there were clouds, there would be cloud Tao. But these Tao marks no longer existed. They were all destroyed by the nothingness, leaving only this translucent white thread-like Tao mark. From this Tao mark, Feng Yuan could see space path, he could sense time path, he could sense wood path, and he could sense cloud path. What path is this Tao mark? It has a kind of all-encompassing tolerance. Feng Yuan was shocked. He suddenly thought of an answer. I understand, this is Heaven Tao. Heaven Tao mark. When he was running around in the 7th level, he was feeling strange. He had seen all kinds of Tao marks, including Dream Tao and other new Tao marks. But he was missing 2 types of Tao marks. One was Human Tao, the other was Heaven Tao. Feng Yuan had seen Human Tao mark before, but this was the first time he had seen Heaven Tao mark. All the other Tao marks have been destroyed, leaving only Heaven Tao mark. What does this mean? Feng Yuan stared at this Heaven Tao mark. The thread-like Heaven Tao mark seemed to be floating in the wind, flickering with white light. Its posture deeply attracted Feng Yuan's gaze. Feng Yuan was cautious. He did not try to attack this Tao mark. He followed the Tao mark. After flying for a while, the void in front of him suddenly changed. Undercurrents surged. A whirlpool suddenly formed and swallowed this Heaven Tao mark. The Tao mark lasted for a while in the whirlpool of nothingness, then suddenly collapsed. In an instant, The whirlpool of nothingness seemed to be dyed with all kinds of colors, becoming a crazy wheel of 7 colors. Not long after the whirlpool rotated, it suddenly exploded with a soft sound. The nothingness of this place returned to normal, but there was a blue and white bubble that appeared out of thin air. This bubble was very small at first, only the size of Feng Yuan's pinky, but very quickly, it continued to expand, its volume rapidly increasing. Feng Yuan used his investigative method to look. He was shocked to find that this blue and white bubble was a newly formed small world. In the small world, the land was expanding, the sky was extending, everything was following some kind of strange law, undergoing a drastic change. After a few dozen breaths of time, this small world had grown to a size that Feng Yuan could enter. The small world's growth slowed down. Everything inside gradually stabilized. Feng Yuan entered. This small world was no longer what he saw before. Clouds floated. Islands floated in the air. Around the small world were countless huge green vines, interweaving into an inner net. Although it's the same Heaven Dao mark, the small world's appearance has changed a lot. Feng Yuan's heart trembled. There was a kind of thing that was about to be comprehended, but had not yet been comprehended, like a layer of window paper. Feng Yuan had a strong hunch that as long as he grasped this inspiration and comprehended it, he would definitely be able to get a great improvement. This kind of improvement was a qualitative improvement. So he began to stare closely at these small worlds, watching the small worlds constantly being born and destroyed. His whole body and mind were deeply immersed, as if possessed, unable to extricate himself. The 7th level of the Crazed Demon Cave is the derivation of Dao marks, but this 8th level is the derivation of the small world. No derivation of the small world is just the appearance. What it actually wants to do is derivation of Heaven Dao marks. Feng Yuan carefully observed that after each small world's birth and destruction, that Heaven Dao mark would usually increase by a part. The actual situation was more complicated. Sometimes, it was not just one Heaven Dao mark. The nothingness vortex swallowed the surroundings. It was likely to swallow 3 or 4 Heaven Dao marks at the same time. After these Heaven Dao marks were scattered, the small world formed was often wider, more profound, and grew rapidly. But after it was destroyed, only one Heaven Dao mark would be left behind, at most 2. And in terms of total length, the total length of the previous 3 or 4 Heaven Dao marks would undoubtedly exceed the total length of the remaining Heaven Dao marks. The Heaven Dao marks will also be damaged. Or rather, the Heaven Dao marks that I have seen do not meet Limitless Demon Venerable's standards. He wants to create Heaven Dao marks that meet his standards. Then what kind of Heaven Dao marks did he want to create? Feng Yuan's mind jolted. He suddenly thought of the 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics deduction. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted to pursue eternal life, so he settled in Crazed Demon Cave in his later years to find the correct method. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted to pursue eternal life, but the Heaven Dao did not allow it. The Legends of Renzu has already recorded that Fate Gu decrees that all living beings in the world must die. Their souls will return to the door of life and death. What was Fate Gu? Gu was the essence of heaven and earth. Fate Gu was essentially a fragment of the heavenly path. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted eternal life. He could not avoid the Heaven Dao. He understood this, so he directly targeted the Heaven Dao and researched it. Feng Yuan guessed. Limitless Demon Venerable had once attacked the celestial court, but he was not an otherworldly demon. He could not destroy fate. But he did not give up. He worked even harder and faced the difficulty head-on. He wanted to find the reason why he could not destroy Fate Gu. He wanted to thoroughly understand the truth of the Heaven Dao. Such ambition, such methods. Even Feng Yuan could not help but feel admiration. Then how do I collect these Heaven Path Dao marks? Feng Yuan was very troubled. He tried many methods, but they were all useless. He even had a premonition. Even if he took Thieves' Den now, he could not do anything to these Heaven Path Dao marks. Thieves' Den was only a rank 8 Theft Path Immortal Gu house. It was extremely damaged. And this immortal formation was clearly rank 9. It was personally created by Limitless Demon Venerable. I should directly take the immortal formation. Feng Yuan fell into a dilemma again. because he did not know where to go to the ninth layer. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave had a clear path, but in the 8th layer, Feng Yuan was in a vast void. There were no signs or clues. How should he enter the 9th layer? Feng Yuan did not know which direction to choose. He could only wander aimlessly. After an unknown period of time, he unexpectedly found a world. This is the biggest world I have seen so far. But clearly, it is about to be destroyed. Let's go in and take a look. Feng Yuan entered this world. Greetings, sage. There were living beings in this world. After seeing Feng Yuan, they immediately kowtowed in extreme excitement. Sage, are you trying to save this world and build a Dao field? Sage, please take me in as your disciple. Take me in as your disciple. These living beings had misty bodies. They looked like humans. They had noses and eyes. They shouted endlessly. Sage. Feng Yuan frowned. He immediately realized the huge significance of this. That means there are other sages like me? Yes. There was a sage who wore a green robe and a white belt. He created Green Lotus Dao field with every step he took. There was a sage who wore a yellow robe. He was kind and benevolent. He protected Yellow Earth Great World. And there was a sage who had a fierce appearance. He was tall and muscular. Every movement of his could cause the roars of countless beasts. He created Savage Wilderness Great World. Chapter 1880. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Feng Yuan's heart jumped. According to the descriptions of these humanoid mist natives, Feng Yuan quickly compared these 3 sages with the 3 venerables in history. All sorts of thoughts flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. These 3 venerables have been here before? Then in the 7th layer, I saw the Dao mark paths left behind by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal. This means that at least 5 venerables have been here before. Feng Yuan was somewhat surprised but also confused. When he saw the 3 venerables' paths in the 7th layer, he had a doubt. Were these really the only 3 venerables who had been here before? If other venerables had been here before, why did they not leave behind their paths? Now that I think about it, even though other venerables have been here before, like Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus, even if they left behind their paths, they were probably destroyed because of the passage of time. Limitless Demon Venerable was from the Olden Antiquity era. 1,000,000 years ago, Reckless Savage and Red Lotus appeared after him. Then came the Medieval Antiquity era. 300,000 years ago, Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, and Giant Sun appeared one after another. In this era, Long Hair Ancestor appeared. Because he was a hairy man, he had lived for a long time. He had cooperated with Thieving Heaven and Giant Sunday. After the Medieval Antiquity era was the Recent Antiquity era. 100,000 years ago, there were 2 venerables, Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. And now, according to the prophecy of the 3 venerables, a great dream immortal venerable would appear. She was an unprecedented venerable. She would surpass the 10 venerables of history. Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, and Paradise Earth left behind their paths in the 7th layer. They were actually the traces of their journey here. They were the 3 venerables closest to the current era. That was why their Dao marks were left behind. As for the previous venerables, even if they left behind Dao mark paths, they were destroyed because of the passage of time. Feng Yuan's doubt was resolved, but more questions arose. Why did these venerables come here one after another? Crazed Demon Cave is too attractive. Did these venerables go to the 9th level after arriving here? The 9th layer's formation should still be working. Then if these venerables went to the 9th layer, why didn't they destroy the formation and take away the rank 9 derivation goo inside? If they didn't succeed and stopped at the 8th level, why would they establish a dojo or a world? Feng Yuan pondered for a while and decided to take a look at the world of these venerable ones. He couldn't find the way to the 9th floor at all. When he was on the 7th floor, he had never expected that the 8th floor would actually be so magnificent. Perhaps he could find the corresponding clues in the dojos and worlds of these venerable ones? Even if there were no corresponding clues, even if these venerable ones didn't enter the 9th level, it was very likely that they had left their legacies in these worlds. Even if there was no true inheritance or something left behind, the Venerable One's scales and claws would still be very beneficial to Feng Yuan. That's interesting. Do you know where these dojos and worlds are? Feng Yuan asked. These human-shaped mists shook their heads, expressing that they didn't know. They had only heard of it before. Oh sage, we are living in this world. We don't have the ability to leave. The outside world is too dangerous and fatal. It is not a place we can enter. Feng Yuan frowned. Then how did you obtain this information? The human-shaped mist answered. Every once in a while, the disciples and disciples of the sage will travel through the void, entering and exiting worlds to trade or plunder. We got all this information from them. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. These disciples and disciples are venerables of different generations. How is their battle strength? To be able to travel through the void in different worlds, they should be quite strong. But soon, Feng Yuan sensed something amiss. He asked again. Since there are so many of these disciples and disciples, why did you call me a sage the first time you saw me? The human-shaped mists answered. That's because all the sages look like you, but their disciples and disciples have different forms. Feng Yuan instantly understood. It seems like there are no humans living here. The so-called disciples and disciples of the sages are probably some mutants? Like these human-shaped mists in front of me? Speaking of which, it was his first time seeing these human-shaped mists. They were not beasts, plants, or mutants, but they had blurry human forms. Sage, please save me. Sage, please preach and save this world. The humanoid clouds kowtowed once more. Well said, well said. Feng Yuan smiled and attacked brazenly. Sage, what are you doing? Cries of surprise and screams rang in Feng Yuan's ears. In just 2 breaths, Feng Yuan captured these human-shaped mists. He looked at them with a frightening cold glint in his eyes. Just by asking, how could this kind of information be reliable? If the human-shaped mists wanted to deceive Feng Yuan, it would be too easy. As Feng Yuan spoke, he had already investigated the surroundings and the other party secretly. Now that he attacked, he immediately captured them. Then he used his soul-searching method to check for himself. The result was a little awkward. These human-shaped mists did not have souls. Could they still be considered living beings without souls? Even plants had their own souls. Feng Yuan was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. It seems like there are no soul Dao marks in this small world, so the living beings here do not have souls. This was quite a novel discovery. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, because there were soul Dao marks, all living beings had their own souls. However, these human-shaped mists did not have souls. It would be a little troublesome to search their memories. But these troubles were quickly overcome by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan obtained all the information that the other party had. From this information, it could be seen that the human-shaped mists did not deceive Feng Yuan at all. Their lives were very simple. Ever since they gained sentience, they had been staying here until this world was about to be destroyed. Even if there were sage disciples who came here to trade, they would only do so once, and for a short period of time. Thus these human-shaped mists were quite pure in nature. Feng Yuan also found that these human-shaped mists were not individuals. They were still a part of this world. They could not leave this world and go to the outside world. These human-shaped mists are actually very similar to land spirits and heavenly spirits. A flash of inspiration flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the Gu immortal's obsession and heavenly power. They did not have souls but had sentience and could be communicated with. In fact, not just land spirits and heavenly spirits. Feng Yuan also had formation spirit and dragon spirit. Formation spirit was created from formation spirit Gu, while dragon spirit was a secret method of the dragon man race. That is to say, these human-shaped mists are the embryonic forms of land spirits and heavenly spirits. If I can understand their profundity, wouldn't I be able to mass-produce land spirits and heavenly spirits? Feng Yuan's eyes shined. He immediately saw the most valuable thing. However, half a day later, he looked at the destruction of this world with a regretful expression. He really wanted to comprehend the profundity of these human-shaped mists, but he did not have enough worlds. Just when he had made some progress in his research, this world was destroyed. No problem, I can continue searching. Although such worlds are rare, they still exist. If I can find the Tao fields of those venerables, that would be even better. Thus, Feng Yuan continued to travel in the void, searching for valuable targets. Puff. Pang Shan coughed out a mouthful of blood and took a step back. His body was huge. When he took a step back, there was a loud sound when he stepped on the ground. If it were normal ground, a deep hole would have formed, but in this 7th layer, every inch of ground was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. It was very sturdy. I didn't find any traces of Feng Yuan. Pang Shan wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth and said, "Not immortal," was silent. Secret Schemer heaved a sigh. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had gathered at this time. Earlier, they were guarding against Feng Yuan, but now that the demonic sounds had ended, they immediately came down together. Firstly, they felt that even if Feng Yuan survived, he would be struggling at death's door, and would not be able to pose any threat to the 3 eccentrics. Secondly, they wanted to do their best to save Feng Yuan. When Gu immortals were injured, it was often more troublesome and not so easy to heal. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer were injured. Only Pang Shan was unharmed, but he was also injured now. Using an investigative killer move in this 7th layer was not a good idea, because the Tao marks here were too concentrated. It was almost like a battlefield killer move. Conflicting Tao marks made it unfriendly to all paths here. Pang Shan's investigative range was very limited, because the Tao marks of his path were only a small portion compared to the entire number of Tao marks. I know what the 7th layer looks like when the demonic sounds are activated. In my opinion, let's just leave it like this. The hope of Feng Yuan's survival. Pang Shan shook his head. I didn't expect Feng Yuan to die like this. Not Immortal raised his head and sighed. Secret Schemer was also extremely regretful. They did not have any thoughts of getting rid of a threat for the people. Their life goal was very simple. They wanted to explore the 9th layer and grasp the derivation formation to find a certain possibility of eternal life. Feng Yuan's main body did not come out of the 8th layer for a long time, while his clones were nervous. Feng Clan's headquarters, Divine Bean Palace, floated in the air, emitting jade light that soared to the sky. Outside the palace, Feng Clan's first Supreme Elder Feng Gong, third Supreme Elder Feng Huasheng, as well as Feng Lung and Feng Yin, were watching from afar. The jade light suddenly changed, turning into countless lightning balls that bombarded the surroundings. Rumble. A series of explosions resounded. Rocks were sent flying and air currents were raging. After the bombardment, the uneven ground was suddenly filled with green grass. At the same time, small saplings drilled out of the soil at a visible speed and grew into towering trees. This was Divine Bean Palace's killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. This killer move could be used freely. It proved that Feng Dichang had basically controlled Divine Bean Palace. The palace opened and Feng Yuan's clone Feng Dichang walked out with a smile. Good. Feng Gong laughed heartily. Second Elder, you have made a great contribution. Although he was still somewhat worried about the faction balance in Feng Clan, this was undoubtedly great news for Feng Clan as a whole. With this house, our Feng Clan can break through our predicament and truly rise up. Feng Yin cheered excitedly. Feng Dichang smiled. With this house, we are already in an invincible position. But there is no rush to act. Divine Bean Palace still has areas that can be improved. The most important move, Divine Bean Soldier, needs to be prepared in advance. No problem. If you need any Woodpath Immortal materials, just take them from our Feng Clan's treasury. Feng Gong laughed heartily. He was truly happy. Chapter 1881. In front of him was a barren and gray land. The land was dry and cracked, forming many ravines. There was no fertility at all, not even a blade of grass grew. Feng Dichang looked at this vast land and waved his hand to sprinkle yellow jade bean seeds. There were many bean seeds sealed in Divine Bean Palace, mainly yellow jade bean seeds, green jade bean seeds, red jade bean seeds and black jade bean seeds. Besides them, there were also special blue pea seeds and white frost broad bean seeds. After these bean seeds were planted and cared for, after some time, they would grow into all kinds of Divine Bean Soldiers. Thus, Divine Bean Palace's signature method, Divine Bean Soldiers, was not a killer move that could be formed in one go. It needed to be accumulated over a long period of time before it could reach a certain scale and be effective. Precisely because of this, when Chun-Yi suppressed Ching Cho and used Karma Divine Tree to influence the battle between Divine Bean Palace and Fong Clan, he could not use this move. Chun-Yi could only use Soul Beasts to temporarily replace it. What Fong Dichong was planting now was yellow jade bean seeds. This was the most basic type of bean seeds. After being planted, they could grow into yellow bean soldiers. At this moment, the yellow jade bean seeds were already sprinkled. Fong Dichong activated Divine Bean Palace. Strong winds blew. The formless wind condensed into light green hose in the air. The hose aimed at the ground and started to plow. After a while, Fong Dichong waved his hand again. Rain started to fall from the sky. The amount of rain needed to be paid attention to. It could not be too much or too little. It was mainly used to moisten the dry soil. When the soil became wet, the yellow jade bean seeds started to undergo a mystical change. But this change was very slow. Fong Yuan's clone activated another killer move. This time, when the killer move was used, this piece of land flickered with emerald green light. Wave after wave, it was like a tide, like a wave, continuously washing the yellow jade bean seeds in the ground. The yellow jade bean seeds absorbed these jade green light waves, and their growth speed rose sharply. They sprouted and grew at a visible speed. At this rate, after a day and a night, yellow bean soldiers will be born. Fong Yuan's clone nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, he suddenly left and returned to the main hall of Divine Bean Palace. He turned around and saw that the mural on the wall of Divine Bean Palace had changed. Originally, the mural depicted a piece of dry land. But now, there was a small piece of land that was densely packed with bean sprouts. This is the method of the painting Dao. Divine Bean Palace contains painting path immortal goo. The land inside is not fake. This method is truly amazing. Plant bean sprouts in these murals, grow divine bean soldiers, continuously cultivate them. After they grow, these divine bean soldiers will leave the murals and come to the main hall. The land is extremely barren, but it doesn't matter. Planting beans doesn't require a lot of soil fertility. In fact, if you plant more beans in the future, you can even increase the fertility of the soil in the mural and even turn it into an immortal material. The first is water path immortal material, and the second is wood path immortal material. The former was used to moisten the soil, while the latter was used to speed up the growth of the yellow jade bean seeds. The immortal materials were stored in Divine Bean Palace. The two killer moves that Fong Yuan used earlier used up the stored immortal materials to form the killer moves. The effect is good, but the price is not cheap. Thankfully, I don't need to worry. Fong Clan will pay for it. Fong Dichong smiled. Divine Bean Palace had already become Fong Yuan's. Fong Clan was kept in the dark. They were helping Fong Yuan raise the Divine Bean soldiers. Deep in Eastern Sea. In Gu Tribe's headquarters. It's done. Fong Yuan's clone Wu Shui slowly stopped his killer move. His forehead was already covered in sweat. In front of him, a new batch of dragon men had been born. However, the identities of these new Dragonians were not all beast men. There was also a group of merfolk. Thank you, Lord Wu Shui, for your help. This is my tribe's gift, please accept it. A merman Gu immortal waved his tail as he floated towards Wu Shui, handing over an immortal material with both hands. This immortal material was a pool of clear water. It gave off a pungent smell. It was restrained by the merman Gu immortal's killer move. Even though the merman's hands moved, this pool of water did not move. It was like it was frozen. So it is immovable rotten water. I can use it to nurture my army ants. I will accept it. Thank you. Wu Shui accepted it without hesitation. He needed to nurture arrow ants. He needed immovable rotten water. Speaking of which, ever since he started nurturing his army ants, they had been growing at a shocking speed. Other than Fong Yuan's own resources, Gu Tribe and the mermen also helped him greatly. Of course, Fong Yuan's clone did not extort them. He obtained them through transactions. Wu Shui used his killer move to turn the beastmen and mermen into new dragon men. Every day, my strength is growing rapidly. I'm simply changing with each passing day. My negotiation with Gu tribe was very effective. I even have a relationship with the Merman tribe now. Together with Qi ancestors' influence, my control over Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world is getting deeper. Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court was a super force with immense strength. This was the only variant human super force in the world. It had obtained Paradise Earth immortal venerables, helped to develop and survive until now. Even so, the mermen were facing immense pressure from all directions. Earlier, they were already trembling in fear when they were surrounded by Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that the 5 regions' chaotic war was about to descend, the merman race's knowledgeable people started to look for a way out. Once the 5 regions' chaotic war broke out, the fragile balance of the past would be broken. The merman race's future was bleak. As variant humans, they would definitely become the main target of the human forces. A portion of the mermen saw the dragonmen's future development. They did not hesitate to change their identity. This was because the Merman Imperial Court's higher-ups had been secretly helping Gu tribe to conceal their traces. They also learned about the dragonmen's secrets from Gu tribe. After knowing that Fate Gu had the revelation of dragonmen reigning supreme, a portion of the Merman higher-ups had this idea. Thus, the mermen turned into dragonmen as well. The Merman Imperial Court has already started to diversify their investments to ensure the survival of their race. The human forces have also foreseen the future chaotic times. They are especially worried and wary of Central Continent's celestial court. I can make use of this. Maybe I can persuade the mermen to send troops. When the celestial court repairs Fate Gu, some merman Gu immortals can participate in the battle. Wu Shui had a devious thought. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The situation was extremely dangerous. There was no time to waste. Little Du, are you really going to do this? Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Feng Yuan's clone, Jean Budu worriedly. Jean Budu raised his head. His eyes were shining brightly. His tone was firm and unwavering. Yes, master. You are already heavily injured in this situation. We cannot defeat that monster. But if we let it wreak havoc, Mountain Cliff City will be completely destroyed. Who knows how many people will die? I can only take the risk and break through. As long as I become a combat beast warrior, I will be able to display the Arrowtail Eagle's full strength and kill this despicable monster. Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Jean Budu for a long time. He knew that his beloved disciple had already made up his mind. There was no point in trying to persuade him. He waved his hand. Sai, you can go. Jean Budu did not hesitate. He turned around and left, starting his immortal ascension. Mountain Cliff City Lord and the rest watched him closely. Countless commoners knelt on the ground and prayed silently, cheering for Jean Budu. There were even many combat beast envoys that fought the monster desperately. What was surprising was that the huge monster seemed to be tired. It slowed down its attacks. This was actually Jean Budu's secret manipulation. The current situation was also part of his original plan. I have a portion of my main body's memories and foundation. My immortal ascension is almost certain. But I need to pretend to be in danger, not only to deceive everyone in Mountain Cliff City, but also the heavenly spirit of this grotto heaven. The entire process was full of twists and turns, causing Mountain Cliff City Lord and the rest to be alarmed. But in the end, Jean Budu finally became an immortal, becoming a combat beast warrior. Next, Jean Budu displayed his prowess and defeated the monster. Yay! Little Du is mighty. Little Du, you saved the lives of everyone in our city. We really do not know what to say. As expected of our little savior, Little Du. Little Du, you are probably the youngest combat beast warrior in history. Everyone surrounded Jean Budu and tossed him high into the air, catching him in unison. Jean Budu became the hero of the entire city. He was in the limelight. Chapter 1882. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer was much larger than Feng Yuan had expected. Ever since he found out about the venerable Dao field here, he had explored this place for a long time, but the results were not good. Feng Yuan saw the birth and destruction of many worlds. He had also entered some large worlds, but he could not find the venerable Dao field that he wanted. However, he did not gain nothing. These days of exploration gave him a deeper understanding of the 8th layer. In this void, there is no concept of up, down, left, right, or any other direction, so it is both limited and limitless. Originally, the 8th layer was only a cave, but after limitless demon venerables arrangements, it became a boundless place. Who knows, I might have only been moving in a small circle these days. If I do not understand the arrangements here, I might not be able to find the venerable Tao field. Fang Yuan guessed. To find his destination in the void, Fang Yuan needed to raise his phantom path attainment level. Phantom path was only a small path. It was derived from rule path. But this small path was quite successful. Phantom path focused on the illusory and the real. It was untainted by all methods. It was undefeatable. Phantom transformation was the signature method of phantom path. Once heaven overseeing tower turned phantom, other than dream path, almost no other methods could do anything to it. It was extremely safe. Phantom path also had a supreme profundity. Like how one of the supreme profundities of soul path was to cultivate 100 million desolate souls. Like spectral souls, 3 venerable 6 direction 1,000 arms demon souls. Transformation path had 2 supreme profundities. One was endless transformation, following one's will, and the other was myriad paths converging, myriad beings assimilation transformation. The members of Celestial Court would give up their immortal apertures, and whenever they left Celestial Court, they would be given a phantom aperture to store immortal essence, immortal goo, and so on. This phantom aperture was the supreme profundity of phantom path. At this moment, in the void that Fang Yuan was in, countless worlds were born and destroyed here. Evidently, this void was also the supreme profundity of phantom path. Phantom path was only a branch of rule path. But to raise phantom path attainment level, one needed rule path true meaning in essence. But this path was deep and profound. With Fang Yuan's current rule path Grandmaster realm, he still had a long way to go to understand this void. Since he couldn't break through from the front for the time being, Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to find another way. With a thought, he activated the cooking luck pot. If he started from luck path and blessed himself, he might be able to make a breakthrough. Even though the cooking fortune pot was of a lower tier, and it was difficult for it to affect Zhang Xian's luck completely, it was still able to change a portion of it. At the very least, Fang Yuan could change the fate in the cooking luck pot as he wished. With the luck cooking pot, it was very convenient to change one's luck. Soon Fang Yuan was done. He then checked the luck of his clone. His time path clone's luck was still the same. A small stream of providence that looked like the river of time glowed brightly and flowed. Upon closer inspection, there were wisps of black misfortune constantly being produced on the surface of the river, slowly accumulating. Fang Yuan's dream path clone had the smallest luck. He only had rank 5 Gu master cultivation level, and his aperture was sealed. Clone Wu Shuai had the best luck. Wu Shuai was already a peak rank 7 Gu immortal. He had obtained Dragon Palace, and was currently cultivating army ants. Thus, Wu Shuai's current luck was a slithering flood dragon. It had dragon scales and shining eyes. It had sharp horns and claws. It was very handsome. Around the flood dragon's luck, there were waves of light blue water halos. When the flood dragon met water, it indicated that he was receiving external help, Gu tribe and mermen. And in the mouth of the flood dragon, there was a huge dragon pearl. There was a palace inside the dragon pearl. It was a miniature version of Dragon Palace. There was another dragon pearl. It was much smaller. It was held in one of the dragon claws of the flood dragon. There were countless ants inside the dragon pearl. They represented army ants. Next to him was clone Fang Dichang with the greatest luck. His luck was rather special. It was like a tree. The trunk was not thin, but it was not extremely thick either. The crown of the tree was verdant and ingeniously stacked to form the shape of Divine Bean Palace. And on the ground, the roots were intertwined, many of them were exposed. This implied that Fang Dichang and Fang clan were inextricably linked. They were deeply connected. Other than these, there were the 2 clones Zhan Budu and Li Xiaobai. Zhan Buda's clone's luck was much larger than Li Xiaobai's. It was like an eagle that spread its wings and soared. Zhan Budu had just become a rank 6 Gu immortal, while Li Xiaobai was still a Gu master. Li Xiaobai's luck was like a blooming flower. there was a thin layer of nectar accumulated in the stamen. This layer of nectar was the result of Li Xiaobai's hard work and hard cultivation during this period of time. And outside the flower luck, there was a butterfly that was as white as frost. It flapped its wings and created icy winds as it flew towards the flower. This luck sign. Fang Yuan saw this and frowned slightly. Butterflies are usually female. They want to pick the nectar and create icy winds. They are not beneficial to the flower. In terms of scale, the butterfly's size is slightly larger than the flowers. But the icy winds it creates are grand and majestic. It represents a certain trend. The main reason is not the butterfly. The butterfly is only a catalyst. Clone Li Xiaobai's situation is good now, but it will not be good in the future. If an accident happens, the frost will descend and the flower will wither. But the butterfly is close to the flower. This itself represents a fortuitous encounter. Clone Li Xiaobai had been attacking Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. But this Grotto Heaven was different from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, because there was a rank 8 Gu Immortal guarding it. Fang Yuan could not use it as freely as he could in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan could use his schemes and make all sorts of plans as he pleased. But he was restrained in Profound Literature's abode, and he couldn't utilize most of his abilities if he wanted to preserve the greatest gains and benefits he could obtain here. Thus, the support of luck became the main help that Fang Yuan's main body could provide to Li Xiaobai. Immediately, Fang Yuan moved cooking luck pot and started modifying Li Xiaobai's luck. A moment later, Li Xiaobai's flower luck turned bright red, like peach blossoms in spring. It was love luck. Changing luck was not random. It had to follow certain rules. For example, after Li Xiaobai's luck turned into love luck, it became much more effective. It formed a special interaction with the butterfly luck. Next, it will depend on whether the clone can make use of this. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Luck was only a form of change. When the real fortuitous encounter came, it would depend on the person's ability to make use of it. Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose. Not long after he changed his luck, he had a delightful discovery. He saw a huge fish floating in the void. It was swaying its huge tail. It looked slow, but it was actually very fast. This was the first time he had seen a life form that could travel in the void. It could exist outside of the world. I'm afraid it is the disciple of the sage that the human-shaped mist mentioned before. Fang Yuan chased after it. That huge gray fish resembled a goldfish. After seeing Fang Yuan, it was very surprised. It quickly kowtowed. Yellow Earth Sage's disciple Little Flower greets the sage. Even though the huge gray fish was as large as a whale, its human voice sounded like that of a young girl. Very good, very good. I have been searching for Yellow Earth Dao Field for a long time. Bring me there. You will receive many benefits. Fang Yuan smiled, but the huge gray fish shook its head. Sage, it is not that I am unwilling to help you, but I cannot find the location of Yellow Earth Dao Field. Why? You were exiled? Fang Yuan frowned. The huge gray fish shook its head again. No. I reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. So I took the initiative to bid farewell to my fellow sect members and left Yellow Earth Great World. I came to the outside world to gain some experience and strive for a breakthrough. Saying so, the huge gray fish stared at Fang Yuan, with its huge fish eyes shining with anticipation. If this sage could enlighten it, its bottleneck would be nothing. But Fang Yuan was not that kind of person. He did not want to waste time talking. He immediately restrained the huge gray fish and searched its memories. So it was like this. Even though these venerable Dao fields exist for a long time, they are always moving. The huge gray fish was born in Yellow Earth Dao Field. From its memories, Fang Yuan could see the richness of this world. Yellow Earth Dao Field was vast and vast. It was not inferior to the sovereign immortal aperture. It had dense earth path Dao marks and complete other Dao marks. The immortal material storehouse was rich. There were many Gu worms, including immortal Gu. There were also all kinds of living beings. Even though there were no humans, it was truly a treasure land. Even with Fang Yuan's current wealth, he coveted this Yellow Earth Dao Field. If I can obtain Yellow Earth Dao Field and devour it completely, my total assets will triple. Fang Yuan was refining immortal goo intensely. He had already digested most of the gains. His immortal material storehouse had shrunk drastically. If he could obtain yellow earth Dao field, it would be a huge supplement. It would be like growing from a skinny person to a fat person. However, it was very difficult to reach yellow earth Dao field. There were all kinds of living beings in yellow earth Dao field. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had set it up in the past to educate everyone without discrimination. All living beings had souls, because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had left behind a goo master cultivation method. Most living beings had apertures and could cultivate as goo masters. Among them, the best of the best had even become goo immortals, even though there were not many of them. And among these goo immortals there were elites. These elites often had the ability to leave the world when their cultivation reached a bottleneck and could not advance any further. They would leave the Dao field and go to other places to temper themselves. When they were in the void, far away from the Dao field, they would not be able to find their way home. But it was not important. When the time came and they broke through the bottleneck, they would see the Dao field and return smoothly. This was all the information Fang Yuan had obtained from the gray fish. Don't look at how this gray fish was easily captured by Fang Yuan. It had rank 7 cultivation level, and was an elite goo immortal of yellow earth Dao field. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed even tighter. He was able to deduce even more information. When the time comes, they can naturally return to the Dao field. This is the saying in yellow earth Dao field. And in the gray fish's memories, many seniors have also returned like this. It seems that yellow earth Dao field itself has the ability to receive these living beings who have left. Every once in a while, yellow earth Dao field will let out the elite goo immortals inside to temper themselves. And when the tempering results, the Dao field will take the initiative to bring them back. Why did they do this? The gray fish's memories had the same answer. The reason being that the dojos did not coexist peacefully with one another. They were all fighting against one another, resulting in chaos. The living beings nurtured by the Dao fields would fight and kill each other, attempting to invade each other's Dao fields. Back then, when the venerables set up the Dao fields, they probably had this arrangement. But what is the benefit of letting them fight each other? What is the goal of the venerables? Fang Yuan shook his head as he thought of this. Only by entering a venerable Dao field would he be able to find the answer to these questions. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the gray fish. He smiled. Didn't you want me to give you pointers? You are lucky to have met me. The gray fish shuddered. It stammered and could not speak. It was already frightened by Fang Yuan. Although it had not interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, the gray fish was deeply aware that the sage in front of it was extremely terrifying. He had a cruel and cold demonic nature. He was not a good person like Paradise Earth Sage. It was truly unfortunate for it to have met him. All right, even if you don't say it, I know your doubts. Fang Yuan searched through all of the gray fish's memories. He knew clearly what its bottleneck was. He immediately gave it pointers. His words were concise and comprehensive. They were easy to understand. The gray fish gradually stopped trembling, attracted by Fang Yuan's words. It was immersed in it and temporarily forgot about its dangerous situation. Why haven't you broken through? Fang Yuan frowned. After talking for so long, his mouth was dry. The gray fish was still in a daze. Although it had intelligence, it could not compare to humans. Chapter 1883. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. A large river flowed east. A large ship was moving down the river. Jiangru Bai carries the sky, reflecting the red jade of the human heart. Emperor Gu Wen's talent is unimaginable. To think that he was able to compose such a poem at the age of 7. Su Chi-han sighed as she looked at the wide river. She was the daughter of a minister. She had a graceful figure, delicate and pure beauty, cultured and elegant, and had a scholarly temperament. Other than her beauty, her most praiseworthy trait was her talent. She was full of poetry and well-versed in historical records. She could make most men in the world feel inferior. Young miss, the wind is rising. Be careful not to catch a cold, let's go back. The servant girl beside her advised. Su Chi-han sighed, but she still stood by the side of the ship. looking at the surging river. The servant girl insisted. Young miss, are you worried about the rest of the journey? Didn't you chase away that evil thief? In my opinion, we've already chosen 8 of the 10 great scholars. As for the remaining 2, we can just pick any one of them. Su Chi-han shook her head. You don't understand. The matter of picking the 10 great scholars is not just an imperial edict. It also concerns the future prosperity of our Su family. The servant girl pouted. Young miss, I don't understand the principles of the imperial court, but you have to let me drink the medicine. Su Chi-han smiled bitterly. How can ordinary medicine have any effect on my injuries? It is just a form of consolation. It's fine if I don't drink it. The servant girl stomped her feet. Young miss, don't try to deceive me. This medicine has no effect on your injuries, but your body has been cold since young. If you don't drink this warm medicine, you will suffer from frostbite. So you have to drink this medicine. All right, bring it over. Su Chi-han could not do anything to her personal servant girl. She could only take the bowl and drink it in one gulp. She had just finished drinking when she heard a burst of wild laughter. Then, a figure broke through the water and jumped onto the deck. Who is it? It's you again, you evil thief. The guards on the ship immediately moved out and surrounded the newcomer. However, the newcomer was very powerful. After a series of chaotic attacks, the guards were beaten into a mess. You are not his match, retreat for now. Su Chi-han's expression was solemn as she stepped forward, preparing to fight. The newcomer's face was ferocious, he had a stocky build, and his skin was greenish-black, like the skin of a shark. This was the effect of the shark skin goo. Miss Su. He greeted her with a smile, revealing his sharp teeth, making him look even more ferocious. Su Chi-han sneered. Shark bandit, you lost to me not long ago. Have you not learned your lesson? How dare you come back? Shark bandit laughed sinisterly. Miss Su, I am not your opponent, but that was before you drank that bowl of medicine. Do you feel that your hands and feet are a little numb? Su Chi-han's expression changed. Is there a problem with this medicine? She immediately turned to look at her personal maid. The maidservant hurriedly shook her head, her face as pale as paper. This is impossible. I've been keeping an eye on this medicine, and I've never left it. Miss, you must believe me. Of course the medicine cough, there is no problem. Cough, but the medicine cough, I did something to it. Right at this time, another uninvited guest climbed up the ship's railing and stepped onto the deck. Su Chi-han's brows were tightly furrowed, her heart sank to rock bottom. Medicine demon, you actually did not die. Medicine demon looked like an old man, but he was actually only over 20 years old. He cultivated poison path and blindly pursued strength, causing him to suffer a backlash. His whole body was old and decaying inside and out. Medicine demon's eyes revealed deep hatred. Thanks to your cousin, I won't be able to live for long. But to be able to have a taste of Su tribe's young miss before I die, it is worth it. Su Chi-han's expression turned pale. She took a step back. What medicine did you give me? She felt her whole body turning numb. Medicine demon laughed loudly. Of course it is, the strongest aphrodisiac. It can turn the most chaste woman in the world into the most lascivious and promiscuous slut. Before he finished speaking, Shark Bandit pounced forward. Bam, bam, bam. Explosions resounded as Su Chi-han retreated step by step. Miss, leave quickly, I will block them. At the crucial moment, the servant girl stood up and sacrificed herself to buy time for Su Chi-han to escape. Su Chi-han fell into deep hesitation. Miss, leave quickly. The servant girl used a forbidden technique. Her battle strength rose sharply, but the consequence was death. Su Chi-han shed tears as she retreated, walking on the water. Shark Bandit, medicine demon, I will not spare you. The imperial court will not spare your 9 clans. In a pavilion by the river, there were only 2 people. One was Feng Yuan's clone Li Xiaobai, the other was his teacher, Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang looked at the river under the night sky as he said to Li Xiaobai, Come, compose a poem for me. I will give you 10 steps. The so-called 10 steps was the time it took for a normal person to walk 10 steps. Li Xiaobai's talent was not as good as the main body, but after this period of hard work, he had made great progress. He immediately recited a poem. Next, after thinking for a while, he recited the next 2 lines. Teacher Jiang was silent for a while before shaking his head. "Oh Xiaobai, you have indeed made great progress recently, but with your current talent, you are still not enough to compete for the position of scholar." "Teacher, I know that 10 steps poem composition is Emperor Gu Wen's test. Emperor Gu Wen created the scholar selection. Every 20 years, the imperial court would choose 10 great scholars. This 10 steps poem composition is the first round of the scholar selection. I have already passed. Why do you not recommend me to participate in this selection, teacher?" Li Xiaobai asked in confusion. Teacher Jiang turned around and looked at his favorite student, smiling. "Xiaobai, you only know one thing but not the other. The selection of the 10 great scholars is only a kind of glory and competition on the surface, but it is actually to nurture future officials of the imperial court." "Teacher, you are talking about becoming an immortal?" Li Xiaobai was surprised. Li Xiaobai was only acting, he already knew everything. Fang Yuan's heaven form killer move was a powerful method to investigate Grotto Heavens. Even if profound literature Grotto Heaven had a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding it, it could not do anything to the constant investigation of heaven form from outside the Grotto Heaven. In this profound literature Grotto Heaven, information path was undoubtedly the mainstream. Every time a Gu master wrote a beautiful article, they would be rewarded by the Grotto Heaven. Originally, this Grotto Heaven had many sects and Gu immortals had their own territories. But later on, Emperor Gu Wen appeared. This person had extremely high talent and outstanding talent. He became a Gu immortal at an astonishing speed. Afterwards, he made a move against other Gu immortals, either killing or surrendering. He created an imperial court and brought the whole Grotto Heaven under his rule. In his later years, he created the selection of the 10 great scholars. He chose the most outstanding scholars in the world and bestowed them with the glorious title of the imperial court. The imperial court would choose suitable people among these scholars and recruit them, giving them resources before nurturing them into Gu immortals and appointing them as officials. Thus, the imperial court in profound literature Grotto Heaven was the strongest superforce. Every rank 1 official was a Gu immortal. There was no exception. The current emperor was naturally also a Gu immortal. And now, the rank 8 Gu immortal guarding this place was the current supreme emperor. Because it involved the chance to become an Gu immortal, the selection of the 10 great scholars looked peaceful on the surface, but in fact, there were undercurrents surging and the stench of blood. All the forces were competing, using all kinds of connections and relationships, scheming and overt. Great scholar Shen, who competed with teacher Jiang earlier, was one of the 10 great scholars in every generation. But his political ideology was not high, or rather, he was not a proper person, thus he is still at rank 5 peak stage. This teacher of mine is the same example. He was once one of the 10 great scholars, but was not conscripted as an official. My own talent is only just enough to meet the selection criteria. Moreover, I am teacher's disciple. Because of his influence, the imperial court does not like me. Even if I succeed, I might not become a high official. At best, I would be a minor official, working for the imperial court and delaying my own cultivation. Without anyone above me, my life would be delayed like this. Teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen probably saw this future. Thus they chose not to become officials and wandered outside the imperial court. One opens a private school, the other roams around. Li Xiaobai's mind was clear and organized. It was not that teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen had no future. If they could decipher the mystery of becoming an Gu immortal and pass the tribulation, they would naturally become Gu immortals. It was just that this profound literature Grotto Heaven was small compared to the 5 regions. The resources were very limited. Almost all the immortal materials were controlled by the colossus known as the imperial court. It was extremely difficult for teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen to become Gu immortals. There was little hope. Teacher Jiang called Li Xiaobai to the riverside and talked to him privately. He wanted to persuade this student to give up on this selection of the 10 great scholars. He had put in a lot of effort. He knew Li Xiaobai's strength was low. Even though he reached the lowest standard, there was no hope. The selection of the 10 great scholars was like a whirlpool. Many scholars lost their lives because of it. Teacher Jiang had poured his heart and soul into teaching Li Xiaobai. He did not want this student to be implicated and die a miserable death. But he did not know that Li Xiaobai already knew everything. He even knew how to become Ngu immortal. But he still had to put on a show. Li Xiaobai first investigated. Before feeling regret and unwillingness, he finally thanked Teacher Jiang solemnly. He expressed that he was willing to give up on this selection, and even the next few selections. This child is worth teaching. Teacher Jiang was greatly relieved. He left with a peace of mind. Li Xiaobai was alone, walking along the riverside on his way home. I can become Ngu immortal by myself. But if I cultivate too fast and advance to Ngu immortal, that rank 8 Ngu immortal will definitely be alerted. He will definitely investigate. If he finds any clues, or even just a trace of suspicion, I will be in danger of dying. This was not what Li Xiaobai, or Feng Yuan's main body wanted to see. Since Feng Yuan's soul transmigrated, he secretly set up a clone like Li Xiaobai to save time, and let the clone open up the situation, or even control this profound literature grotto heaven alone. Even though this was just a casual move, if it succeeded, it would definitely save Feng Yuan a lot of time and energy. Of course, there was a backup plan. For example, when Li Xiaobai matured to a certain stage, he could coordinate with the main body and scheme against a rank 8 Ngu immortal. But it is still too early now. I am Teacher Zhang's disciple. I can be considered to have established myself. I have studied hard during this period of time and gained some fame. But if I want to continue progressing, this environment is not enough to push me forward. If I can become one of the 10 great scholars, it will definitely be a springboard for me. Unfortunately, I have no power or backing. I only have a teacher. If I participate, I will definitely be assassinated. I will not gain any benefits. Actually, joining the Imperial Court is the best cultivation path. The Imperial Court controls most of the immortal materials. Even if I become Ngu immortal in the future, without these cultivation resources, it will be difficult for me to advance. Li Xiaobai sighed bitterly in his heart. His footsteps suddenly stopped. He found a person lying in the weeds by the riverside. Lady, what's wrong? After checking the situation, Li Xiaobai bent down to save her. When he dragged the unconscious woman ashore, he was shocked to find that this person was Su Qi Han. What happened? This Su Qi Han is the beloved daughter of the current Imperial Court's first-rank official, Prime Minister Su. She is in charge of the selection and assessment of the 10 great scholars. She actually fainted from her injuries. Prime Minister Su is a rank 6 Ngu immortal. Su Qi Han is also a future Imperial Court official. She definitely has immortal methods to protect her. She actually fell to such a state. This selection of the 10 great scholars is really too deep. In profound literature grotto heaven, there was no distinction between men and women. Anyone could become Ngu immortal. Naturally, they could all become officials. Many women were even more talented than men. There were even large numbers of private schools and schools for women scattered all over profound literature grotto heaven. And the 10 great scholars were not just men. There were also female scholars. Just as he was thinking, Su Qi Han moaned and woke up. You saved me? She looked at Li Xiaobai with a fiery gaze. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, why is there something wrong with her gaze? He nodded and was about to speak. But Su Qi Han covered his mouth and flipped over, pressing Li Xiaobai onto the ground. What are you doing? Li Xiaobai's body tensed. He was a little dazed. What kind of trick was this? Su Qi Han rode on him and started to take off his clothes in a hurry. Li Xiaobai stammered helplessly. Lady Su, please conduct yourself with dignity. Su Qi Han's movements paused as she narrowed her eyes. You know me? Li Xiaobai swallowed his saliva. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Lady Su is selecting the 10 great scholars. Of course I know about it. Lady Su, I am Teacher Jiang's student. I had just parted ways with Teacher Jiang at the Riverside Pavilion. Li Xiaobai was truly afraid. Su Qi Han had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level. He was not her match. Right now, there were only the two of them at the riverside. Su Qi Han was in a strange state. Li Xiaobai naturally mentioned Teacher Jiang to prevent him from being harmed. Su Chi-han looked at Li Xiaobai deeply. Her face flushed unnaturally red as she sighed deeply. It is too late. Your teacher has already left. Right now, there is only you and me in the surrounding Tenli. What do you want to do? Ugh. Li Xiaobai fainted from Su Chi-han's poke. This was not what he wanted. According to his plan, he could develop steadily. But now, he was like a fish on the chopping board. Anyone could do whatever they wanted to him. If his secret was discovered, it would be terrible. Li Xiaobai tried his best to wake up. But Su Chi-han's methods were unique. No matter how much he struggled, he could not move. While in a daze, he felt like he had entered a cold cave. He felt like he had fallen into a raging wave, rising and falling continuously. Next, the cave became warm. It was as if a warm breeze was blowing. It was drizzling. It became warmer and more moist. Eventually, he seemed to have transformed into a waterfall. He fainted from happiness. After an unknown period of time, he slowly woke up. He fainted. He was extremely exhausted. A sense of weakness could be felt from his bones. He quickly checked his situation. He found that his clothes were completely torn. He was lying in a cave. Su Chi-han was dressing beside him. Su, Lady Su. Li Xiaobai spoke with difficulty. He did not even have the strength to speak. Su Chi-han did not look at him. She was still dressing. Her voice was calm. It has been 3 days and 3 nights since we met. Chapter 1884. Eastern Sea Gu Tribe Headquarters. In the main hall, a grand banquet had been going on for several days. At this time, the attendants served plates of fragrant roasted chicken. These were not ordinary chickens, they were immortal chickens, at least desolate beast level. And Gu Tribe's leader and Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai were enjoying ancient desolate chickens. After staying here for so many days, Wu Shuai had already experienced the customs of the beast men, eating meat and drinking wine. They were bold to the point of being arrogant. They were straightforward to the point of being brainless. If you could obtain the beastmen's recognition, you would be an esteemed guest and enjoy the best banquet. If you could not obtain their recognition, you would forever be despised, loathed, or even hated by them. All of the beastman Gu immortals present saw the immortal chicken and started to salivate with desire. These immortal materials could not be eaten normally. They were usually used as Gu refinement materials. They were never as extravagant as today. But according to historical records, when the beastmen were at their peak, these immortal materials were freely eaten by the wealthy beastman tribes. They were extravagant and wasteful. They were extremely extravagant. Gu tribe's leader directly held the millstone-sized roasted chicken in his hand. Lord Wu Shuai, please take a look, he said as he activated a food path killer move. The killer move took effect. Gu tribe's leader opened his mouth and sucked lightly. The huge roasted chicken was directly sucked into his mouth. With a gulp, Gu tribe's leader's throat moved as he swallowed the roasted chicken. His abdomen immediately bulged like a pregnant woman. Gu tribe's leader rubbed his belly as he smiled. This ancient desolate chicken will need half a day to be completely digested. During this time, my luck will be strengthened. This is my tribe's food path killer move, chicken dinner. Wu Shuai nodded, praising. Chicken dinner is a good move. The effect is outstanding. It can use food path methods to imitate luck path effects. From what I can see, your increased luck seems to be more focused on survival. Gu tribe's leader said in admiration. Senior's insight is correct. It is indeed so. According to the records, if my tribe's Gu immortals get into dangerous situations or chaotic battles, they can often use this move to survive. Wu Shuai nodded. He tore a piece of chicken meat and swallowed it. Next, let me demonstrate an enslavement path killer move. Naturally, this banquet wasn't simple at all. It was an exchange of legacies between Fang Yuan's doppelganger and the ancient race. Gu race had the transformation path and food path inheritances. They were willing to use a portion of them to exchange for the enslavement path inheritance with Fang Yuan. Gu race was already preparing to develop towards Dragon Man. Dragon Man had natural enslavement path Dao marks. Thus they had a need for enslavement path inheritances. Fang Yuan had no objections. By taking out some items from the enslavement path, one could exchange for the ancient race's inheritance. Their inheritances were rather unique. The transformation path inheritance had an ancient style, while the food path inheritance made Feng Yuan pleasantly surprised. Speaking of which, food path was created by Beastman Gu immortals. The Gu race had been lurking at the bottom of the East Sea, and had gradually developed a rather complete food Dao inheritance. What the Gu clan leader had just demonstrated was one of the killer moves, chicken dinner. The Beastman style resulted in the killer moves' names being easy to understand, simple and crude, but their effects were very practical. The cooperation between Feng Yuan and Gu tribe continued to deepen. Earlier, Feng Yuan helped them transform into dragon men. Now they were exchanging inheritances. Feng Yuan's doppelganger Wu Shuai demonstrated an enslavement path killer move. All of the Beastman Gu immortals present were shaken and cheered. Gu tribe's leader clapped his hands and summoned a group of dragon man women. Lord, please enjoy the song and dance. These dragon man women were beast men who had just changed their identities. They immediately started to sing and dance. They were filled with wildness and allure. They had an ancient style to them. One of the dragon man female immortals even swayed her body seductively. After the dance, these dragon man women did not leave. Instead, they gathered around Wu Shuai. Lord Wu Shuai, Gu tribe's leader said sincerely, I see that Lord does not have any servants to serve you. I am willing to give these women to Lord, please accept them. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. He pulled the seductive dragon man female immortal into his arms. I will accept your good intentions. My dragon man race does not have many people. It is our responsibility to pass down descendants. I will take this woman as my main concubine. The rest will be concubines. Gu tribe's leader was overjoyed. He raised his wine cup. Everyone else cheered as well, celebrating the deepening of the relationship between the two tribes. After the banquet, Wu Shuai brought these dragon man women into Dragon Palace to hold a major event. Not long after, Feng Yuan's main body, who was in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, received information from Wu Shuai. A marriage alliance with Gu tribe? This is a good thing. His eyes shined with bright light. Wu Shuai's concubine was naturally a marriage alliance. Taking care of these women was to give Gu tribe peace of mind. If they had children in the future, the relationship between the two sides would become even closer. When the time is right, I can make use of the children that are born and swallow up this ancient clan without batting an eyelid. Gu tribe wanted to curry favor with Wu Shuai, but they did not know that this was all within Feng Yuan's expectations. Feng Yuan's intention was to absorb the entire Gu tribe. Mature people would know that fighting and killing were only one of the methods. There were many other ways to deal with things. Feng Yuan intended to use gentle political methods to annex Gu tribe. Although it would take a long time, the method was tactful. It could preserve the tribe's vitality to the greatest extent and obtain the greatest benefits for Feng Yuan. Gu tribe's inheritances are truly extraordinary. The inheritances they have are definitely more outstanding. And the inheritances they are taking out to exchange are also quite interesting. Especially the food path inheritances. Feng Yuan had the source of food path. The inheritance left behind by the Beastman Gu immortal who created food path. It was the most orthodox. And Gu tribe's food path inheritances were also very outstanding after the vicissitudes of life. They were able to open up new paths in many areas. For example, the killer move chicken dinner could imitate the effect of luck path. At first glance, this inheritance gave Feng Yuan a lot of inspiration. Feng Yuan willed and ordered his time path clone to try making deductions in this aspect. Meanwhile, his main body sat on the giant gray fish, roaming around aimlessly in the void. The giant gray fish's aura was completely different from before. After being enlightened by Feng Yuan, even though its intelligence was limited, it managed to break through. The bottleneck that had troubled it previously no longer existed. However, the thing Feng Yuan was anticipating did not happen. Feng Yuan enlightened the giant gray fish to use it to attract yellow earth Dao field. But after so many days, not even a trace of yellow earth Dao field could be found. According to the giant gray fish, this was because the fortuitous encounter had not arrived. But Feng Yuan snorted disdainfully. He inwardly guessed, fortuitous encounter and fate are all lies. It seems that this yellow earth Tao field itself has intelligence. Or rather, it has its own will. It saw through my scheme and did not show up. I will continue exploring for a while and observe the situation. Several days later. Where are you going? Feng Yuan sat on the back of the giant gray fish and sneered. He activated a killer move. A strength path giant hand flew out and caught a fat rhinoceros. Spare me, sage, spare me. The rhinoceros begged for mercy and struggled, but the strength path giant hand firmly restrained it. Feng Yuan chuckled and pointed with his finger. The rhinoceros's soul was immediately drawn out. In a few breaths of time, he understood all the experiences of the rhinoceros. This rhinoceros came from Reckless Savage's Tao field, which was similar to Yellow Earth Tao field. It had also encountered a bottleneck and left the world in search of an opportunity to break through. Unfortunately, it encountered Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not say anything and attacked it, quickly capturing this rank 7 rhinoceros alive. The giant gray fish witnessed the entire process. Feng Yuan's terrifying strength made it tremble in fear. It is your fortune to have encountered me. Let me enlighten you. Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly. The rhinoceros's soul was stuffed back in. This time, it learned its lesson and quickly knelt down, kowtowing to Feng Yuan. Several days later. Go, remember to cultivate well. Feng Yuan looked at the giant gray fish and fat rhinoceros. The giant fish and rhinoceros trembled with fear as they said in unison, Farewell, sage. Strive to return as soon as possible. I will return. Feng Yuan smiled. The giant fish and rhinoceros immediately shuddered. Only when Feng Yuan completely disappeared from their sight did they stop kowtowing. They looked at each other, both of them rejoicing at having survived a desperate situation. Of course, the words Feng Yuan said before he left that he would return had turned into a huge shadow, shrouding their hearts. Crazed Demon Cave 7th Layer. Secret Schemer carefully took a step forward, his face pale. He was already very close to his limit at this point. Let's rest first. Secret Schemer had no choice but to do this. He sat down and turned into a stone statue to rest. Behind him, Not Immortal and Pang Shan were also resting. A moment later, Secret Schemer struggled free from his stone skin and stood up. Boss, let's go back. Yeah, the demonic sound has become irregular and unpredictable. Also, there hasn't been any demonic sound for a while now. Our current position is very risky. That's right. Isn't Feng Yuan a good example for us? Not Immortal and Pang Shan reminded. Secret Schemer sighed and nodded helplessly. Alright, it's time to retreat. Feng Yuan's death made the 3 crazed demon eccentrics a little dispirited. But just as Secret Schemer was about to turn around, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and stopped moving. Boss, why are you? Ugh. Feng Yuan? Is that you? Not Immortal and Pang Shan were shocked to see Feng Yuan slowly walking towards them. Of course it's me. Feng Yuan nodded. That's great, you didn't die. Not Immortal shouted. But why didn't we see you? Secret Schemer asked doubtfully. Feng Yuan nodded again. That's because I went to the 8th layer and got a hint from the Venerable. The 8th layer? A hint from the Venerable? The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were shocked again. Chapter 1885. Western Desert. Feng Yuan did not conceal his traces. He stood proudly on Myriad Year Flying Warship with his hands behind his back. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a sharp silver sword that pierced through the sky, its tip pointing straight at a pale yellow cloud high up in the sky. Feng Yuan, you actually dared to come back. A shout came from the light yellow cloud. The owner of the voice was furious and filled with hatred. The light yellow cloud looked ordinary on the surface, but it was actually an immortal formation. There was a dream realm inside the formation. Inside the dream realm were Immortal Gu Mutation and a Gu Immortal, Dancer Hong Yin. The one controlling the formation was Immortal Concubine Qing Lan. Immortal Concubine Qing Lan had rank 7 cultivation level. She was Thousand Transformations' ancestor's second wife. Back then, when Feng Yuan was roaming Western Desert, he was chased by Feng Jioga. When he met Dancer Hong Yin, he pretended to form an alliance in exchange for Zhen Yuanzi's formation path inheritance. Fang Yuan schemed and pretended to part ways. He even used Fairy Cui Bo's body to self-detonate using the pure dream reality seeker physique body, causing a huge loss to dancer Hong Yun and Thousand Transformations ancestors' wills. Unfortunately, when Fang Yuan wanted to clean up the battlefield, Feng Jioge chased after him. Fang Yuan could only retreat temporarily. Thousand Transformations ancestor was ambushed. He sensed something amiss and immediately sent Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan to investigate. After learning that Lu Guanyi was Fang Yuan, Thousand Transformations ancestor had no way to deal with the dream realm. He could only ask Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan to create an immortal formation to trap this place. In truth, even though dancer Hong Yun was Thousand Transformations ancestor's wife, he did not like her that much. Thousand Transformations ancestor was most worried about mutation immortal goo, which was trapped in the dream realm. This was a rank 8 immortal goo. Back then, Thousand Transformations ancestor inherited a reckless savage true inheritance. This mutation immortal goo was the core. Without it, Thousand Transformations ancestor would have to expend a lot of effort to activate many of his methods. Their power would be greatly reduced. Mutation immortal goo could not be lost. Thousand Transformations ancestor didn't have Fang Yuan's methods, so he could only learn from Southern Border's righteous path and seal the dream realm. Therefore, the culprit who caused all this was of course Fang Yuan. It was no wonder that immortal concubine Qing Lan was furious that Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the array. However, this famous female immortal of the Western Desert did not attack. Instead, she madly activated the formation, choosing to defend to the death. Even though Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he can fight rank 8s. He also has the myriad year flying warship, which once defeated the celestial court. I can't fight him alone. The most important thing now is to guard this place and stall for time, so that my husband and the others can teleport over. Immortal concubine Qing Lan urgently called for help while controlling the immortal array with all her might. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, Fang Yuan's offensive suddenly broke out. An endless stream of silver flying swords shot out like a waterfall. Immortal concubine Qing Lan gritted her teeth and controlled the yellow cloud to hold on. Under the ferocious attacks, the yellow cloud formed by the immortal formation continued to disintegrate and shrink. But the speed at which it disintegrated was not satisfactory. Myriad Year Flying Warship had 4 killer moves. They were Torrential Charge, Daybreak Sword, Daybreak Torrent, and Myriad Year Encirclement Hunt. Each killer move was at rank 8 level, but it was clear that the immortal formation that formed the yellow cloud was also rank 8. Fortunately, the immortal formation was reinforced, otherwise, the previous rank 7 formation would not have been enough to resist Fang Yuan. This is Myriad Year Flying Warship? It is truly amazing. Immortal concubine Qing Lan's expression was pale. Facing Fang Yuan's fierce attacks, she was under immense pressure. She had never expected that Fang Yuan would suddenly attack this place. There was no warning at all. The formation rumbled as several Gu immortals were teleported from Myriad Statue Desert. The leader was Night Temptress, the first wife of Thousand Transformations ancestor. Other than her, the other Gu immortals were also Thousand Transformations ancestors' wives and concubines. Where is my husband? Immortal concubine Qing Lan's expression changed slightly. Night Temptress said with a solemn expression, "It is not time for my husband to make a move yet. The actual situation is far more complicated than this. We came here on orders to help you defend this place." Immortal concubine Qing Lan shook her head. "With just us, we are not Fang Yuan's match. We won't be able to last long." The moment she said that, a female immortal sneered. "Qing Lan, what are you afraid of? This formation is rank 8. Boom. Right at this time, with a loud sound, the yellow cloud disintegrated by a small portion. Within the immortal formation, the female immortals turned pale. Night Temptress screamed, "What are you waiting for? Quickly take action and suppress the formation." The female immortals could not be bothered to argue. They used all their strength to control the formation and defend against Fang Yuan's fierce attacks. Fang Yuan was still standing at the bow of the ship, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Myriad Year Flying Warship had made great contributions. In the River of Time, it had killed Qing Yi and Li Huang. These two were rank 8 experts, especially the latter. He was extremely powerful. But at that time, Myriad Year Flying Warship had the upper hand, because in the River of Time, the power of all killer moves was amplified to a terrifying extent. In contrast, Qing Yi, Li Huang, and the rest were greatly suppressed. This time, Myriad Year Flying Warship was fighting in the sky of Western Desert. Without the help of the environment, the killer move's power immediately became ordinary. Precisely so, Myriad Year Flying Warship could not do anything to the yellow cloud, even with its full power. This formation is not simple. It is a transformation path Gu formation. Not only does it have great defense, it also has a teleportation function. It is likely a part of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Fang Yuan deduced many things. His guess was not wrong. This formation was the Myriad Li adaptation formation of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. It was a genuine rank 8 formation. A rank 8 immortal Gu house against a rank 8 immortal formation. Both sides were evenly matched. However, between the person controlling the immortal Gu house and the Gu immortal defending the immortal formation, Fang Yuan was undoubtedly superior. Quick, someone help me. I can't hold on for much longer. Ah, Fang Yuan is too fierce. I can't take it anymore. Sisters, hold on, I'm coming. Oh no, my side is also going to fall. For these wives and concubines of Thousand Transformations ancestor, the situation was deteriorating at an astonishing speed. Night Temptress' expression was ashen. She used all her strength and spat out blood, but still could not hold on. Immortal concubine Qing Lan was drenched in cold sweat. She could not understand why she could enter a deadlock with Fang Yuan when she was defending alone earlier. Now that they had received a large amount of reinforcements, they were retreating step by step. The other rank 6 female immortals were drenched in sweat. Their limbs were limp. In just a short while, Fang Yuan had already defeated them to the point where their fighting spirit was at its lowest. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was indeed a good formation, but it was not enough against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, Transformation Path Great Grandmaster, Formation Path Grandmaster, Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He also had the Light of Wisdom and other powerful deduction methods. The Daybreak Sword moved as he wished. Every strike was a probe filled with deep meaning. Although he was still a long way from understanding the entire formation, what Fang Yuan wanted to do now was to destroy, and not to learn. This was much simpler and more straightforward. Thousand Transformations ancestor, are you still not going to make a move? Do you think your wives and concubines can stop me? You look down on me too much, and you think too highly of yourself. Fang Yuan sneered. But he still did not see Thousand Transformations ancestor. The mass of yellow clouds was reduced to a rather dangerous level. The Night Temptress had a look of terror on her face as she said resolutely, "Sisters, let's use our last resort." "Are you going to use it so soon? Other than that, what else do we have? If you don't use it now, it'll be too late." All of the female immortals used their final trump card. The yellow cloud suddenly released golden light. Even though there was only a small cloud left, it was still extremely sturdy, blocking all the silver flying swords. It did not move at all. Seeing this, Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. This change is also within my expectations. To use it so quickly, how incompetent. If it was an ordinary opponent, he might be troubled. But I've already figured out what's going on. Doing this will only hasten your defeat. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately stopped the Daybreak Sword killer move and ordered his subordinates in the carriage. Ram them! Myriad Year Flying Warship charged forward and directly collided with the golden cloud. Boom! The first collision caused the golden cloud to shake. The female immortals were bleeding from their 7 orifices and felt dizzy. Boom! The second collision caused the golden cloud to scatter. The female immortals suffered such a fierce collision and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Their faces were pale as paper, and their gazes were somewhat dazed. Boom! The third time, Myriad Year Flying Warship directly stabbed into the golden cloud. The female immortals could not endure such a backlash. Many of them fainted on the spot. The formation was on the verge of collapse, but Feng Yuan retreated back into the carriage. Master, should we capture these female immortals and use them as bargaining chips to negotiate with Thousand Transformations' ancestor? A variant human goo immortal suggested. Feng Yuan, however, shook his head. Myriad Year Flying Warship was about to attack these female immortals when a female immortal suddenly stood up. Her appearance changed as she shouted, Feng Yuan, you are going too far. Husband. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan were still barely conscious. They were overjoyed. It turned out that Thousand Transformations' ancestor had already teleported here. He had only disguised his identity and deceived everyone around him. He had endured for a long time and purposely set up a trap to seize an opportunity. But Feng Yuan did not give him any chance. He was cautious and did not leave Myriad Year Flying Warship from start to finish. He did not even have the thought of personally capturing these female immortals alive. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a dazzling giant sword as it ruthlessly slashed towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor. At the moment of crisis, Thousand Transformations' ancestor laughed sinisterly and did not dodge. He only raised his left arm. At the next moment, his left arm expanded and turned into the giant arm of a violent ape. The giant arm was covered in purple gold dragon scales. Thousand Transformations' ancestor raised his left arm, and with a loud bang, Myriad Year Flying Warship crashed into it. Thousand Transformations' ancestor took a small step back, while Myriad Year Flying Warship was sent flying. Feng Yuan's expression sank slightly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was indeed worthy of being someone who inherited reckless savage's true inheritance. His methods were amazing. He had only defended a bit earlier, but he had displayed many exquisite methods. His body did not change, only his left arm had changed. But his left arm's transformation was not simple. It was dragon scale transformation, an ape arm transformation used together, their power superimposing. Myriad Year Flying Warship could do nothing to such a defense. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not block it forcefully. He used deflection and guidance techniques to send Myriad Year Flying Warship flying. The killer move is exquisite. His personal combat skills are also very amazing. Just from one attack in defense, Feng Yuan had already grasped many details of Thousand Transformations' ancestor. At the next moment, he turned Myriad Year Flying Warship around and pounced towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor again. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, you are finally willing to come out, then die. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was furious. You are a rank 7 goo immortal. You want to take my life with the help of an immortal goo house? Shameless boasting. Feng Yuan scoffed. Even celestial quartz goo immortals died under my worship. You will also follow in their footsteps. Chapter 1886. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was furious. He hated Feng Yuan for not knowing the big picture. Feng Yuan knew this. He laughed loudly. If Celestial Court comes, I will kill them. If one comes, I will kill one. If two comes, I will kill both. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was stunned, he thought. Did Feng Yuan win a few rounds in a row and become arrogant? Or does he really have a trump card that makes him so confident? It turned out that when Thousand Transformations' ancestor underwent a myriad tribulation, he barely survived and had been recuperating. At that time, Fairy Chui Bo was killed by Feng Yuan. Thousand Transformations' ancestor sensed this, but he was heavily injured. He had to send Dancer Hong Yin to investigate. He was also worried that his weakness would be exposed. He gave Dancer Hong Yin rank 8 Immortal Goo mutation to prevent her from losing face when she met a strong enemy. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a lone cultivator. He did not have a good relationship with Western Desert's righteous path. He was at his weakest when he was recuperating. Later, Feng Yuan schemed and harmed Dancer Hong Yin. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was informed by Celestial Court that Feng Yuan was the culprit. But at this time, the Dream Realm had already trapped Dancer Hong Yin and Mutation Immortal Goo. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had to send Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan to set up a rank 7 immortal formation. But to think that Celestial Court would be able to see through him. Ever since then, Fairy Ziwei had been actively plotting to kill this Western Desert Rank 8 in advance, to prepare for the 5 regions' chaotic war. Celestial Court secretly sent people. Fairy Myrtle's scheme to trap Thousand Transformations ancestor. Thousand Transformations ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was not an ordinary person. He sharply sensed that something was amiss, but because of his injuries, he could only use schemes to deal with Celestial Court. Both sides competed in the dark. Even though Celestial Court had a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle, she had many things to deal with every day. Moreover, a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Western Desert was Thousand Transformations ancestor's territory after all. Thus, after the Thousand Transformations ancestor was alerted, the progress of the Celestial Court became slower and slower. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to recruit Thousand Transformations ancestor, wanting to emulate the successful example of funding ancestor Xuehu. Thousand Transformations ancestor was different from ancestor Xuehu. He had reckless savage's true inheritance and controlled the entire Wanxiang Desert. He had many cultivation resources and could even help his wife and concubine become immortals. As for old ancestor Xuehu, because he failed in refining the rank 8 immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven, he had almost used up all his accumulated wealth. With the help of Celestial Court, he could quickly recover. Thousand Transformations ancestor did not directly refuse, but promised the Celestial Court to consider it. Neither side had truly shed all pretense of cordiality. But at this time, Feng Yuan suddenly appeared and launched a surprise attack on the 10,000 Li adaptation formation. The Thousand Transformations ancestor was unwilling to act. Feng Yuan, the shit stirrer, immediately broke the stalemate, causing the Thousand Transformations ancestor's plan to stall for time to fail. The fight between the Thousand Transformations ancestor and the Celestial Court was like a barrel of dynamite. Both sides were restraining themselves, trying to find a better opportunity. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan was like a spark that directly entered the barrel of dynamite. The stalemate was broken. Thousand Transformations ancestor had no choice but to act. Once he revealed his weakness, the Celestial Court would definitely deal a heavy blow. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions resounded in the sky. Feng Yuan controlled myriad year flying warship and fought with Thousand Transformations ancestor. After a few rounds, neither side could do anything to the other. The experts of the Celestial Court are probably spying on us in the surroundings. Even if they are not, this commotion might have attracted them here. Thousand Transformations ancestor had a layer of apprehension in his heart. He protected the formation and did not chase after them, instead urging Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, Fairy Chuibo died because she was not skilled enough. She died in battle. It was a worthy death. The hatred between us is not something that cannot be put down. You need to understand the true enemy is not me, but the Celestial Court. Thousand Transformations ancestor advised earnestly, forcefully suppressing the anger and hatred in his heart. My situation is actually the same as yours, Feng Yuan. Why do we need to fight to the death? We are both targeted by the Celestial Court. This battle is giving the Celestial Court a chance. How can you be so irrational? But Feng Yuan was irrational. He laughed wildly. Thousand Transformations ancestor, you are a rank 8 great expert in vain. You are actually as timid as a mouse. You want to make peace with me? Hee, the Celestial Court is not to be feared. You are not to be feared either. Die. Thousand Transformations ancestor heard this, and was so angry, that he wanted to skin Feng Yuan alive. Feng Yuan stood at the bow of the warship, activating Daybreak Sword Killer move. The sword lights were like a waterfall. They were grand and powerful, but they were also extremely agile. The Daybreak Sword group had just reached Thousand Transformations ancestor when they split into 10. The 10 sword lights bypassed Thousand Transformations ancestor and attacked the myriad Li adaptation formation. Feng Yuan, this kid is truly vicious. Thousand Transformations ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. He could not let Feng Yuan succeed. If this formation was broken, the female immortals inside would suffer heavy casualties. Thousand Transformations ancestor took a deep breath and turned into a giant. Next, he turned his body. His back turned into a giant tortoise shell, blocking 5 to 6 sword groups. Next, his neck turned into a snake's neck, extending outwards. His head changed again, turning into a beast mouth. It opened its mouth and sucking the remaining sword groups into its mouth. Giant transformation. Whirlpool tortoise shell transformation. Green divine snake neck transformation. Taodai transformation. Feng Yuan's gaze was like a torch. He instantly saw through Thousand Transformations ancestor's method. Thousand Transformations ancestor used all sorts of transformations at will. His attainment was extremely high. Each transformation was perfect. It perfectly covered the formation behind him. Feng Yuan immediately knew. With just myriad year flying worship, he could not break through Thousand Transformations ancestor's defense. Not only this, Feng Yuan had to avoid close combat as much as possible. He knew many transformations that could restrain myriad year flying worship. If myriad year flying worship charged over, it would be the scene that Thousand Transformations ancestor would be most happy to see. Feng Yuan sneered. As expected of reckless savages' true inheritance, so be it. Let's end the battle today. Thousand Transformations ancestor, we will meet again. Saying so, he mobilized myriad year flying worship and used the killer move torrential charge. Water rippled around the bottom of myriad year flying worship. It was the phantom image of the river of time that had been summoned. Myriad year flying worship used the flow of the river to increase its speed. It shot out like an arrow. But right at this time, a delicate voice resounded. Feng Yuan, go inside. Before she finished speaking, 4 immortal Gu houses appeared from all directions. 4 rank 8 Gu immortals attacked together. There was indeed an ambush. Even Thousand Transformations ancestor was shocked. The celestial court's move was too huge. They actually had such a huge force hidden. Thousand Transformations ancestor suddenly realized. So close. I purposely stalled for time. But the celestial court wanted to make use of this to numb me. Then secretly mobilized a large number of people to surround me and kill me. From this perspective, I have to thank Feng Yuan. If he did not draw out this force, I might still be in the dark. Although he thought it through, Thousand Transformations ancestor did not feel any gratitude towards Feng Yuan. He immediately shouted at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, look ahead, my words have come true. Feng Yuan's expression was solemn. He controlled myriad year flying worship to charge left and right. But after several attempts, he was blocked by the celestial court. Feng Yuan stopped trying pointlessly. He turned around and came to Thousand Transformations ancestor's side. Ancestor, the situation is like this, let's cooperate. Thousand Transformations ancestor was furious. He pointed at Feng Yuan. Damn you, Feng Yuan. I have never seen such thick skin in my life. Feng Yuan sneered. Then you want to continue fighting me? Thousand Transformations ancestor choked, forcefully swallowing his anger. Humph. When we fight later, don't drag me down. I should be the one saying that to you. You are really dragging me down too much. Feng Yuan ridiculed, implying that Thousand Transformations ancestor had many wives and concubines. It was his weakness. Thousand Transformations ancestor's expression was grim. He said, Stay away from me, don't get close. If you cross this line, I will attack you as well. He was still worried about Feng Yuan. He did not trust Feng Yuan at all. But he had no choice. The situation was like this. He could only cooperate with Feng Yuan to have a chance of victory. Just as Thousand Transformations ancestor expected, the celestial court secretly deployed a large number of troops to ambush him. But the situation suddenly changed. Feng Yuan suddenly attacked and started fighting with Thousand Transformations ancestor. The troops of the celestial court did not expect this. They immediately contacted Fairy Myrtle, who was far away in the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. She immediately ordered the troops of the celestial court to hide in the dark, watching the tigers fight, waiting for the opportunity to reap the benefits. But Thousand Transformations ancestor was very shrewd. He pointed out the existence of the celestial court and displayed his extraordinary battle strength. Feng Yuan seemed to be unable to break through his defense. So he wanted to retreat. Once he retreated, the troops of the Celestial Court had no choice but to move. Previously, the Celestial Court wanted to deal with Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but Feng Yuan's threat to the Celestial Court was even greater than Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Now that he finally showed up, the members of the Celestial Court did not want to let him go. Thereupon, the troops of the Celestial Court moved out, immediately causing a complete change in the situation. Thousand Transformations' ancestor and Feng Yuan had no choice but to cooperate. But even they did not have the slightest expectations of how effective their cooperation would be. Feng Yuan, I told you to escape last time. This time, let me see where you can escape to. Prince's impatience approached, intending to take revenge. Xingyi Wang and Wei Feng's expressions were like iron. They flew over silently. There was also a rank 8 Gu immortal. It was a female with a seductive appearance, she giggled. You are Feng Yuan? You are so handsome, I like you. What a pity. What a pity. You are a good person. Why did you become a thief? Feng Yuan paid the most attention to this female immortal. According to my previous life's memories, this should be Wan Zihong. In my previous life, when Northern Plains invaded the Celestial Court, she was forced to wake up. To think that in this life, she actually woke up in advance. Prince's impatience shouted furiously, attack! 4 immortal Gu houses guarded the 4 directions. The 4 rank 8 Gu immortals activated their killer moves at the same time. At once flames shot out, starlight scattered, intense winds raged, and flower fog spread. The 4 rank 8 killer moves had grand might, engulfing heaven and earth. Come! Feng Yuan manipulated myriad year flying warship, and directly charged over. Thousand Transformations' ancestor stared with wide eyes. At the crucial moment, one's true nature can be seen. This Feng Yuan is indeed worthy of being a demon that can oppose the Celestial Court. He is truly brave. Seeing Feng Yuan charging over, the 4 immortals of the Celestial Court immediately activated their killer moves. Most of their power enveloped over. I'll dodge. Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly. He lightly turned around and actually flew behind the myriad Li adaptation formation. What the hell? Thousand Transformations' ancestor was stunned, cursing in his heart. After Feng Yuan left, the attacks that were attracted by him directly pounced at him. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had to protect the formation behind him. He could not dodge. He could only roar and brace himself to face them head-on. Bam bam bam. Amidst continuous explosions, Feng Yuan manipulated myriad year flying warship to fly into the sky. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, thank you, I am leaving. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Guh. Chapter 1887. Myriad year flying warship was like an arrow soaring into the sky. It seemed that Feng Yuan was really about to break out of the encirclement. Right at this time, Wan Zihong giggled and said coquettishly, Feng Yuan, little thief, you can't escape. At the next moment, the sky above Feng Yuan's head suddenly turned into a vast land. Myriad year flying warship, which was originally soaring into the sky, suddenly charged towards the ground. Feng Yuan quickly stopped myriad year flying warship. Myriad year flying warship's speed was astonishing, but the phantom river of time at the bottom of the warship played an ingenious obstruction. Before crashing into the ground, Feng Yuan successfully stopped the immortal Gu house. Feng Yuan carefully sized up the battlefield, only to see that the sky had suddenly turned into land, and the land had suddenly turned into the sky. Over and over again, the whole world seemed to have turned into a Rubik's Cube. This piece of sky and that piece of land were casually stacked together. It was grotesque and dazzling. Wan Zihong floated in the air, while Princess Impatience, who was at the same level as her, was standing on the ground. Feng Yuan felt that he had become a small worm in this Rubik's Cube, unable to find a way out. The exit that looked like the sky would turn into the ground the next moment. If it was ordinary ground, myriad year flying warship would have charged over. But this ground was clearly extremely sturdy. It was a precipice. What method is this? Feng Yuan squinted as he looked at Wan Zihong and asked. Wan Zihong replied, this is the killer move overturning heaven and earth. To tell you the truth, this was specially designed by the Celestial Court for you. The reason we used it to deal with 1,000 Transformations Ancestor was just to test the waters. Hee, to think that you were so impatient, coming over so impatiently. As it turned out, Feng Yuan had fixed Immortal Travel Immortal Goo. He had developed the corresponding killer move, and even had omnidirectional travel Ancient Battle Formation. He could escape extremely quickly at the crucial moment. If the Celestial Court wanted to capture Feng Yuan, they had to first unravel Feng Yuan's escape method. Previously they had fixed Space Goo, but Feng Yuan had obtained it. Yuan Xiongdu was exhausted, but he did not succeed. Celestial Court had deep foundations, and also created this killer move overturning heaven and earth. Be it fixed immortal travel or omnidirectional travel, it could counter both of them. Feng Yuan, you won't be able to escape this time. The prince's impatience was enveloped in flames and looked menacing. Surrender without a fight, and perhaps I'll spare your life. Wei Feng sneered, and the wind blades swept over along with him. The other two rank 8 Gu immortals charged towards 1,000 Transformations Ancestor. Celestial Court sent out 4 immortal Gu houses to maintain overturning heaven and earth. Their true battle strength is 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. He did not want to fight. There was no benefit in fighting these Gu immortals. With just myriad year flying worship and Feng Yuan's strength, it would be very difficult to kill them. If he wanted to kill them, he would have to expose his rank 8 cultivation level. But like what had been analyzed long ago, once this cultivation level was exposed, the secret of Feng Yuan possessing the sovereign immortal body could no longer be concealed. Most importantly, did Celestial Court really only have these people? Once they got entangled, even if Celestial Court did not have other ambushes, they would urgently send other rank 8 Gu immortals to reinforce them. Who knows, at that time, Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Qin Dingling might all come to fight. Feng Yuan controlled myriad year flying warship nimbly, dodging as much as he could while resisting the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals' fierce attacks, still looking for a way to break through. Bam bam bam. Myriad year flying warship charged left and right, continuously crashing into the ground. Whenever the immortal Gu house's charge was obstructed, Wei Feng and Prince's impatience would grab the opportunity to bombard it. Celestial Court's formation had clearly gone through a lot of preparation. These 2 rank 8 Gu immortals cooperated very well. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire fueled the wind. The pressure on myriad year flying warship was increasing. Fortunately, there were many of Feng Yuan's subordinates inside. These people were sweating profusely as they repaired and replaced the Gu worms in the warship. Feng Yuan had encountered many obstacles, and with his wisdom path attainment, he could see many things. This killer move overturning heaven and earth is truly exquisite. It cuts this world into countless cubes, and can even change the positions of these cubes continuously. It is only a killer move, and not a battlefield killer move. Thus it can be activated very quickly. But its effect is to change a part of the world. It can also form a battlefield to trap enemies. A battlefield killer move needed some time to activate. Feng Yuan was vigilant and crafty. He could have escaped during this period of time. Thus, Celestial Court's activation of this overturning heaven and earth killer move was extremely fast. Even Feng Yuan could not escape in time with myriad year flying warship. This showed how much effort Celestial Court put in. Ever since rebirth, Feng Yuan had repeatedly defeated Celestial Court. But Celestial Court could never be underestimated. After reacting, they prepared a killer move that made the few movement methods that Feng Yuan was most proficient in become mere decorations. This overturning heaven and earth killer move still has loopholes compared to a battlefield killer move. As long as I deduce its essence, I can destroy or interfere with it, and escape through the cubes in the sky. Now is not the time yet. Feng Yuan pondered inwardly. He suddenly turned the warship around and flew towards 1,000 Transformations Ancestor. Celestial Court did not expect Feng Yuan to change his mind. They were caught off guard, and allowed Feng Yuan to approach 1,000 Transformations Ancestor. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor protected the formation behind him. No matter how fiercely the 2 Celestial Court rank 8s attacked, He was able to defend himself. Overturning heaven and earth split the entire battlefield, but Thousand Transformations' ancestors' piece of sky could not be divided. It became the most spacious piece of land. Seeing Feng Yuan return with myriad year flying warship, Thousand Transformations' ancestor sneered. Feng Yuan, why did you come back? Feng Yuan smiled. Ancestor, the formation behind you is also restricted, right? We cannot escape now, why don't we work together? You block Celestial Court's attacks and stall for time. I will deduce and modify the formation. It will not be hard to escape. Thousand Transformations' ancestor spat. Like hell I will believe you. Feng Yuan was surprised. Looking at Thousand Transformations' ancestor's expression, he was busy but not panicking. He seemed to have a trump card. If it was an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal, it would be extremely difficult for them to face such a situation. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor had a reckless savage true inheritance. Be it Feng Yuan or Celestial Court, they could not estimate what trump card he was hiding. Neither of you will be able to escape. Kill. The four immortals of Celestial Court charged over together. Feng Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor could not dodge. They could only deal with their moves. Both sides activated killer moves repeatedly, causing the air to explode, winds to howl, flames to rise, and sword lights to shine brightly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor felt increasing pressure as he fought. He scolded. Feng Yuan, you are still playing tricks now. If you don't repent, I will beat you up as well. As it turned out, Feng Yuan's myriad year flying warship was extremely slippery. He often used the myriad Li adaptation formation to block and dodge Celestial Court's fierce attacks. It was not suitable to get close to Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but the myriad Li adaptation formation was huge. Once it was set up, it could not be moved. It was an extremely good shield. Feng Yuan used this shield to block many of Celestial Court's attacks. The Gu immortals in myriad year flying warship caught their breaths and repaired myriad year flying warship to its original state. Ancestor, don't be angry, hold on for a while more. I have already deduced some results. We will be able to deal with this predicament soon. Feng Yuan shouted. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was not a fool. How could he be willing? He knew Feng Yuan's nature. Once Feng Yuan broke this killer move, he would definitely escape and leave him behind as a target to attract the attacks of Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Thus, if Feng Yuan could really break this killer move, it would be disadvantageous to Thousand Transformations' ancestor instead. Boom! Thousand Transformations' ancestor attacked myriad year flying warship in anger. Ancestor, don't be like this, you need to consider the big picture. Feng Yuan shouted. Thousand Transformations' ancestor scolded. You still have the face to talk to me about the big picture? Without you causing trouble, this current predicament would not have happened. What did this old man tell you? There is an ambush from Celestial Court. Didn't you shout that? So what if it is Celestial Court? If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. Show me. Feng Yuan said sincerely. I was right, but Celestial Court sent 2 pairs of Gu immortals and 4 immortal Gu houses. I have no choice. Ancestor, you really need to consider the big picture. If you deal with me, how can you protect those women who love you? Boom! The myriad Li adaptation formation shook fiercely. It was hit by Prince's Impatience's fire meteor. The female immortals inside the formation screamed in fear. As the saying goes, if you defend too long, you will definitely lose. No matter how much Thousand Transformations' ancestor transformed at will, he was only one person. He was facing 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court. Thousand Transformations' ancestor roared furiously. Celestial Court, you are going too far. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you 100-fold. You should get through this first. Wei Feng sneered. He sent out a huge wind blade that slashed at the myriad Li adaptation formation. You people are unworthy of the righteous path of Celestial Court. Thousand Transformations' ancestor roared furiously. He had a formation to protect. He was too passive. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court specifically targeted this flaw of his. They indeed did not have any righteous path demeanor. Look at what I said. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, You really care about the big picture. At this time, Feng Yuan was still making sarcastic remarks. Thousand Transformations ancestor was so angry he almost vomited blood again. He said hoarsely, "All of you will die a horrible death." As the battle dragged on, Thousand Transformations ancestor felt increasingly powerless. He was almost facing the four immortals of Celestial Court alone. He also had to be wary of the sinister and ruthless swindler Feng Yuan. The myriad Li adaptation formation continued to suffer attacks. It could not hold on any longer. Finally, under Wan Zihong's killer move, a corner of the formation finally collapsed, revealing the space inside the formation. Chance! Wei Feng was coincidentally above this hole. He could see the female immortals inside the formation. These female immortals were in very bad condition. They had all suffered backlash from the collapse of the formation. Most of them had already fainted. Only Night Temptress was barely conscious. She was doing her best to hold on. Capture these female immortals. Make Thousand Transformations ancestor hesitate in taking action. Wei Feng activated his killer move, turning into a green wind that entered the formation. Husband, save me. Night Temptress's aura was extremely weak. Seeing Wei Feng pouncing over, her expression changed as she cried out in alarm. Stop! Thousand Transformations ancestor shouted from outside the formation. Too late. Wei Feng smiled coldly. He was about to capture Night Temptress. Boom! With a loud sound, more than half of Wei Feng's body flew out of the formation like a meteor, leaving behind a trail of blood along the way. His head was grabbed by Night Temptress. Before his death, his expression was filled with disbelief and shock. Night Temptress's body emitted surging rank 8 aura. Her appearance slowly changed. She actually turned into Thousand Transformations ancestor. Chapter 1888. A shocking change occurred abruptly, and practically everyone was caught off guard. Night Temptress had turned into Thousand Transformations ancestor. She made a shocking move and killed Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu immortal Wei Feng on the spot. Next, this Thousand Transformations ancestor waved his left hand and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, taking all the female immortals who had fainted inside the formation into his aperture. His right hand was still grabbing Wei Feng's head. He exerted strength, and with a loud sound, Wei Feng's head exploded. Immediately, red and white matter splattered like a crushed watermelon. This is the outcome of all of you. Thousand Transformations ancestor gritted his teeth. His expression was ruthless and fierce. He was also a patient person. Precisely because of this nature, after Fairy Chuibo died, he did not make a move himself, instead sending Dancer Hong Yin to probe the enemy. This trap was meticulously set up by him, waiting for people to take the bait. Right now, the trap took effect. Celestial Court's Wei Feng paid with his life, fulfilling Thousand Transformations ancestor's fierce reputation. It is a pity that Feng Yuan did not take the bait. Thousand Transformations ancestor glanced at Feng Yuan with some regret. This kid was too crafty. He stayed inside Myriad Year Flying Warship. Thousand Transformations ancestor could not find a chance to make a move. The three immortals of Celestial Court were furious. The great Wei Feng actually died in front of them. After the rage, they broke out in cold sweat. Not to mention Wei Feng. Even if it were them, they would not have had an easy time in that situation. Thousand Transformations ancestor had planned for a long time. Once he made a move, it was earth-shattering. He did not give Wei Feng any chance to escape. After breaking out in cold sweat, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were full of doubts. What is going on? How can there be a second Thousand Transformations ancestor? Even if he inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance, a second rank 8 appearing out of nowhere. This is too strange. Feng Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship to pull apart the distance between him and Thousand Transformations ancestor. He also had a puzzled expression. Ancestor, what is going on? Night Temptress, who had transformed into Thousand Transformations ancestor, sneered. You are not someone who has been reborn, do you not know? Ancestor, you are overestimating me. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. If I could know all the secrets in the world, I would have become a venerable long ago. Why would I be trapped here? After clearing himself, he praised. Ancestors' methods are truly extraordinary. You are truly the inheritor of reckless savages' true inheritance. You took the life of a heavenly court rank 8 right away. You were much more decisive than me. I am in awe. He stirred up hatred between the two sides, but there was no doubt in his heart. The 1,000 transformations ancestor that appeared earlier should have been transformed from the Vientiane Palace. The true Night Temptress was currently controlling this immortal Gu house. On into 1,000 Temptress into Savage, into Feng on into. On he transformation ancestor 8. And on one hand demon. He. Transformation palace ancestor. Different from he and was. He and he was he master one god. Mortal ancestor MOMO different from other immortal Gu houses. Myriad statue palace was special. It could transform into anything in the world. Every time a statue was formed in the palace would transform into the statue's appearance, restoring all kinds of talents and methods. Evidently, there was a statue of 1,000 transformations ancestor in the palace. Even if Feng Yuan knew about this, he would pretend not to know. That way, he would not know I know about it. In the future, you might think I do not know your secret, but I do. This is an advantage. Don't think this advantage is small, but in a battle between experts, these details were crucial. How did this advantage come about? Just like that, it accumulated bit by bit. Feng Yuan resisted Celestial Court and reached this point. He was in a much better situation than during the same period of time. Wasn't it because he had won step by step after rebirth, changing his previous life's past, and accumulating small advantages time and time again? You could not become fat in one go. Which one of you is the real 1,000 transformations ancestor? Xing Yuang shouted. Let me tell you, I am the real 1,000 transformations ancestor, and he is my brother Myriad transformations ancestor. The real 1,000 transformations ancestor casually lied. Myriad statue palace's Myriad transformations ancestor lightly nodded. Celestial Court, you did not expect this, right? You wanted to deal with my brother, but you did not expect to deal with 2 rank 8s. I advocate secluded cultivation. I had wanted to conceal my identity for the rest of my life, but regretfully, my secret has been exposed. But paying the life of a rank 8 Gu immortal is worth it. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court looked at each other in silence. Regardless of whether 1,000 transformations ancestor was speaking the truth or not, there was a huge change in the current strength of the two sides. Previously, Feng Yuan and 1,000 transformations ancestor were fighting against the 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court. Now Wei Feng was dead, but Myriad transformations ancestor was added to the mix. It was now 3 against 3. Both sides also had 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. Wan Zihong suddenly laughed, saying, If I were one of you, I would arrange for a comrade to guard Myriad Statue Desert. That way, both sides would be able to reinforce each other. Unlike now, both of you are in a predicament. There is no one guarding Myriad Statue Desert. My Celestial Court's Gu immortals can directly invade it. Oh right, I wonder if the 2 of you from Myriad Statue Palace brought it with you? If it landed in Myriad Statue Desert, it would be terrible. Wan Zihong's words were a threat and also a probe. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan knew the secret. 1,000 transformations ancestor and Myriad transformations ancestor were only 1,000 transformations ancestor controlling Myriad Statue Palace. How could the 2 separate? Even if Celestial Court sent other Gu immortals to plunder their base in Myriad Statue Desert, there would definitely be nothing valuable in that base. But 1,000 transformations ancestor's expression changed slightly. He said with anger and mockery, Your Celestial Court claims to be the orthodox lineage of humanity, the leader of the righteous path. Is this the style of Celestial Court? Feng Yuan could not help but praise his acting skills inwardly. 1,000 transformations ancestor could not hide it for long. Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle might not be here personally, but she would soon deduce the truth. However, just like how Feng Yuan concealed the truth, 1,000 transformations ancestor was also thinking of ways to fight for even the slightest advantage. Although he killed Wei Feng, he was still at a disadvantage on the battlefield. Celestial Court maintained their killer move, overturning heaven and earth, firmly holding the initiative. Their remaining strength was still above 1,000 transformations ancestor and Fang Yuan combined. Wan Zihong sneered. Forget it. I will be the main attacker this time. The rest of you must support me with all your strength. She instructed Xing Yi Wang and Prince's Impatience. The latter two nodded, having no objections. In terms of seniority, Wan Zihong was the eldest, and in terms of strength, this female immortal was also the strongest. Immortal killer move, Flying Flower Blood. Wan Zihong attacked fiercely, her aura surging. She did not make any obvious movements, but 1,000 transformations and myriad transformations ancestors' bodies started to bleed. Blood flew out of their bodies like dancing flower petals, splashing everywhere. Although myriad transformations ancestor was in Myriad Elephant Palace, he was also in human form, thus he was also injured by this move. 1,000 transformations ancestor quickly changed his form and attacked instead of retreating, shooting out of the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Myriad transformations ancestor did not follow closely behind, but continued to guard the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Wan Zihong's expression did not change when she saw 1,000 transformations ancestor approaching. She slowly retreated. Prince's Impatience and Xing Yi Wang flew out and stalled 1,000 transformations ancestor. 1,000 transformations ancestor was unable to close the distance between him and Wan Zihong, so he changed forms and attacked Wan Zihong from afar. Wan Zihong sneered and used another move, Helpless Flower Falling. Flower petals swirled around her, falling down. 1,000 transformations ancestors' attacks got close to her, but were swept away by this falling flower, unable to do anything. 1,000 transformations ancestor, after this move of mine, die obediently. Wan Zihong shouted, pointing her finger. Immortal killer move, Yellow Flower Thinning Life. 1,000 transformations ancestor was trembling with Xing Yi Wang and Prince's Impatience when his expression suddenly changed. His body became thinner, and his lifespan decreased rapidly. This Yellow Flower Thinning Life was Wan Zihong's killer move. Although it was a wood path killer move, it could affect lifespan. 1,000 transformations ancestor was hit by this move. He tried many transformations, but could not break it. He could only retreat. Xing Yi Wang and Prince's Impatience chased after him. 1,000 transformations ancestor had no choice but to use Myriad Elephant Palace to reinforce him. Myriad transformations ancestor came to reinforce him. Wan Zihong sneered and used Yellow Flower Thinning Life killer move on Myriad transformations ancestor again. Myriad transformations ancestor's body also became thinner. His offense, defense, and speed all fell. But he was an immortal goo house. He had no lifespan to speak of. Thus, although he looked miserable, he was actually fine. 1,000 transformations ancestor was truly in trouble. He could not break this killer move. But after many attempts, he found several transformations that could slow down the killer move's power. But this way, he could not transform freely. His battle strength was greatly restricted. Wan Zihong's offensive methods were extremely powerful. It was no wonder that she was recruited by Celestial Court, even though she was a demonic path goo immortal. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Wan Zihong lacked immortal goo, and could only become a healing goo immortal. This was not her specialty, but even so, she healed many Celestial Court goo immortals, and brought great trouble to Longevity Heaven. However, after using Yellow Flower Thinning Life 2 more times, Wan Zihong's expression became extremely pale. She did not attack again, and only breathed heavily. Evidently, these 2 moves were extremely risky and burdensome to her. If not for Wei Feng's death, Wan Zihong would not have used such a risky tactic. 1,000 transformations ancestor was suppressed by Wan Zihong. He shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan, if you don't make a move now, it will be too late. If I fall, you won't be able to escape either. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan made a move, but he did not reinforce 1,000 transformations ancestor, instead fiercely attacking the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Without a goo immortal controlling it, this formation became an immovable target. It was torn apart by Fang Yuan in a short period of time. 1,000 transformations ancestor turned around and saw this scene. His face turned blood red from anger. his eyes spewing fire. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel! He snarled, bristling with anger. Earlier, Fang Yuan used him as a shield, so be it. Later, he did not contribute at the side and cowered, so be it. But what was the meaning of this? Ah, you did not attack Celestial Court, but attacked my formation? This was too much. You must be sick in the head. Don't you know the enemy is strong and you are weak? Why aren't you forsaking the past and joining hands to resist the enemy? You are still fighting among yourselves. What are you thinking? Saying you have a pig's brain is insulting pigs. Do you have any sense of the big picture? Not even a little bit of it. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was flustered and exasperated. He had such a comrade. Even the three immortals of Celestial Court felt pity for him. Myriad Year Flying Warship shot into the formation like a sharp sword. Fang Yuan was very skilled in dismantling formations. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was on the verge of collapse, but it did not self-destruct. Fang Yuan made a few moves, grabbing the immortal goo inside. Next he attacked the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm turned into a pure dream reality seeker physique body. Grabbing mutation immortal goo in one hand and demoness Hong Yun's corpse in the other, throwing them into Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, die! Thousand Transformations' ancestor's eyes turned red when he saw Fang Yuan snatching his 8 transformation variant immortal goo. He left Myriad Statue Palace to resist the 3 immortals of Celestial Court, while he personally went to kill Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan succeeded, he immediately activated Myriad Year Flying Warship to retreat. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor was truly furious. He chased relentlessly and bombarded Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fang Yuan had truly bullied him. This rank 8 Gu immortal stared at Fang Yuan and gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat Fang Yuan's flesh and blood. Thousand Transformations' ancestors' speed was not as fast as Myriad Year Flying Warship. But Celestial Court used overturning heaven and earth to obstruct Fang Yuan's path and help Thousand Transformations' ancestor. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court also stopped attacking. They were happy to see Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor fight to the death. Greed blinded one's wisdom. Fang Yuan has thoroughly angered Thousand Transformations' ancestor and snatched his rank 8 immortal goo. This is a deep enmity. But I have a bad feeling. This is not Fang Yuan's style. If I were him, I would absolutely not do this. Wait, he snatched the rank 8 immortal goo because he had already thought of a way out. That is why he is fearless. We need to be careful. Chapter 1889. Fang Yuan transmitted secretly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, don't chase me. I can unravel a way out. How about this? I will bring you away. You give mutation immortal goo to me as a reward. How about that? Thousand Transformations' ancestor sneered, replying, Humph, wishful thinking. Open your path and return the immortal goo. We will spare your life. After his anger subsided, he thought of Fang Yuan's action of snatching goo. It showed that he had nothing to fear. His earlier rage was real, but the subsequent rage was mostly an act. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was broken. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor wanted to leave, using Fang Yuan's strength was the best choice. Even if he could not use it, he could not let Fang Yuan escape. If Fang Yuan really escaped, he would be left to fight with the Celestial Court until he was exhausted. Even if he escaped, the insidious demon Fang Yuan might ambush him along the way. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had great foresight. He was not just thinking about the current situation. Thus, he chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. He had to follow Fang Yuan closely. As for Myriad Statue Palace, even if it was abandoned in the killer move overturning heaven and earth, it was only temporary. As long as he got out, he could attack the 4 immortal goo houses outside the killer move. The 4 immortal goo houses were maintaining overturning heaven and earth. It was the killer move's greatest weakness. Once they were attacked or disrupted, the battlefield that the Celestial Court painstakingly created would have many flaws. They could not be covered up. At once, Fang Yuan, Thousand Transformations' ancestor, and the Celestial Court chased after each other. They used all sorts of methods. They had vast might that shook heaven and earth. Secretly, they were playing a psychological game. They schemed and schemed. After a while of deadlock, the three immortals of the celestial court had a change of expression. From the periphery of the battlefield, a large group of people charged out. There were many Gu immortals, including rank 8s, and 4 immortal Gu houses. The leading palace was majestic like a mountain. It was solemn and dignified. It had green bricks and golden tiles. It emitted a dense fragrance of plants. What else could it be but Divine Bean Palace? The one controlling Divine Bean Palace was Fong Clan's second supreme elder, Fong Dichang. Beside him stood Fong Gong, Fong Huasheng, and the other Fong family generals. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Fong Dichang did not say anything. He controlled Divine Bean Palace and bombarded it with lightning balls. The jade-green lightning balls landed on the 4 immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court, causing them to shake intensely. Countless vines grew out and infiltrated the Gu houses. The Celestial Court was in chaos. Divine Bean Palace. Seeing that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's item was being used against him, he was shocked. This time, it was the Celestial Court's Gu immortals who had bloodshot eyes. These people are from the Western Desert Righteous Tao. Why are they here? The entire Western Desert Righteous Path didn't come. Only the Fong clan, Tian clan, Dong clan, Shi clan and Tang clan came. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals saw the origin of this group. Ever since Fong Dichang refined Divine Bean Palace, Fong clan's predicament was resolved. Fong clan's rise was already unstoppable. As long as they showed Divine Bean Palace, Western Desert's righteous path would recognize the reality and change their stance. Fong Dichang used this chance to secretly contact Western Desert's righteous path. To coordinate with his main body, he had to act quickly and also keep it a secret. Thus, he only gathered Tian clan, Dong clan, Shi clan and Tang clan, these 4 super clans. This force was enough to change the situation of the battlefield. Celestial Court was caught unprepared. They were strong on the inside while weak on the outside. Divine Bean Palace displayed terrifying might. The 4 immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court trembled continuously. They were at a complete disadvantage. Overturning heaven and earth was also heavily disrupted. It could not be maintained perfectly. To think that it would be so convenient. Fong Yuan laughed loudly. He escaped to the outside world through the flaw. Where are you going? Thousand Transformations ancestor chased relentlessly. Fong Yuan turned around and sneered. You really think I'm afraid of you? Myriad Year Flying Warship suddenly turned around. Daybreak Flying Sword swept forward like a waterfall of light. Thousand Transformations ancestor roared furiously. But he could not deal with the full strength of this rank 8 immortal Gu house. He was sent back into overturning heaven and earth. He was trapped again. I'm going. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Myriad Year Flying Warship tore through the sky and vanished. There was a commotion in Western Desert's righteous path. Someone wanted to stop Fong Yuan, but was stopped by Fong Dichang righteously. Leave Fong Yuan behind. This person is the enemy of Celestial Court. He will be beneficial to us in the future. Fong Dichang led the Alliance army to fight against Celestial Court. Celestial Court was in an awkward situation. They had Thousand Transformations ancestor internally and Western Desert's righteous path externally. Xing Yi Wang shouted angrily. Western Desert Immortals, you are the disgrace of the righteous path. You are actually helping a demonic path Gu immortal. Fong Dichang sneered. The great Celestial Court is far more shameless than us. You are clearly hiding evil and sheltering the Western Desert demon Wan Zihong. But you are slandering us. Xing Yi Wang choked for a moment. Princess Impatience's voice was cold. Are you really going to make things difficult for my Celestial Court today? Fong Dichang replied. Not long ago, my Fong clan was in a difficult situation, but your Celestial Court was fanning the flames behind the scenes. Adding fuel to the fire, your wild ambitions are clear. Do you really think my Western Desert has no wise and righteous people? When the regional walls disappear and the 5 regions merge, do you think my Western Desert will be at the mercy of Central Continent? Princess Impatience snorted coldly, not speaking anymore. He. To think that such an interesting junior would appear in Western Desert. Wan Zihong's face regained some color. She looked at Divine Bean Palace with interest and said, "Let's retreat." Since the situation was unfavorable, retreating was the wisest choice. The heavenly courts retreated in an orderly manner. They did not panic or panic. "No need to chase," Fang Dichang said. This order made the other Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. After all, they were not willing to fight to the death with Celestial Court. If they suffered huge losses, the other Western Desert superforces would make things difficult for them. Only 1,000 Transformations Ancestor and Western Desert's righteous path were left. Divine Bean Palace's door opened. Fang Dichang stood at the entrance smiling. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor, we have a common enemy. Not long from now, the 5 regions will merge. The Gu immortal world will face an unprecedented great era. We are willing to join hands with you to resist the enemy. What do you think, Ancestor? This person knows the big picture. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor's eyes shined. He nodded and remembered Fang Dichang's words. I will go find you. Good, with Ancestor's strength, Celestial Court will definitely have an even bigger headache. Fang Dichang clapped and laughed heartily. Let's go. He ordered. Western Desert's Righteous Path Alliance army left majestically. They came and left in a hurry. However, all the Western Desert Gu immortals had excited expressions on their faces. They had defeated Celestial Court. This was Celestial Court. Only Fang Gong's eyes were filled with worry. He looked at Fang Dichang, who was beside him, who was in high spirits and leading the group, while he, as the first Supreme Elder, was reduced to a foil. He felt pressure again. But so what? My conflict with Fang Dichang is only an internal conflict. Fang clans rise, leading Western Desert's righteous path, and repelling Celestial Court. This is an external conflict. How can I abandon outsiders for internal reasons and become a sinner of Fang clan? Even if my authority is seized in the future, our Fang clan will always be Fang clan's Fang clan. Fang Gong knew, even though they did not gain any substantial battle spoils from this battle. But after this battle, no one could doubt Fang clan's rise. Fang Dichang had obtained the greatest political wealth in his life. The clans who participated in this battle were originally loosely connected. They were only forced to temporarily unite. But after this battle, glory gathered into a cohesive force that caused these 5 clans to unite. And Fang clan was the natural leader of this interest group. Fang clan's Fang Dichang is quite a character. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor sighed as he looked at the majestic departure of Western Desert's righteous path. Myriad Statue Palace returned to his side, remaining silent. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor looked at the direction in which Fang Yuan and Celestial Court retreated, gritting his teeth. Fang Yuan, Celestial Court, remember this. Chapter 1890. Fang Yuan looked at the mutation immortal Gu in his hand. This immortal Gu had a peculiar appearance. It had a body like a longhorn beetle, 8 spider claws, a horn on its head, cicada wings on its back, and 2 mantis blade-like arms on its front. Its tail glowed like a firefly, but it was emitting colorful light. Mutation immortal Gu belonged to 1,000 Transformations Ancestor, but it was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Not long after Fang Yuan left the battlefield, he refined this rank 8 immortal Gu along the way. Not to mention 1,000 Transformations Ancestors' hatred towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan tried to activate it several times, and found out the effect of Mutation Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu had great offensive power. It could make a part of the enemy's body betray them. It could suppress rank 7 existences. It could even cause huge problems to immemorial desolate beasts and other creatures. It could also be used on oneself to add transformations. For example, if Fang Yuan turned into a tiger, after using Mutation Immortal Gu, he might be able to grow a pair of wings on the tiger's body. Or he might be able to grow a 3rd eye on the tiger's head, or a scorpion stinger at the end of the tiger's tail. Of course, these were only good transformations. There was also a chance that it would create a deceptive transformation. For example, an elephant leg would grow on the tiger's stomach. The elephant leg would be longer than the tiger's limbs. Or a tiger's back would grow a horn. This was an obvious weakness. It would be a target for the enemy. Using mutation immortal goo alone would have mixed effects. It was hard to say. Because this immortal goo was rank 8, the transformations it added would be rank 8 level. It would have a huge impact on the main body. Thus, to be safe, he had to use other goo worms to assist mutation immortal goo to form a killer move. Using this killer move to strengthen himself was the safest. Besides attacking enemies and increasing transformations, mutation immortal goo could also be used to manage the immortal aperture. With it as the core, killer moves or immortal formations could be used to create even more transformations in the life forms in the immortal aperture. Ordinary wild beasts could gradually grow into mutated beasts. Of course, these mutated beasts had defective products, but in the natural cycle of survival of the fittest, they would be eliminated. And those outstanding mutated beasts would survive and grow stronger, forming new tribes. Usually, after these mutated life forms grew, they would become the specialty of a certain immortal aperture. There would only be one shop. There were no other shops. If it could perform well in the market, it would be a long-term business for the goo immortal. It would bring them stable and considerable profits. Mutation immortal goo has such comprehensive effects. It should be one of the core immortal goo of reckless savages' true inheritance. No wonder 1000 Transformations ancestor was so nervous after losing it. Feng Yuan thought. Other than mutation immortal goo, Feng Yuan also obtained several other immortal goo. Most of them were transformation path immortal goo. There was also a rank 7 rule path immortal goo pass. This goo looked like a beetle, and was commonly referred to as a country bumpkin. It was the size of a baby's fist, and its body was extremely flat. It emitted a steel-like luster, giving off an extremely sturdy feeling. Back then, when Knight Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan set up the immortal array for the first time, it was the core. Feng Jiogo was hiding far away. Seeing this immortal goo, he wanted to snatch it. This immortal goo was very valuable to him. But in the end, this immortal goo ended up in Feng Yuan's hands. Just from these immortal goo and 1000 Transformations ancestors' methods, we can see the power of reckless savages' true inheritance. It is a pity that it is not easy to make a move. 1000 Transformations ancestor had passed one myriad tribulation. His Dao Mark foundation could not compare to Feng Yuan. But he had many methods, he was patient and had outstanding acting skills. Wei Feng died because of him. Unless Feng Yuan could lure him into a battlefield killer move. 1000 Transformations ancestor had myriad statue palace. This rank 8 immortal goo house had incredible power. And at the crucial moment, it could turn into 1000 Transformations ancestor to confuse others. It was a huge obstacle. It was not easy to scheme against him. Look at the Celestial Court. They had planned for a long time. They used the killer move overturning heaven and earth. They gathered 4 rank 8s. But they still had to return and defeat. Most importantly, Feng Yuan could not use his true strength. A lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. Once the secret of his rank 8 attainment was exposed, the danger would be even greater. Thus he was very careful when dealing with the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Feng Yuan was after the big picture. Central Continent is not far from the Refinement Path Convention. Northern Plains Goo Immortal World has the leader of Longevity Heaven. Southern Border has the strategist Wu Yong. Eastern Sea has Qi Sea ancestors' help, while Western Desert has Fang Clan and Tang Clan to make use of. The situation of the 4 regions attacking Central Continent is starting to take shape. This was something Feng Yuan had been plotting ever since he was reborn. Finally, he had some progress now. Feng Yuan was no longer a pure rank 8 Goo Immortal. He had outstanding subordinates, they were all talented. But he was not a pure super force. He plotted in the world, using all living beings as chess pieces to get rid of the obstacle, that was the Celestial Court. Providence made use of him. Spectral Soul made use of him. Red Lotus Demon Venerable made use of him. Chu Du made use of him. Land Spirit of Langia made use of him. And now, he had become a chess player. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why is my student's name in the list of the 10 great scholars? Teacher Jiang looked at the latest information, and was shocked. He was stunned on the spot. Teacher, are you in the house? Student Li Xiaobai wishes to see you. At this time, Li Xiaobai's voice came from outside. Teacher Jiang quickly opened the door. Come in, tell me what is going on. Li Xiaobai had thought about it carefully. He told Teacher Jiang everything that happened that night. He was worried. Teacher, you have to seek justice for me. Teacher Jiang heard this and looked at Li Xiaobai in a daze, his expression turning strange. After a while, he smiled faintly and shook his head. Oh, I don't know what to say. In Teacher Jiang's opinion, Li Xiaobai had no hope of becoming one of the 10 great scholars. Who could have thought that luck would come? It could not be stopped. Even Teacher Jiang felt a trace of envy and jealousy towards this encounter. After that, Miss Su Chi Han tested the students, then told me that I was one of the 10 great scholars. I received your teachings and did not dare to be arrogant. I quickly rejected her. But Lady Su Chi Han was determined to make such an arrangement. I was extremely helpless. I could not win against her. Li Xiaobai complained continuously. Everyone is envious of your encounter. You actually rejected it? Teacher Jiang smiled. Teacher, don't tease this pitiful student of yours. I came here this time to beg you to save me. I am not talented. Now that I have become one of the 10 great scholars, this is like throwing me into a fire. Li Xiaobai cupped his fists and begged for mercy. Teacher Jiang retracted his smile and nodded. You are not arrogant or rash. You recognize reality. It is not a waste of my teachings. However, don't think about it too seriously. Before becoming one of the 10 great scholars, if you had any wishful thinking and tried to compete alone, you would be surrounded by danger. But now that you are one of the 10 great scholars, the imperial court will protect you. If anyone tries to harm your life, they will be slapping the imperial court's face. Do you understand this? Li Xiaobai scratched his head. But I am still sitting on pins and needles. Compared to the other 9 people, I am not well known and will attract the most people's attention. Furthermore, after this incident, Lady Su Chi Han's attitude towards me has become very harsh. Teacher Jiang nodded again. Even though I am not in the imperial court, I have heard that this junior Su Chi Han is extremely talented and arrogant. Since she wants to take responsibility for you, she definitely wants to marry you. Oh, she wants you to marry into Su clan. She can be said to be one of the most talented women in the world. Her husband must be of equal status. But she is not doing things blindly. She first tested your talent. Seeing that you have some potential, she nominated you. In the future, she will pave the way for you and raise you up step by step. Saying this, Teacher Jiang looked at Li Xiaobai with a complicated expression. He was once one of the 10 great scholars. He was proud of his talent and had high aspirations. But reality was cruel. There was only one path to promotion, but countless people tried to squeeze their way up. He could not compete with them. After a long time, even though his reputation spread far and wide, he was essentially outside of the imperial court. To think that this student of his was not as talented as him. His background was not as good as him. But his luck was too good. He had inexplicably become Su Chi Han's sweetheart. Not mentioning Su Chi Han herself, she had Su clan behind her. Her father was the current Prime Minister Su. Li Xiaobai had someone to rely on. I will not hide it from teacher. I was very happy at the start. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. I am scared. Lady Su Chi Han has so many admirers, this matter cannot be publicized. I am not sure how many young geniuses will hate me for gaining Lady Su's favor. Especially after the 10 great scholars are chosen. I still have to enter the imperial court to meet the emperor. Along the way, and when I reach the capital, what should I do? I am at a loss. I can only ask teacher for advice. Li Xiaobai sighed. Teacher Jiang was slightly displeased. He snorted lightly. Xiaobai, don't belittle yourself. You are talented. How can my teachings be wasted? You are my student. If others want to deal with you, they will have to consider my reputation. How about this? I will write a few recommendation letters for you. You can visit a few families along the way. They will provide you with some convenience. Saying this, Teacher Jiang paused for a moment. He seemed to have made up his mind. You do not need to go back these few days. You can stay at my house. I will teach you some methods. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. Student thanks teacher. Su Chi-han wanted him to keep it a secret, but Li Xiaobai did not take it to heart. When the time was ripe, he would immediately tell teacher Jiang this secret. It looked like he was asking for help, but he was actually showing his value. Teacher Jiang was ostracized by the imperial court. He could not enter the corps. Now that he saw his student had great hope, once his student became successful, would he forget his teacher? Impossible. Not to mention Li Xiaobai's temperament. Teacher Jiang was very familiar with him. He was not an ingrate. Even if Li Xiaobai became an ingrate in the future, under the public's opinion, he would not dare to not repay his teacher. The higher Li Xiaobai's position, the more he would cherish his reputation, and the more he would repay his teacher. Thinking of this, teacher Jiang immediately decided that he would do his best. He would use all of his resources to help his student successfully ascend. Chapter 1891. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Sacred Eagle City. In terms of scale, Sacred Eagle City was much larger than Mountain Cliff City. Mountain Cliff City was only a branch city, while Sacred Eagle City was one of the main cities. In the previous life, when Feng Yuan attacked Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he turned into Bull Demon and descended on this city first. Until now in this life, Holy Eagle City was in a terrible state. The entire city had turned into a swamp. Yellow mud crocodiles were lurking in the swamp, killing the people in the city. The eagle warrior guarding this place was very strong, but he was heavily injured. The one who injured him was an immemorial desolate eagle. It was circling in the sky. If any warrior appeared, it would immediately pounce down to kill them. How can this be? Eagle warrior was bathed in blood. He hid in the swamp, watching the people being massacred. He was shocked and furious. No one had expected such a large group of beasts to attack Giant Eagle City. A moment ago, it was still a warm and peaceful city, but now it had become a slaughterhouse filled with blood. This won't do. I can't just stand by and watch. I have to stop everything. The eagle warrior struggled, wanting to stand up, but the injuries on his body were very heavy, causing him to fall down again. Just as he was about to fall, a young and strong arm caught him. Uncle Giant Eagle, you can't fight anymore. If you continue, you will die. A young voice said. Eagle warrior turned to the young man. He smiled bitterly. Little do. Thank you for saving my life. But I am the Sacred Eagle City Lord. I cannot watch as the beasts continue to wreak havoc. I cannot watch as the people of the city die in the mouths of the beasts. Uncle Eagle, let me do it. Little Doo's eyes were bright. He said firmly. You. Eagle warrior looked at the wound on Little Doo's chest and shook his head. Little Doo, you are not from Sacred Eagle City. I am here to repay you for saving my life. I am here to invite you to have fun. In order to save me, you are already injured. You are not a match for the beasts. Hurry up and leave. Leave. No, I will not leave. I want to fight alongside you and chase away these despicable beasts. Little Doo shook his head. Eagle warrior was moved. He patted Little Doo's shoulder and said, Mountain Cliff City Lord really took in a good disciple. Why don't I have a disciple like you? Little Doo, you are still too young. Your future is brighter than mine. You have a bright future ahead of you. You can't lose it here. I only want you to help me with something. Leave this place right now. Once the guild's reinforcements arrive, you can come and collect my corpse. Remember to bury your uncle's body in the garden. Uncle. Little Doo's eyes turned red and tears came out. He choked with sobs and couldn't speak. Quickly leave. Eagle warrior suddenly used all his strength. He shook off Little Doo's arm and flew into the sky. He once again turned into a silver eagle riddled with scars, and charged towards the immemorial desolate eagle in the sky. The Gu immortals here are really different from the outside world. He is willing to sacrifice himself for the lives of mortals. Little Doo sighed in his heart. But it's useless. This immemorial desolate eagle was specially cultivated by the main body to restrain you. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was not Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It had very few restrictions. After Little Doo received Eagle Warrior's invitation, he informed the main body and set up this trap. This was an opportunity, Because the beast calamity true inheritance was split into several portions, they were distributed in the main cities of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan's clone did not have the chance to properly come into contact with these true inheritances. He had originally wanted to create an opportunity, but the Eagle Warrior had taken the initiative to deliver this opportunity to him. If Eagle Warrior, who was bathed in blood, knew the truth, that Sacred Eagle City suffered such a calamity because of him, who knew what he would think? Eagle Warrior was not the immemorial Desolate Eagle's match. He soon fell into a disadvantage. The immemorial Desolate Eagle pounced, and was about to peck Eagle Warrior to death. At the moment of life and death, Little Do turned into an arrowtail eagle and saved him. Little Do, why are you still here? Eagle Warrior was shocked and anxious. Uncle, how can I watch you throw your life away? How can I watch as countless mortals fall into danger? Even if I have to sacrifice my life, every drop of blood in my body, I will fight to the end. Little Do said firmly. Little Do. Eagle Warrior was speechless for a while. He was extremely weak. He returned to his human form, and was held lightly by Little Do's eagle claws. Little Do was naturally not the immemorial Desolate Eagle's match. But the immemorial Desolate Eagle was a chess piece of the main body. Little Do was in a dangerous situation. He was constantly on the line between life and death. He was constantly injured and forced to retreat. Eagle Warrior's heart pounded as he watched. He fought without any regard for his own safety. But when Little Do fought, he was too worried. He often shouted warnings uncontrollably. He was extremely nervous. When he saw that Little Do was bathed in blood and had more wounds, his heart ached even more. Little Do had saved him in the 12 Zodiac battle formation. He was his benefactor. Now he had saved him twice, and was even fighting for Sacred Eagle City. This touched Eagle Warrior. He approved of Little Do's personality and character. He was filled with admiration. Feng Yuan was ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. As his clone, Little Do naturally inherited this style of doing things. This was a genuine act of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of the enemy. The Eagle Warrior was completely reformed. Little Do had just become a Gu immortal and a combat beast warrior not long ago. He was the youngest combat beast warrior in the Combat Beast Guild. With this status, he was naturally not the immemorial Desolate Eagle's match. After a while, he was slammed down by the immemorial Desolate Eagle, falling into the City Lord Manor. This was a meticulous plan, of course. Little Do fell heavily. He broke through the tiles on the ground and arrived at the underground altar. Eagle Warrior fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he saw Little Do squatting beside him. Uncle, you are finally awake. Little Do said in joy. Eagle Warrior was very happy to see that Little Do was still alive, but he frowned and asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" "Not long. The guild did not send reinforcements. After that eagle slammed us down. It did not chase us. It is still flying in the sky." Little Do answered. Sigh. The giant Eagle Warrior sighed deeply. It seems like we won't be able to defeat this giant eagle for the time being. Little Do analyzed. Thankfully, this eagle is not smart. If we do not transform, it will not sense any threat and will not find trouble with us. It seems that we cannot turn into immortal beasts. We can only rely on other transformations to save the citizens. Eagle Warrior had a worried expression. If they did not turn into immortal beasts, they could not control the situation. They could only fight those yellow mud crocodiles in the streets and save the citizens bit by bit. The efficiency was very low. But they had no choice. They could only do this. However, when they were about to leave, they found that a large group of yellow mud crocodiles had formed and blocked all the exits. There were 2 desolate beast yellow mud crocodiles among them. Eagle Warrior and Little Do could not turn into immortal beasts. They could not resist these 2 desolate beasts. They could only retreat. Eagle Warrior sat on the ground. His expression was ashen. It seems that we can only wait for reinforcements. I really hope they will come here at the next moment. They won't. Little Do thought. According to the plan, the reinforcements will be obstructed along the way. I can still make use of some time. But on the surface, Little Do frowned and punched the ground with his fist. Damn it. before reinforcements arrive. Aren't we going to stay here? Where is this? Why is there an altar? Eagle Warrior answered. This is the underground of the City Lord Manor. As for the altar, before he finished, Little Dew interrupted him. Little Dew raised his brows. I did not expect the underground of the City Lord Manor to have such a spacious floor. Oh, we can go underground and avoid those yellow mud crocodiles. We can leave. Eagle Warrior shook his head. It is useless. This underground floor is only the territory of the City Lord Manor. We cannot leave the outer city. Furthermore, those yellow mud crocodiles are good at hiding in the mud and digging underground. Damn it! Little Dew gritted his teeth and suddenly exclaimed. That's not right, Uncle. Don't you find it strange? Why are those yellow mud crocodiles only surrounding this place and not coming in to kill us? That eagle in the sky might be arrogant and disdain to attack. But these yellow mud crocodiles are wandering outside. They seem to be avoiding us. Eagle Warrior forced a smile. Little Dew, your observation is not bad. But don't stay here for too long. These yellow mud crocodiles cannot get close because of the altar here. This altar has a long history. Legends say that it was specially set up by the first-generation combat beast king. A portion of his power is sealed inside. First-generation combat beast king? Why did he seal his power? Little Dew asked curiously. It is said that he wants to leave it for his inheritor. There are a few more of these altars in the other main cities. Whoever can inherit all of these powers will have the power of the first-generation combat beast king. Eagle Warrior said slowly. Little Dew blinked. In that case, why don't we use this power to defeat the beasts outside? Eagle Warrior shook his head with a bitter smile. It is useless. What I said are rumors, there are no records. Countless people have tried, but no one has succeeded. From this, it seems that these rumors are fake. But these altars indeed have a mysterious and powerful power. They cannot be destroyed, and the beasts cannot get close. Saying so, Eagle Warrior looked at Little Dew's eager expression and smiled. If you want to try, go ahead. But remember Uncle's words. Don't be too hopeful. If there is no result, don't be too disappointed. Okay, Uncle. Little Dew walked quickly to the altar. He walked around the altar a few times, but there was no reaction. He climbed up the altar, but there was still no reaction. All of this was seen by the Eagle Warrior. This was the most normal situation. But at this time, Little Dew knelt down and prayed loudly. First-generation combat beast king. I don't know you. I have never seen you before. But please help. There are many beasts outside, and they are devouring the citizens. Every breath of time, a life is lost. I beg you, first-generation war beast king. If your spirit is in heaven, please make your move. Make your move. Little Dew's voice became louder and louder until he started crying. Little Dew, you really have a pure heart. Eagle Warrior's eyes turned red. He was touched. Then at the next moment, the altar shone with a white light that enveloped Little Dew's body. Eagle Warrior opened his eyes and mouth wide. He completely lost his composure. What is going on? Boom. With a soft sound, the white light fused into Little Dew's body. Then the indestructible altar collapsed and turned into dust. Little Dew. Eagle Warrior stammered. Little Dew turned around with a joyful expression. Uncle, you are right. I inherited the power of the first-generation combat beast king. Miracle. This is a miracle. Eagle Warrior reacted and shouted. He was in ecstasy. He laughed loudly for a while before looking at Little Dew with an extremely serious and passionate gaze. Little Dew. You actually inherited the power of the first-generation combat beast king. Do you know what this means? What? Little Dew was confused. This means that you can inherit the rest of the inheritance. You are the future combat beast king. No, more accurately speaking, you will be the world's savior. Eagle Warrior's expression became fervent. That's right, you are the savior. Chapter 1892. Eastern Sea. Dragon Palace. Feng Yuan's clone Wuxia sat on his throne, manipulating the army ants in front of him. Over this period of time, the army ants had already developed to a certain scale. Right now, there were close to 100 million army ants, They were like a dark golden river, flying in the air. Wuxia took out a rank 8 immortal material. It was a feather of a bird. It was made of stone. The feathers were vivid and lifelike, covered in a gray-white halo. Smelling it, one could smell the stench of a corpse. This was the feather of the immemorial desolate beast corpse emperor bird. Wuxia blew lightly. These feathers floated and merged into the dark golden river formed by the army ants. Soon, sparse voices could be heard. Countless army ants took turns crawling on the corpse emperor bird feather, eating it to fill their stomachs. Even though there were only 10 or so corpse emperor bird feathers, they were rank 8 immortal materials after all. Just a bit was enough to feed 10,000 army ants. They were very durable. A moment later, the corpse emperor bird feathers were all devoured by the army ants. Not only were these army ants full, they also gave birth to a new batch of army ants. The new ones were corpse ants. They emitted death energy and could devour the corpses of other army ants to grow stronger. The more corpses there were, the stronger the corpse ants would be. Of course, there was a limit to this strength. The strongest corpse ant could compete with the king ant, but could not compare to the queen ant. With these corpse ants, the army ants are more practical and durable. The previous army ants died, but with corpse ants, I can make use of them. From this perspective, I can save a lot of expenses. Wuxia let out a breath of air. Army ants were very exquisite. They were the essence of enslavement path. Feeding army ants not only maintained their size, they could also produce new ant species. Countless different types of army ants, when used together, would have different powers and effects. But army ants could only alleviate the weakness of enslavement path. They could not get rid of it completely. Enslavement path expended too many resources. By nurturing army ants to such a scale, they could fight against rank 8 Gu immortals. But Wuxia was starting to feel the strain. My main body is expending too much Gu refinement. The army ants that I am feeding are also a terrifying black hole. Fortunately, I have the support of the ancient race and the merfolk. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to raise the army ants to such an extent. Right at this moment, Wuxia's expression changed slightly. A Gu immortal was outside Dragon Palace, visiting Wuxia. Wuxia opened the palace doors and personally went to welcome them. Tang Qiong greets Lord Wuxia. The one who came was a yellow-scaled mermaid immortal, gentle and pleasant. Right now she was smiling, revealing cute dimples. She was the elder in charge of the mermaid royal court, and represented part of the will of the mermaid royal court. Fang Yuan's clone Wuxia had helped the ancient race and the merfolk to convert a portion of the new Dragonians. Hence, he had a closer relationship with the ancient race and the merfolk. As the representative of the merfolk royal court, Tang Qiong interacted more and more closely with Wuxia. She had always been very respectful and treated Wuxia as a true senior. Wuxia invited Tang Qiong into Dragon Palace. Although it's not my first time here, I'm still impressed by the majestic aura of the Dragon Palace. Tang Qiong sighed with a sincere expression. Wuxia smiled. Fairy Tang Qiong, what brings you here? Tang Qiong said solemnly. Reporting to Senior, Qi Si Ancestor is holding an Eastern Sea banquet this time. He has invited all the Gu immortals of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. My imperial court has also received an invitation. The first elder sent me here to ask Senior if you are interested in participating in this grand banquet with the merfolk. Oh that. Wuxia's eyes shined with bright light. After Fang Yuan's main body obtained mutation immortal Gu, he used Qi Si Ancestor's identity to interfere in Eastern Sea's politics. This Eastern Sea banquet was one of Fang Yuan's plans, but he did not invite Wuxia. Wouldn't it be easy to invite this clone of his? But Fang Yuan wanted to hide Wuxia and not expose him. The Merman royal court actually invited Wuxia to the banquet. This had great significance. It seemed that the merfolk really wanted to get closer to the Dragonians. I have the rank 8 immortal Gu House Dragon Palace after all. But the Merman Imperial Court does not have a rank 8 immortal Gu House. Back then, they established their force because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Over these years, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence has been declining. It will eventually disappear. The Dragonians are a branch of variant humans. They are indeed natural allies. Even so, the merfolk are taking a huge risk. The current merfolk first elder is truly decisive. Wu Shuai thought about it and pretended to be ignorant. Then this time, did Qi Si ancestor invite Fang Yuan? In the hall, Tang Qiong shook her head. Qi Si ancestor said clearly that he would not invite Fang Yuan. He said that this banquet is an Eastern Sea banquet. While Fang Yuan is not an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, he will not be invited. Wu Shuai nodded. Of course. If Qi Si ancestor invited Fang Yuan, it would be embarrassing for the Celestial Court. This was not because he was afraid of the Celestial Court, but because Fang Yuan cared about the feelings of the other Eastern Sea Gu immortals. He was not afraid of the Celestial Court, but the other Eastern Sea Gu immortals were. The Celestial Court's prestige was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. It was the #1 force in the world after all. It had existed for over 3 million years. If because of the invitation to Fang Yuan, many Eastern Sea Gu immortals would feel apprehensive and not attend the banquet, that would go against Fang Yuan's original intention. Moreover, Qi Si ancestor had just obtained half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance from Duke Long. In the blink of an eye, if he got close to Fang Yuan, it would be disadvantageous to the overall situation. Tang Qiong observed his expression, but did not notice anything. Wu Shuai was an unfathomable person. His expression did not show anything. This suited his identity. Tang Qiong continued to persuade. Senior Wu Shuai, please forgive this junior for speaking so boldly. In my tribe's opinion, Senior and Fang Yuan have reached an agreement and are cooperating. But Senior is a senior. Fang Yuan is Fang Yuan. The two cannot be confused. Fang Yuan is strong, but he is still a human. His identity is special. His actions are ruthless and unfathomable. Dragonmen rule the world, but to truly rise up, we need to rely on ourselves, to become an independent force and rule over an area. Haha, you are right. Wu Shuai smiled and nodded. I will remember your tribe's sincerity. But now is not the time for my Dragonman race to truly emerge. Qi Si ancestor invited many Eastern Sea Gu immortals, even though he has reached an agreement with the Celestial Court and is currently neutral. But the Celestial Court will not be happy to see such an influential person in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. If I attend the banquet, the Celestial Court will be even more wary. They might even take action. By then, we will not know what attitude Qi Si ancestor will have. Furthermore, according to my status, I am not an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Tang Qiong pondered. According to my tribe's deductions, Qi Si ancestor is strong, but as a lone cultivator, he will likely remain neutral. He has cooperated with Fang Yuan before, and also reached an agreement with the Celestial Court. If Senior goes, it will be a good opportunity for him to display his stance. He will definitely accept Senior, but his attitude will not be cold or warm. Then let me think about it. Wu Shuai said. All right, Senior, if you want to go, please contact me first. I will take my leave. Seeing Tang Qiong leave Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai fell into deep thought. From this matter, he could see the merfolk's attitude. This was very beneficial to him. He could make use of them. Honestly speaking, he did not want to place too much burden on his main body. For many things, he would rather do his best to resolve them himself. The merfolk were a part of Eastern Sea. Their attitude was likely the attitude of the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world towards Qi Si ancestor and this grand banquet. This was a good attitude. It was very beneficial to Fang Yuan's plan. With just Qi Si ancestor's status, wanting to hold a banquet and unify the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world was wishful thinking. It was simply impossible. Longevity Heaven had been established in Northern Plains for so many years, but it had not unified Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan did not have any extravagant hopes. What he wanted to do was influence Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. When dealing with the Celestial Court in the future, Qi Si ancestors' actions would be an important factor that would influence the decisions of Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. Before Qi Si ancestors' banquet started, Western Desert's Fang Di Chang, who was also Fang Yuan's clone, had already started to do such a thing. Everyone farewell. Friend Xiao, please take care. Fang Dichang sent off the final Western Desert Gu Immortal. A gathering of Western Desert's righteous path had just ended. Fang Dichang cooperated with the main body and led the Alliance Army of Western Desert's righteous path to defeat the Celestial Court. After the battle, Fang Dichang made use of the time when this battle result was at its strongest to invite all of Western Desert's super forces for a gathering. These fellows Fang Gong walked out and looked at Xiao Clan's departing figure with an unhappy expression. The outcome of this gathering was not ideal. Many forces had a cold attitude towards Fang Clan. Some even doubted Fang Clan's battle result of defeating the Celestial Court. This was simply a provocation towards Fang Clan. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. First Supreme Elder, don't be angry. Speaking of which, the Celestial Court retreated safely. Even though they lost a rank 8, it was the result of Thousand Transformations Ancestors battle. The so-called defeat of the Celestial Court was only our propaganda. Our Fang clan rose up too suddenly. We did not have a true victory. Many of these clans are envious of our good luck in obtaining Divine Bean Palace. Now that we are taking advantage of this victory and holding a gathering, from their point of view, our Fang clan probably can't wait to become the leader. Thus, many forces did not send their powerful elders. They only sent some marginal characters. Other than the 4 allied clans who had a positive attitude, the other super clans did not give Fang clan any face. But this was something that could not be helped. Firstly, Fang clan did not have a true victory. They could not intimidate the other clans with their military strength. Secondly, they did not have true benefits. These clans were not interested. The Celestial Court is definitely sowing discord among them. There is no helping it. Influence is something that needs to be developed slowly. Fang Dichang said. When the 5 regions war starts and Central Continent attacks, I want to see what these people will do. Fang Gong snorted coldly. Fang Dichang narrowed his eyes and sighed internally. How could these super forces not understand the big picture? But even though almost everyone understood the big picture, what use was it? Chapter 1893. Celestial Court. In the silver-white sky, there were many immortal palaces. In the discussion hall, more than 10 Gu immortals had already gathered. Duke Long sat at the highest level, followed by Fairy Myrtle and Qin Dingling. Next by Tsang Shui, Song Yin Chewei, Yuan Xiongdu, Zhou Xiong Xian and others arrived. Other than them, there were Gu Lu Ru, Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, Xing Yi Wang, Jun Shenguang and others. These people could not personally participate in the Celestial Court's discussion because they had missions to do. Every once in a while, the members of the Celestial Court would hold a discussion to discuss and express their opinions, reaching some consensus. During normal times, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were in charge of the Celestial Court's political affairs. In the current Celestial Court, Duke Long was the spiritual leader, while Fairy Myrtle held the authority. Before her, it was Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Yuan Xiongdu, how is the research on Second Aperture Gu? Duke Long asked. Yuan Xiongdu answered. With Lady Ziwei's help, I have already unraveled some secrets. We can refine rank 1 to 5 Second Aperture Mortal Gu now. To be honest, Celestial Court's refinement path foundation was even deeper than Langya Sect's. In history, there were 3 Supreme Grandmasters in refinement path. Long-hair Ancestor was only one of them. The other 2 true inheritances were all taken into Celestial Court's records. And Yuan Xiongdu was the current Celestial Court's refinement path leader. He was extremely talented, and had relied on him to repair Fate Gu in the previous life. Together with Fairy Myrtle's deduction ability, with these 3 factors, it was not hard to unravel Fang Yuan's Second Aperture Mortal Gu. Hearing this news, many of the immortals present revealed joyful expressions as they started to discuss. I've heard of this Second Aperture Gu. It is a good thing. That's right, with a Second Aperture, a Gu Master's battle strength would increase by many times. If we can develop an immortal Gu recipe, it would have a huge significance to Gu immortals. For this, we should all thank Fang Yuan. Ha ha ha. Fairy Myrtle's voice was calm as she interrupted. Is Fang Yuan an idiot? When he threw the second aperture goo to Southern Border's righteous path, he must have expected that the second aperture goo's recipe would be cracked. The second aperture had extraordinary significance, but if a goo master had a second aperture, their cultivation time and energy would be doubled. The demand for cultivation resources will also increase correspondingly. I see. The goo immortals here were all rank 8 elites. Fairy Myrtle only had to remind them lightly for them to understand immediately. Feng Yuan did it on purpose. He threw out second aperture goo to extort Southern Border's righteous path, and also to add fuel to the fire in the future 5 regions' chaotic war. That's right. With the disappearance of the regional walls, and the merging of the 5 regions, the number of goo masters and goo immortals would not change for the time being, but the second aperture goo would definitely become popular rapidly. At that time, the demand for resources would double. How would they fill this gap? They can only go around and fight to obtain resources. This demon's intentions are truly sinister and sinister. Yet, we still have to take this bait of our own accord. They had no choice but to swallow it. Celestial Court had obtained second aperture goo from Southern Border's righteous path. Southern Border's righteous path would also research it, and the other 3 regions would not ignore it. Once a thing like second aperture goo was spread, it would definitely sweep the world. Like when Blood Sea Ancestor created Blood Path. Even though the entire 5 regions' righteous path prohibited blood path cultivation, there were still countless blood path goo masters and goo immortals. You can't research and refine second aperture immortal goo now? Duke Long, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. He rarely spoke, but his words were always to the point, and this time was no exception. Yuan Xiongdu shook his head with a bitter smile. I am still a distance away from deciphering the immortal goo recipe. If I have the help of a few refinement path friends at the same level as me, I might be able to quickly decipher it. But currently my energy is really limited, and I cannot split myself. Yuan Xiongdu was having a hard time. Earlier, after Feng Yuan annexed Langya sect, he wanted to modify Fate Goo's restoration formation. The original formation, because it used Refinement Cauldron as a reference, could not be used for safety reasons. Next, Feng Yuan captured Southern Border's righteous path, and Yuan Xiongdu was in charge of refining Fixed Space Goo. Next, Feng Yuan won against Celestial Court in the River of Time, and Celestial Court's Time Path Immortal Goo House was destroyed. Yuan Xiongdu was going to refine Goo crazily again, and try to refine some Time Path Immortal Goo. Recently, Qin Dingling woke up and gave Fairy Myrtle a stack of Luck Path Immortal Goo recipes, and Yuan Xiongdu was in charge of the Goo refinement. Goo refinement itself was a dangerous and difficult task, and Feng Yuan even seized the initiative time and time again, causing Yuan Xiongdu to fail miserably in most of his Goo refinement attempts. These last days, he had suffered countless injuries from Goo refinement. If not for Celestial Court's excellent healing methods, he would have died long ago. Next, Yuan Xiongdu needs to prepare for the restoration of Fate Goo. I'm afraid before Fate Goo is completely restored, the second aperture immortal Goo recipe cannot be deciphered. Fairy Myrtle announced regretfully. Duke Long nodded, not saying anything else. Qin Dingling sighed. Without the second aperture immortal Goo recipe, Southern Border's righteous path cannot completely break free from Feng Yuan's threat and extortion. These Southern Border Goo immortals are a disgrace to the righteous path. They were extorted to this extent by Feng Yuan. In the hall, Xing Yiwang said unhappily. The truth is, Southern Border's righteous path has also made some progress. The beacon tower they set up is an immortal Goo house that we should be wary of. Southern Border's righteous path is trying to break free from Feng Yuan. Currently, only Ba Clan, Xia Clan, and a few other clans are still controlled by Feng Yuan because they desire second aperture immortal Goo. But Wu Clan, Chai Clan, and other clans are actively resisting. They are cooperating with our Celestial Court. Jewel Yellow Skies is already suppressing Feng Yuan's businesses on a large scale. I want to remind everyone, there is a hidden force in Southern Border's Goo immortal world that is worth paying attention to. That is Virtue Paradise. This is the true inheritance that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created back then. There are many Gu immortals, including Mushroom Man Gu immortals. The strongest among them is Lu Weiyin. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has not entered Celestial Court, he has always been on friendly terms with us. But what is the attitude of Virtue Paradise? We still need to test it out. I have already considered this. Fairy Myrtle spoke. After some time, I will personally go to Virtue Paradise and ask for the Immortal Gu. Heavenly Court needed this Immortal Gu indeed. At the same time, it was also a probe towards Virtue Paradise. If Lu Weiyin's attitude was good, Celestial Court would try to rope in Virtue Paradise and make use of it. After discussing Southern Borders matters, Celestial Court's immortals started to discuss Western Desert. Because of Fang Yuan's scheme, Western Desert's political situation changed drastically. Fang clan successfully took control of Divine Being Palace and defeated Celestial Court's forces, causing Celestial Court's strategy of keeping Western Desert in check to suffer a setback. Fang clan has the capital to rise up indeed, but the crucial factor in this rise is this man, Fang clan's second supreme elder, Fang Dichang. This person is ambitious. He is a formidable character. He has already allied with a group of Western Desert Righteous Path forces. If not for our provocation and successful obstruction, Fang clan's rise would have been unstoppable. Now that Chun Yi is dead, we cannot take out a worthy Genesis Lotus inheritor. How will we take back Divine Being Palace? I suggest that we assassinate Fang Dichang. It will be difficult. This person is very crafty and vigilant. After obtaining Divine Being Palace, he almost never comes out. Fang clan's first supreme elder is Fang Gong. What is his impression of Fang Dichang? Fang Gong and Fang Dichang have a close relationship. There is no conflict between them. We cannot make a move for now. Celestial Court's Gu immortals discussed for a while before deciding to send more troops to Western Desert. Even though Celestial Court lost Wei Feng, most of their troops were still around. Their main forces were not destroyed. Back then, Celestial Court sent troops here, because Fang Yuan used the natural tributary of the River of Time to escape. To block it, Celestial Court set up an immortal formation at the tributary of the River of Time. Later, they found out that Thousand Transformations' ancestor was weak, so they sent more troops. Celestial Court's plan to deal with Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor was severely thwarted, but they did not give up. After discussing, they decided to send a portion of the River of Time's Gu immortals and Immortal Gu houses to reinforce them at the crucial moment through the natural tributary of the River of Time. And their main target this time was not Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but the Fang family. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a lone immortal, while Fang clan was a Righteous Path member. They were gradually influencing the whole of Western Desert's Righteous Path. If they allowed this to develop, Western Desert's Righteous Path would become a bigger threat to Celestial Court. Fang clan took away Divine Being Palace. This meant that Fang clan and Celestial Court could not reconcile. Thus, it was reasonable for Celestial Court to focus on Fang clan. After Western Desert was Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's political situation is also changing. Qi Si ancestor is holding a banquet and inviting Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. What is his intention? Not long ago, Qi Si ancestor and Duke Long came to an agreement not to help Fang Yuan anymore. This person seems to be neutral, but we cannot let our guard down. We already have eyes and ears in this Eastern Sea banquet. By then, we will know what Qi Si ancestor is planning. Duke Long spoke again at this time. Qi Si ancestor has extraordinary strength. He is not inferior to me. My personal opinion is to try to rope him in, at least, before Fate Gu is repaired. This will reduce the threat to Celestial Court. Duke Long's words made the Celestial Court's Gu immortals feel gloomy. Eastern Sea had a Qi Si ancestor who could match Duke Long in battle strength. This was unacceptable to the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. After discussing Eastern Sea's matters, it was Northern Plains' turn. Any movement of Northern Plains' longevity heaven was something that Celestial Court paid attention to. Among the 4 regions, Celestial Court was most wary of Northern Plains. Northern Plains' political situation had always been influenced by Celestial Court, especially the cooperation between Old Ancestor Shui, Hu and Celestial Court. It was a huge success. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Old ancestor Shui, who was the biggest obstacle. After the discussion of Northern Plains matters, Duke Long mentioned the River of Time. Right now, we have 5 Time Path immortal Gu houses, but we cannot find any traces of Red Lotus Stone Island. Is there a way to improve it? However, the Celestial Court's immortals did not have any good ideas after all. These Stone Lotus Islands were personally arranged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Qin Dingling also shook her head. In terms of luck path, we already have a Tao Guardian like Feng Jioga. His luck is too strong. If even he cannot do it, I am also helpless. Duke Long was silent, feeling slightly disappointed. The repair of Fate Gu was the Celestial Court's biggest plan. In Duke Long's mind, Wu Yong, Longevity Heaven, Feng Yuan, and Dragon Palace could not compare to the threat of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But there was no choice. Celestial Court had already tried their best. The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation was a huge success. Unfortunately, they were still far from finding Red Lotus Stone Island. There was silence in the discussion hall. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Next, Duke Long and Qin Dingling also showed surprise on their faces. Finally, the remaining Celestial Court's Gu immortals became excited. This news is very sudden. A Red Lotus Stone Island has appeared in the River of Time. Gu Lu Ru has already confirmed it. The Red Lotus Stone Island is genuine, it cannot be faked. We have finally found a Red Lotus true inheritance. As long as we obtain one of them, we might be able to find the remaining Red Lotus true inheritance. Duke Long nodded. This is a good thing, we must obtain the true inheritance. Also be careful of Feng Yuan. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals had solemn expressions. That's right, this commotion cannot be hidden from him for long. By then he will definitely appear. Chapter 1894. Eastern Sea. East of the Bumpy Sea area, west of the Barbecue Islands, there was a huge and unique sea area, Chi Sea. There was no seawater in Chi Sea, but countless Chi currents interweaved and intertwined, forming countless Chi whirlpools. In the remote antiquity era, Chi Sea had a supreme status in the hearts of all the Gu immortals in the world. At that time, Chi path was extremely prosperous. It was the main path of Gu cultivation. Other paths were unorthodox. Everything else was low grade, only Chi path was high grade. Chi Sea's scale was even larger. There was a universe inside it. Countless Chi currents moved within. They were born and destroyed continuously. At that time, Chi Sea was the #1 Chi path resource point in the 5 regions. Time passed quickly, the world changed. Chi path declined. Chi Sea's scale also continued to shrink. By now, Chi Sea was less than 1/10,000th of its original size. The Chi currents inside were pure water Chi. Only at the center, there were still other types of immortal material Chi currents. Chi Sea went from being visited by countless immortals to almost no one cared about it. It mostly contained water Chi. But which sea area in the huge Eastern Sea did not have water Chi? Water Chi was easy to extract. Why would Gu immortals need to come all the way to Chi Sea to collect it? Even if they wanted to find other immortal material Chi currents, it was too risky to explore the center of Chi Sea. It was better to directly purchase it from Jewel Yellow Skies. This time, when I organize the Eastern Sea banquet, Chi Sea will definitely become famous in the 5 regions again. Feng Yuan's main body sat on a cloud, looking down at the Chi Sea area below him. Looking down from above, Chi Sea was light blue in color. Countless Chi currents surged and rumbled. It was a stark contrast to the sparkling deep blue seawater. Back then, Southern Borders Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chi Xiang created unlimited Chi Sea killer move. To a certain extent, it was inspired by this Chi Sea. Feng Yuan was called Chi Sea Ancestor. It was not a random title. He had already made ample considerations behind the scenes. For example, which part of Eastern Sea was Chi Sea Ancestor's secluded residence? Feng Yuan chose Chi Sea as his secluded residence. Almost no one cared about this place. Few Gu immortals came to explore it, but it was very compatible with Chi Sea Ancestor's Chi path. It was reasonable if he said it out loud. Wu Shui, the dragonoid clone, sent a message from the center of the Qi Sea. The formation is ready. This banquet was very important to Feng Yuan, so he had prepared a lot. Not only did Feng Yuan send Wu Shui over, but he also set up a grand array in the center of his Qi Sea. This formation was a Qi Path formation. Feng Yuan's Time Path clone relied on his Qi Path Great Grandmaster attainment, Formation Path Grandmaster attainment, and the Light of Wisdom to deduce this after a month. In the center of the Qi Sea, countless streams of air surged and shuttled back and forth. The environment was quite dangerous. It was extremely difficult to set up an immortal array in such a place. However, it was still not a problem for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was not lacking in array Dao, and he had plenty of resources on hand. Moreover, he did not aim for the level of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing array. Instead, he was very pragmatic and pursued cost-effectiveness. Feng Yuan's main body sent out his divine sense, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he closed his eyes to rest. This banquet was of great significance to him. He was using the world as a chessboard, arranging his chess pieces and guiding the general trend. However, this was not so easy. In southern border, Feng Yuan's influence was already low. Wu Yong was actively trying to establish connections. His political skills were superb. Feng Yuan could not stop him. In Western Desert, even though Feng clan was rising, their influence still needed time to spread. At the same time, be it the Celestial Court or the other Western Desert forces, they all had different thoughts. Feng Dicheng's clone had a long way to go. Central Continent had the Celestial Court. It was almost impenetrable, like an iron bucket. Back then, Shadow Sect planted Zombie Alliance, and Defy had already been destroyed by Fairy Myrtle. In Northern Plains, Feng Yuan and Chu Du were the closest, but it did not affect the overall situation. Even though Bing Sichuan had not awakened yet, Longevity Heaven was gradually exerting its power. This was not a place where Feng Yuan could interfere. Thus, Eastern Sea became an important part of Feng Yuan's plan. Eastern Sea was the region with the richest resources. If it succeeded, the 5 regions would merge, and Feng Yuan would be able to use this influence to influence the other 4 regions. 15 minutes later, Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the sky as he muttered, "They are here." An immortal goo house flew over from the sky. It seemed slow but was actually very fast. The immortal goo house stopped as a young girl with bright eyes walked out. She wore a long dress with pink clouds embroidered on it. Hua Clan's first supreme elder Hua Kai Yin pays respects to Qi Si ancestor. Hua Kai Yin had rank 8 cultivation level. She had a respectful attitude. Next, several Hua Clan Gu immortals walked out of Hua Clan's immortal Gu house and greeted Feng Yuan. "It is not the appointed time yet. You came early, please take a seat." Feng Yuan waved his hand. Qi currents gathered on his right hand, forming a cloud. Hua Kai Yin kept the immortal Gu house into her immortal aperture. She sat down while the other Hua Clan Gu immortals stood behind her. "This junior is meeting ancestor for the first time. I am very excited. This is a small gift from Hua Clan. Please accept it, ancestor." Hua Kai Yin said as the Gu immortal behind her took out an item and presented it with both hands. Feng Yuan looked over. This was a lump of qi that resembled a ball. It was held in the hands of the Hua Clan Gu immortal. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in this qi lump. There was heavy rain at times, it was sunny at times, and snow was falling at other times. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He recognized it. This was a rare rank 9 heaven qi lump. Heaven qi and earth qi were the source qi of all beings. They were very ordinary. Feng Yuan would sometimes open his immortal aperture's entrance to absorb heaven and earth qi from the outside world, to replenish his sovereign immortal aperture. He had many secluded domains of heaven and earth in his immortal aperture. These things expended heaven and earth qi. It was a huge burden to the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, after Feng Yuan annexed Xiang Grotto Heaven, his qi path Dao marks increased sharply. His immortal aperture produced a lot of heaven qi and earth qi. This burden was greatly reduced. But the heaven qi that Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture absorbed or produced were all ordinary gu materials. It was just that the quantity was huge. They could not even be considered immortal materials. If heaven qi became an immortal material, it would condense into a lump and could not be separated easily. Its value would rise sharply. Ordinary heaven qi could not compare to it. The simplest use of immortal material heaven qi was to scatter it. Many Gu immortals used it like this. They would buy such a lump of heaven qi from jewel yellow skies and scatter it in their immortal aperture, forming lightning, wind, frost, and other weather changes. This weather would last for some time. It would affect the Gu immortals' resource points or immortal apertures. Jewel yellow skies usually sold rank 6 or 7 heaven qi. Rank 8 immortal material heaven qi was already very rare. And rank 9 heaven qi was hard to come by. Jewel yellow skies might not even appear once in 1,000 years. Hua Kai-yin gave a portion of rank 9 heaven to Feng Yuan. It was because of her sincerity, and also because Hua clan was most proficient in Cloud Path. They were proficient in exploring both black and white heaven. It showed their deep foundation. Almost at the same time, in the River of Time, 4 immortal Gu houses flew above the river. Present and past pavilion had openings on all sides. It had a simple structure. It moved by walking on the waves. 3 autumn yellow crane platform was elegant and elegant. The orange-yellow eaves were like cranes spreading their wings. The light of the autumn sun was divided into 3 layers, covering the surface of the immortal Gu houses. Shark flow lever was snow-white like jade. There were 7 giant sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp white teeth. They were dragging the lever as they moved rapidly. Moment stage was rank 8. There was a spiral of stone stairs outside. It reached the highest point in the inner area. There was a red brick building with green tiles. The 4 immortal Gu houses were carrying Celestial Court and Central Continent's Gu immortals. They were all moving towards one destination, Red Lotus Stone Island. Inside present and past pavilion, a rank 8 Gu immortal was standing, looking at the surging river outside the pavilion. He wore a red and white robe. His posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long. His eyes were filled with divine light that was concealed. He had a gentle aura. He was carefree and elegant. His gaze was deep as he tried to comprehend something. This person was Feng Jioge. During this period of time, I have been observing the River of Time. I have seen the rise and fall of the world. I have seen the rise and fall of the past and present. Fate is like a tidal wave, sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes slow and sometimes rapid. The profundity of it cannot be described. I can only sing about it. Feng Jioge had been comprehending Destiny Song all along. Different from the previous life, after Feng Yuan's rebirth, Feng Jioge's destiny changed a lot. In Langya Blessed Land, he was defeated by Feng Yuan and sent away by Chun Yi using the killer move Karma Relocation. He gained inspiration for Destiny Song. This was much earlier than in the previous life. After gaining some inspiration, Feng Jioge came to the River of Time. He grasped this inspiration and started to comprehend it. The River of Time was a time path secluded domain, but Feng Jioge could use present and past pavilion to observe certain lives and scenes from the past. This was a huge help to his comprehension of Destiny Gu. Right now, his Destiny Song was 60% complete. It was 10% higher than in the previous life during the Fate War in Central Continent. My Destiny Song has already described the destinies of countless lives, but the destinies of venerables cannot be described in detail. Last time in Celestial Court, when I looked at Reckless Savage's blood skin, I had an unfathomable feeling. I hope that this Stone Lotus Island can give me an opportunity to compose Destiny Song. We are here, it is here. Stone Lotus Island, Red Lotus True Inheritance. The 4 immortal Gu houses stopped, and above the Stone Lotus Island, Eternal Yacht was already floating. Eternal Yacht was the first immortal Gu house to discover the Stone Lotus Island. The Gu immortals on it immediately informed Celestial Court. Thus, the 5 houses gathered. Feng Jioge looked over with anticipation. Gu Lu Ru, who was in moment stage, had a complex expression. We finally found it. The hard work of generations of Celestial Court was not in vain. Countless years of hard work has finally paid off. Gu Lu Ru sighed internally. He had experienced many hardships in his life, His lower body was paralyzed and could not be healed. He had a cold personality, but right now, he was showing all sorts of emotions. There was excitement, pride, and sorrow. Taking in a deep breath, Gulu calmed down completely. He sat in his wheelchair, his eyes shining with cold light as he calmly ordered. Start setting up the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. I will lead moment stage. Feng Jioge will lead present and past pavilion to defend this place. Eternal Yacht will go to the tributary and receive our reinforcements. Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform will patrol the surroundings. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Chapter 1895. The 3 layers of supplementary formations are done. The first group of Gu Immortals stopped. They sat cross-legged in the Immortal Gu house and closed their eyes to rest. The second group took over and started to place rank 8 Immortal Gu, suppress on top of the 3 layers of supplementary formations. The second group had 8 Gu Immortals, rank 7 and rank 6. They worked together and cooperated well. After some effort, they finally placed suppress Immortal Gu. This was the River of Time, a time path secluded domain of heaven and earth. As a rule path Immortal Gu suppress, it was not easy to place it down. But rank 8 Immortal Gu suppress was one of the core Immortal Gu of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. It was the first rank 8 Immortal Gu to be placed down. Only by placing it down could there be subsequent constructions. At this time, the second group of Gu Immortals started to rest, while the first group of Gu Immortals started to work again. They did not continue with the construction. Instead, they started to dismantle the 3 layers of supplementary Gu formations that they had set up earlier. These Gu formations were used to support the Immortal Gu suppress and help it to be placed down. Now that the goal was achieved, they had to get rid of these 3 layers of supplementary formations to free up space to continue setting up the Immortal formation. Good, the 3 layers of supplementary formations have been removed. Next, we will set up the Seedling Fire formation. The third group of Gu Immortals quickly took over. The first group of Gu Immortals were extremely tired. They needed to rest. The Seedling Fire formation is done. Next is the Paper Cage formation. Let's go. The second group of Gu Immortals took over. If the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation was broken down, it had 138 sub-formations. The Seedling Fire formation and the Paper Cage formation were 2 of them. Be careful. There is a change in the River of Time. A huge wave is crashing towards us. Someone warned. At this time, the first group of Gu Immortals were still resting. They were trying to recover their strength. The second and third group of Gu Immortals were busy setting up the formation. Only the fourth group of Gu Immortals was in charge of the emergency. Celestial Court divided the Gu Immortals into 4 groups to set up the formation. Among them, the first group had the strongest ability to set up formations. They were in charge of the core and most important part of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. The second and third group were all supplementary. Their abilities were about the same. The fourth group had the least amount of Gu Immortals. They had some ability to set up formations. They were the emergency backup team. The fourth group of Gu Immortals set out, destroying the huge wave. The second and third group of Gu Immortals, who were setting up the formation. While checking to see if the formation was affected, he began to make preparations for the next step. Gu Yaru and Feng Jioge were in charge of moment stage and present and past pavilion respectively. Feng Jioge's eyes were empty as he continued to comprehend fate. Gu Yaru's eyes were deep, and he was on high alert. We've discovered the Stone Lotus Island. The commotion caused by the formation will definitely be noticed by Feng Yuan. He will definitely come and destroy us. Before the river subduing Lotus Ceiling Grand Formation is completed, we will be at our weakest. It is also the best time for Feng Yuan to attack. This time, it is a matter of great importance. I want to wash away my humiliation. I can't let Feng Yuan succeed. Just as he was thinking, a silver light suddenly appeared in the distance. Gu Luru's heart instantly jumped. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Tower and Shark Flow Lever, which were patrolling the perimeter, immediately turned around and intercepted them. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. Gu Luru, Your celestial court actually wants to take away Red Lotus' true inheritance right under my nose. Hehe, you are dreaming. Myriad year flying warship rapidly approached. Fang Yuan's voice could be heard from within. Gu Lu Ru snorted coldly, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. Fang Yuan, you are just a loser. Wasn't the lesson last time painful enough? He was a time path great expert. He was like a fish in water in the river of time. If it were a rank 8 Gu immortal of any other path, they would have to expend a lot of effort to transmit their voice throughout the battlefield. Haha, with me here, don't even think of setting up the formation. Before Fang Yuan finished his words, myriad year flying warships' surroundings were already shining with bright light. These lights converged into countless silver flying swords that whizzed through the air, heading straight for the incomplete river suppression lotus ceiling grand formation. Gu Lu Ru's expression immediately turned dark. He felt a headache. Celestial Court was most wary of this formation. Fang Yuan attacked the enemy's most vulnerable point. He was very vicious. Celestial Court could only defend themselves. They naturally fell into a passive state. Last time, when Fang Yuan attacked the river-subduing lotus ceiling grand formation, Celestial Court could take the initiative to dismantle it. But this time, with this red lotus stone island, even if Celestial Court had to pay the price of blood, they had to ensure that the formation was set up properly. Boom boom boom. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Tower was the first to arrive. It started to fight with myriad year flying warship. The aftershocks created huge waves in the river of time. Next, Shark Flow Lever also arrived. While the 3 immortal Gu houses were fighting intensely in the river of time, above Eastern Sea's Qi Sea, the atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious. After Hua Kai Yun, the Gu immortals of Eastern Sea's super forces, Song Clan, Su Clan and Kai Clan also arrived. The one from Song Clan was naturally Song Qi Yuan. He brought Song Yishur to the banquet. This is Junior's granddaughter, Song Yishur. She has heard of Senior's magnificence and yearns to meet you. She begged me to come and see Senior's magnificence. Song Qi Yuan smiled as he took the initiative to introduce Song Yishur. Song Yishur lost her father at a young age. As her grandfather, Song Qi Yuan doted on her a lot. He specially brought Song Yishur to this Eastern Sea banquet to give her a chance to show her face. Junior greets Qi Sea ancestor. Song Yishur respectfully bowed. Her skin was white as snow. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She wore a blue-white dress. She had a pure aura. She was indeed one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. Like Hua Kai Yun, Song Qi Yuan also brought a gift. It was a Qi Path inheritance in Song Clan's inventory. It came from a Qi Path rank 8 great expert in history. Fang Yuan took a look at the contents. It was quite unique and valuable. Fang Yuan looked at Song Yishur below the stage and smiled, showing the concern of a senior. Song Clan has a successor. She is a good seedling. This is the first time I am meeting you. I cannot go without a gift. Saying so, he took out a rank 8 water path immortal material. It slowly floated in front of Song Yishur. Song Yishur was from a great clan after all. She quickly received this gift and thanked him respectfully. Take a seat. Fang Yuan waved his hand, and the qi flow condensed, forming a mountain in an instant, right below his left hand. Song Qi Yuan saw this seat and showed a joyful expression. He brought Song Yishur to their seats. Song Yishur kept the rank 8 water path immortal material in her immortal aperture. She was very humble. She had the demeanor of a lady from a great clan. Hua Kai Yin laughed and greeted. Song Qi Yuan, this is the first time ancestor is giving a gift. If I had known, I would have brought my grandson here. She was the earliest to arrive. She had already conversed with Fang Yuan for a while. Thus her tone was much warmer. Song Qi Yuan laughed. He was secretly pleased. He felt that bringing Song Yishur here was a wise decision. Song Yishur was seeing Qi Sea ancestor for the first time. But she was already impressed by his aura, she thought. This senior is indeed the number 1 Gu immortal in Eastern Sea. He can even fight with Celestial Court's Duke Long. He is truly an expert. He is so magnanimous and magnanimous. If she knew that the person in front of her was Fang Yuan, that Fang Yuan had once acted as Xing Xiangzi, and peeped at her bathing, seeing her naked, She would not have such thoughts. Qing Yuan greets Qi Si ancestor. Qing Yuan was the third Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal to arrive. Junior Qing Yujicheng greets Qi Si ancestor. A young man followed behind Qing Yuan. He wore a green robe. He had a tall nose and wide face. His eyes were bright like stars. He was a genius of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Good. Fang Yuan praised as he assessed Qing Yujicheng. Another good seedling. Ancestor has a gift for you. He gave Qing Yujicheng a rank 8 immortal material. Qing Yujicheng quickly thanked him. Hua Kaiyun gradually realized this, and thought to herself, this Qi Si ancestor seems to like helping juniors, just this alone shows his breadth of mind. Right at this time, Nangong clan's Gu immortals arrived at the banquet. Hua Kaiyun's expression sank. At this moment, the first supreme elder of Nangong clan came here with Huan. Huan was a Hua clan Gu immortal, but he betrayed Hua clan and joined Nangong clan. He had deep wisdom path attainment. He was one of the 3 wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. There was a poem, Jia Dan in Bipolar, Huan in Nangong, and Dragon Head Tortoise, Surviving Adversity C. Even though Hua Kaiyun was unhappy, she did not flare up. This was Qi Si ancestor's banquet. She wanted to get close to the number 1 expert of Eastern Sea. She had to endure. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path members arrived one after another. The last to arrive was the first Supreme Elder of the Merman Imperial Court. Fang Yuan consoled her before arranging for her to sit at the end of the banquet. After the Merman Grand Elder sat down, she let out a sigh of relief, thinking, even though this was the first time she was meeting Qi Si ancestor, this great expert's attitude towards mermen was quite good. Of course it was good. Mermen had to work closely with the dragon men. They were Fang Yuan's natural allies. Fang Yuan would not make things difficult for her. Seeing the scene of Fang Yuan treating the Merman Grand Elder, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Gu immortals fell into deep thought. River of Time. Myriad Year Flying Warship had already reached the inner area. Immortal Killer moved Daybreak Sword. The sword group moved like pythons, piercing through the battlefield, and attacking 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform shone with a gem-like orange light, weakening the silver flying swords layer by layer. On the other side, Shark Flow Lever shot out 3 cold currents, freezing the water of the River of Time below Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fang Yuan snorted coldly from inside Myriad Year Flying Warship. The silver flying sword shot back into the river below the warship. Immortal Killer move, Torn Advance. Myriad Year Flying Warship flew like a meteor, crashing into the river suppression lotus ceiling formation that was still being set up. Boom! With a loud sound, Moment Stage blocked Myriad Year Flying Warship. The 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses clashed head-on. Moment Stage was slightly disadvantaged. While Myriad Year Flying Warship's momentum was broken, it was blocked by Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Celestial Court had a deep foundation. They had already prepared several methods to deal with Myriad Year Flying Warship. After several battles, Myriad Year Flying Warship had already exposed all of its methods. They were not very effective. Right at this time, 2 more Time Path Immortal Gu houses arrived to reinforce it. The Eternal Boat carried Xing Yuang, while the 9 spiritual fairies sat in the Sun Moon Monastery. Celestial Court's reinforcements had arrived. For rank 8 Gu immortals, 6 Time Path Immortal Gu houses. Celestial Court's morale was greatly boosted. Eastern Sea above Qi Si. Qi currents surged, forming a huge cloud. At Qi Si ancestors' will, countless delicacies and wines slowly rose from the Qi currents. It was time. Qi Si ancestor was about to raise his cup and announce the start of the banquet, when a voice came from the horizon. Black Soul Sea Lord invites Qi Si ancestor to teach him. Following that, a rank 8 aura filled with Yin energy enveloped the entire place. Eastern Sea's immortals were stunned, their eyes shining with bright light. Chapter 1896. Moment Stage, Present and Past Pavilion, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform, Eternal Yacht, Shark Flow Lever, Sun and Moon Observatory, Gulu Ru Feng Jioga, Xingyi Wang, 9 Spiritual Fairy. Celestial Court had invested a huge amount of manpower into the River of Time. They were determined to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. In contrast, Fang Yuan's side only had Myriad Year Flying Warship. Even though it was rank 8, it was too weak in front of Celestial Court. Celestial Court's 6 immortal Gu houses and 4 rank 8 Gu immortals surrounded Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship was in trouble, but Fang Yuan's voice was unhurried. He even had the mood to talk. He, you want to occupy the Stone Lotus Island? Since I can't get it, don't even think about getting it. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Year Hunting. A strange fragrance came from Myriad Year Flying Warship. It spread rapidly and caused countless beast roars in the surroundings. A wave of Year Beast Tide was brewing. In the previous life, Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan worked together to snatch Red Lotus true inheritance from Celestial Court. But Feng Zhouge destroyed their plan and destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. This time, Fang Yuan made the same choice. He used Myriad Year Hunting to activate a beast tide to attack the Stone Lotus Island. This method could be said to be Myriad Year Flying Warship's strongest method. But its weakness was also very obvious. The Year Beast Tide could not differentiate between friend and foe. It was actually targeting Myriad Year Flying Warship. Last time, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals fell for Fang Yuan's scheme. They thought that Fang Yuan could control the Beast Tide. They slaughtered a large number of Year Beasts and blocked many attacks for Myriad Year Flying Warship. After suffering a huge loss, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals finally found out that Fang Yuan could not control this Beast Tide. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals had already grasped the weakness of Myriad Year Hunting. But this time, Fang Yuan used it on Celestial Court's weakness. Celestial Court was setting up the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. They could not dodge it. They could only face it head-on. Gu Lu Ru snorted coldly. This scoundrel is truly vicious. Sure enough, he's using this move again. His expression was calm, as he immediately dispatched his men. The Eternal Ship and the Shark Flow Lever quickly left the battlefield. At the same time, 9 Spiritual Fairy also jumped out of the Immortal Gu house, turning into an immemorial desolate beast, and leaving the battlefield. The Celestial Court had the upper hand, and Fang Yuan's Myriad Year Flying Warship was already surrounded, so the evacuation of these people could not be stopped. After leaving the battlefield, Eternal Yacht and Shark Flow Lever suddenly shined with a bright light. The aura of 2 years flow like water Immortal Gu spread everywhere. The beast tide that had just formed was attracted by these 2 Immortal Gu houses. 80% of them charged towards these 2 Immortal Gu houses. The remaining 20% was intercepted by 9 Spiritual Fairies' immemorial desolate beast, and used for her own purposes. It really is her. 9 Spiritual Fairy, Central Continent's History, an Enslavement Path and Transformation Path Dual Cultivator Rank 8 Great Expert. The Gu Immortals inside Myriad Year Flying Warship had already recognized 9 Spiritual Fairy. At this moment, Fang Yuan's main body was still in Eastern Sea. Only a lump of his will was inside the warship. The will thought about it, and compared it with the previous life's memories. 9 Spiritual Fairy did not wake up in the previous life, but she woke up in this life. And in fact, she woke up in advance. This was a completely different change. When she turned into an immemorial year beast, the River of Time was no longer an obstacle to her. Even though the Celestial Court did not directly break Myriad Year Hunting, they thought of a way to deal with it. They analyzed the principle of Myriad Year Hunting, and from this aspect, they ingeniously resolved the Year Beast Tide that had yet to fully form. Next, even if Year Beasts rushed over, they would only be a few. They would not pose a threat. This was the foundation of the Celestial Court. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan had been enduring and hiding his methods. Once his methods were exposed, the Celestial Court would react quickly and make deductions to deal with him in the next battle. Daybreak Sword was like this, Torrential Charge was like this, and Myriad Year Hunting was also like this. The killer move Myriad Year Hunting, which could change the situation, was broken by the Celestial Court before it could even take effect. The remaining 4 Immortal Gu houses surrounded Myriad Year Flying Warship and attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan, use whatever methods you have. Gulu sneered. Inside Myriad Year-flying warship, Fang Yuan's will was silent and did not reply. The battle continued. Myriad Year-flying warship was at a disadvantage. It could not turn the situation around. Even though it tried to break out of the encirclement, it did not succeed. The 4 immortal Gu houses on the Celestial Court's side were led by Moment Stage. It was also a rank 8 immortal Gu house. And with the Time Path great expert Gulu personally guarding it, Moment Stage was not inferior to Myriad Year-flying warship. At the same time, the other 3 immortal Gu houses assisted it. Their coordination with Moment Stage was not as simple as it seemed. It was very exquisite. Evidently, the Gu immortals inside these immortal Gu houses had not been slacking during this period. They had been training intensely. Their battle strength had risen greatly. Fang Yuan is already a cornered beast. He is no longer a threat. We need to be careful. We cannot be careless when fighting this demon. Our river suppression lotus ceiling formation is almost complete. What else can Fang Yuan do to stop us? The morale of the Gu immortals on the Celestial Court's side soared. Many of them could already see the scene of Fang Yuan's death. But right at this time, a majestic aura rose from the stone lotus island. Golden light blossomed as a gray stone giant slowly stood up. This giant was extremely tall. It had bulging muscles and thick fur. Its eyes were shining with a fierce beast light. What monster is this? It has the aura of Time Path. We have not explored the Stone Lotus Island yet, but we have already triggered the Stone Lotus Island's guards. Oh no! The river suppression lotus ceiling formation is not complete yet. The expressions of the Gu immortals on the Celestial Court side changed. The giant roared fiercely. It emitted the roar of a dragon and tiger. The sound waves spread in all directions, creating huge waves around the island. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook intensely. The Gu immortals who said it coughed out blood. Quick, stabilize the formation. The paper cage formation was broken. Quickly repair it. Fourth class Gu immortals, quickly reinforce us. The Gu immortals who set up the formation were flustered. The gray stone giant roared as its arms shook. The muscles on its upper arms and forearms expanded to 3 times their original size like inflated balloons. A pitch-black bull horn grew out of his forehead. He lowered his head slightly and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He opened his palms and faced each other. Countless streams of air whizzed and converged at the center of his palms, forming a surging vortex. Gulu saw this, and a look of shock flashed across his eyes. He could tell. These chi currents were only the surface. They were actually time path Dao marks. More and more time path Dao marks were extracted by the giant, gathering into a huge silver ball of light. The ball of light became larger. The giant roared as it exerted strength. Its arms shook as it threw the silver ball out. The silver ball shot out like a meteor, creating huge winds and waves along the way. The central continent righteous path Gu immortals' pupils shrunk. They were shocked by the power of this silver ball. Quick, let us block it. Gulu gritted his teeth. He braced himself as he controlled Moment Stage to block the silver ball. Boom! At the next moment, with a loud sound, the silver ball smashed onto Moment Stage. A terrifying force erupted. Moment Stage seemed to have fallen into a tornado. It resisted with all its might, but was still sent flying backwards. We blocked it. Moment Stage finally stopped. Gulu let out a breath of air. The front of Moment Stage was completely destroyed. It was filled with cracks. A large number of mortal Gu were dead. Even immortal Gu were damaged. The Gu immortals inside Moment Stage were already in a mess. They were no longer as relaxed as when they trapped Fang Yuan. They were trying to repair this immortal Gu house. The aftermath of the silver ball's explosion created intense winds and waves that crashed into the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. A large number of Gu worms died. The Gu immortals who set up the formation were extremely busy. The gray stone giant saw that its attack was futile. It started to condense the silver ball again. Gulu saw this and gritted his teeth. He controlled Moment Stage to charge down. But when Moment Stage got close to the Stone Lotus Island, the Stone Lotus Island shined with a bright light. A formless force blocked Moment Stage. Using this time, the gray stone giant condensed another silver ball of light in its palms. The light ball shot out. Gulu Ru had no choice but to grit his teeth and use Moment Stage to block it again. Boom! With another loud sound, from the intense explosion, the front of Moment Stage was completely destroyed. A large number of bricks and tiles flew out, turning into goo worm corpses in the air. The gray stone giant saw that its attack was blocked again. It roared furiously and started to condense the silver ball of light again. Gulu Ru frowned deeply. This giant clearly has a time path method. It seems familiar. To think that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had such a trump card. However, even if I know where it is, I can only block its attack and sacrifice the Moment platform to protect the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Array in a short period of time. Thankfully, we have Moment Stage. Gulu Ru felt some joy internally. The instant platform's signature technique was its position shift. It was capable of moving from one location to another in an instant. This was not a space path method. It was time path. It was not teleportation in essence, but it compressed the time that Moment Stage took to teleport to a single instant. If the distance was further, it would only take a few moments. Gulu Ru wanted to protect the formation. His goal was clear. As long as the formation was activated, it could isolate the inside from the outside. By then, the Stone Lotus Island would not be able to escape. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's arrangements on the island would be weakened and suppressed. Internally, it was like a strong layer of protection for the outside world. By then, even if Feng Yuan wanted to come in, with this formation and several immortal goo houses to defend him, it would be very difficult. Feng Yuan understood this too. Myriad Year flying warship charged left and right. The remaining immortal goo houses were only rank 7. It was difficult to trap it. It was like a simple fishing net trying to trap a shark. Celestial Court's situation was deteriorating. Seeing that the situation was bad, Gulu Ru snorted coldly. He left Moment Stage and joined in the encirclement of Myriad Year flying warship. He was a time path great expert. He was like a fish in water in the river of time. With his help, Celestial Court stabilized its situation again. Persevere, we will win if we persevere. As long as we last this period, when the formation is set up, it will be Feng Yuan's death. Gulu Ru controlled the situation. He fought Myriad Year flying warship while raising the morale of his people. Finally, the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation was set up. The huge force formed a circular barrier that not only enveloped the Stone Lotus Island, but also Myriad Year flying warship. The formation activated. The gray stone giant grunted. It was greatly suppressed. Myriad Year hunting was also restricted. The fragrance could not spread out. It could not form a beast tide. Let's get rid of Feng Yuan first before exploring the Stone Lotus Island, Gulu Ru shouted. Without the threat of Myriad Year hunting, Eternal Yacht, Shark Flow Lever, and 9 spiritual fairy returned and joined in the encirclement of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, this will be your burial ground. Gulu Ru's eyes shined with bright light. He had a cold expression. A generation's heavenly demon is going to die here? Feng Jioga narrowed his eyes. Inspiration regarding Destiny's song appeared in his mind. To prevent any problems from arising, let's kill him. Xing Yi Wang controlled Shark Flow Lever. His killing intent surged as he charged forward. 9 spiritual fairy was silent. Her movements were not slow at all. She went behind Myriad Year flying warship and unleashed her aura, preparing a killer move. But at this time, Feng Yuan's cold laughter could be heard from within Myriad Year flying warship. Members of Celestial Court, you are all trapped. Do you still not know it? Before he finished speaking, the Stone Lotus Island shot out intense light. Dozens of huge water pillars rose from the river beside the island. The intense light and water pillars forcefully connected to the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. The expressions of the Central Continent Goo Immortals inside the formation cores changed. Someone shouted in shock. What's going on? We have lost control of the formation. Such a shocking change was not a small matter. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court had expressions of disbelief, but they had to believe it. This was all a trap set up by Feng Yuan. I did not sacrifice a Stone Lotus Island to trap him in vain. Members of Celestial Court, This is not my place to die. It is yours. Feng Yuan had just finished speaking when the gray stone giant on the stone lotus island grew chicken wings on its back. Feathers grew on its head. Its mouth turned into a bird's beak, and its hands turned into tiger claws. It flew out and charged into the encirclement to receive myriad-year flying worship. Gu Lu Ru had a flash of inspiration. He finally recognized the gray stone giant. He was shocked and furious. This is the 12 zodiac ancient battle formation. To think that it was Feng Yuan's method. This is all Feng Yuan's scheme. He has already obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance. He can control the Stone Lotus Island. This 12 zodiac ancient battle formation is likely the content of the True Inheritance. His time path foundation has risen sharply. He can actually restrain our formation. We cannot stay here for long. Retreat. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court quickly discussed. They decided to retreat. But the awkward thing was, the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation that they had spent all their effort to set up was now an obstacle that obstructed them. You want to leave now? Too late. Feng Yuan's laughter could be heard from within myriad-year flying worship. Daybreak Sword shot out and covered 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever. The gray stone giant roared as it pounced towards present and past pavilion. Waves surged around present and past pavilion, but the gray stone giant ignored them. It continued to charge forward and punch with its fist. The gray stone giant was too tall. Its fist was even larger than present and past pavilion. Before the fist even landed, tiger and dragon roars resounded in the battlefield. The fist force was so strong that it could destroy heaven and earth. Feng Jioge squinted. The other Gu immortals were horrified. Facing this fist, they felt like the world was collapsing. Any attempt to dodge would be futile. They could not dodge. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire present and past pavilion was destroyed by the gray stone giant's fist. The Gu immortals inside suffered heavy casualties. Feng Jioge escaped in a sorry state. Moment Stage. At the crucial moment, Moment Stage teleported and caught Feng Jioge. Facing the approaching Moment Stage, the gray stone giant did not even look at it. It turned around and ran towards Sun and Moon Temple. Sun and Moon Temple was a time path immortal Gu house of Spirit Affinity House. It was slightly weaker. As the gray stone giant approached, Sun and Moon Temple could not move in time. The giant was too fast in the river of time. With the power of the Stone Lotus Island, its battle strength was simply unheard of. Boom! With a second explosion, Sun and Moon Temple exploded. Most of the Gu immortals were dead. No! Gu Lu Ru gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot from anger. His body was shaking with hatred. Celestial Court's Gu immortals lost their momentum. They tried to retreat. The gray stone giant's battle strength made them feel despair. Eastern Sea above Qi Sea. The Gu immortals' eyes shined brightly as they looked at Qi Sea Ancestor and Black Soul Sea Area's Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin was a lone cultivator, but he was rank 8. Everyone in Eastern Sea knew about him. The immortals did not expect him to challenge Qi Sea Ancestor. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Back then, when Long Long fought with Qi Sea Ancestor, only Song Qi Yuan and Shen Songxing had witnessed it, and they were both righteous path Gu immortals. Under everyone's gazes, Qi Sea Ancestor smiled lightly. Gu immortal Zhang Yin, you have guts, but can you take one move from me? Zhang Yin smiled proudly. Ancestor, you are looking down on me, let alone one move, ugh. He stopped abruptly. The other Gu immortals' expressions changed. At that instant, they felt the entire world buzzing. Qi currents came from all directions in response. The surrounding 10,000 li felt the pressure rise sharply. The immortals' pupils shrunk. They broke out in cold sweat. They felt the endless pressure. They were like insects in amber. They were extremely weak. What killer move is this? This is Qi Sea Ancestor's method? We are only affected. How much pressure is Zhang Yin, who is at the center of it, facing? The immortals looked over. They saw that Zhang Yin's face was red. He was motionless in the air. His eyes were wide open. He struggled, but he could only tremble. He could not break free. The immortals' hearts shook intensely. A rumbling sound could be heard from above them. The Eastern Sea immortals quickly looked up, their expressions turning pale. They saw a giant hand, completely made of qi currents. It was pale and transparent. It stretched for 1,000 li, covering the sky. The giant hand pressed down. The Eastern Sea immortals felt suffocated. It was like a mountain was crashing down on their heads. What kind of power is this? If I did not see it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine. This is probably comparable to a rank 9, right? Qi Si ancestor. At the banquet, many Gu immortals stood up unconsciously. Their bodies were shaking as they panicked. Zhang Yin screamed with all his might. His body shined with dark light. There was also a weak lightning reaction. But he could not break free. He was firmly fixed in the air. This scene made Song Qi Yuan and the other rank 8 Gu immortals feel their hearts pounding. It seems that Zhang Yin has already used all his strength, but he cannot break free? Is Zhang Yin going to die here? Qi Si ancestor's battle strength is so terrifying. Is he trying to use Zhang Yin's life to establish his might in Eastern Sea? It was hard to imagine that a rank 8 Gu immortal could not even retaliate against Qi Si ancestor. But the truth was right in front of them. Song Qi Yuan and the other Eastern Sea Gu immortals had to believe it. The giant qi current hand got close to Zhang Yin and suddenly collapsed. It passed through Zhang Yin and stuck to Qi Si. There was no earth-shattering explosion. After the giant qi current hand touched Qi Si, it quickly disintegrated and merged into Qi Si. Zhang Yin regained his freedom. His clothes were soaked in cold sweat. He had a look of lingering fear. His eyes were wide open as he breathed roughly. Look at Qi Si, Song Yisher called out. The immortals looked over. They saw that the vast and dangerous Qi Si with countless whirlpools had been flattened. It was like a mirror. The Eastern Sea immortals were shaken. Many of them opened their mouths but could not speak. Ancestors' divine might, Junior is in awe. Zhang Yin let out a breath of air. He bowed dejectedly. Thank you for showing mercy, ancestor. Qi Si ancestor was still sitting at the main seat. His eyelids seemed to be closing. He waved his sleeves lightly. Take a seat. Thank you, ancestor. Zhang Yin sat down amidst the deathly silence. Many of the Eastern Sea immortals were still standing. Those who were sitting were not much better. They were like statues. Qi Si ancestor defeated Zhang Yin in one move. They were completely shaken. Ancestor's divine might. After a while, Song Qi Yuan reacted. He stood up and bowed respectfully. Ancestor's divine might. Shen Songsheng also stood up and bowed. Ancestor's divine might. Ancestor's divine might. Countless Eastern Sea Gu immortals bowed. They were all in awe. Fang Yuan smiled. He said plainly, please take a seat. The banquet will begin. Chapter 1897. The Stone Lotus Island ambush planned by Fang Yuan had ended. Bright light still filled Celestial Court. But in Central Great Hall, the atmosphere was heavy. At the crucial moment, Gu Lu Ru risked his life to block myriad year flying warship. We barely survived. 9 spiritual fairies said as she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were filled with tears. Gu Lu Ru risked his life to defend them appeared in front of her again. 9 spiritual fairy had a beautiful appearance. She liked to wear large robes. She usually had long sleeves and had a majestic aura. But now, she was bathed in blood. She was covered in injuries. Her large robe was tattered and hanging down. 9 spiritual fairies' thin and weak body was wrapped in the robe, showing a never-before-seen weakness. In this battle in the River of Time, Celestial Court had the absolute advantage at the start. But they lost in the end. All 6 immortal Gu houses were destroyed. Only 9 spiritual fairy and Feng Jioge managed to escape. Feng Jioge was also in the hall now. He did not have his usual elegance. His eyes were dim. They were no longer bright. They showed a perplexed expression. Fairy Myrtle sighed. She told the 2 to recuperate. She already knew about the entire battle situation. She called 9 spiritual fairy over to ask for more details and clues. To think that the Stone Lotus Island is in Fang Yuan's hands. How did he do it? We did not sense anything at all. Fairy Myrtle deduced silently, but could not find any clues. Precisely because of this mistake, Celestial Court lost in this battle. Everything was within Fang Yuan's calculations. They lost too miserably. Duke Long smiled bitterly. The truth is, We had guessed that Feng Yuan had a Red Lotus true inheritance before. But in the previous battle, Myriad Year Flying Warship was forced to run around by us. Even using the dangers of the River of Time was useless. Now, it seemed that Feng Yuan had purposely arranged that battle. Firstly, it was to attract our attention so that he could fight for the Dragon Palace. Secondly, it was to pave the way for this battle and show weakness to the enemy. What a cunning and sinister devil. Then, when did Feng Yuan obtain the true teachings of the Red Lotus? If he had obtained it recently, then so be it. If he had set foot on the Stone Lotus Islands a long time ago, that would be even more terrifying. Fairy Myrtle thought as she felt a chill run down her spine. Now the Celestial Court was facing a very difficult situation. However, no matter how difficult the predicament was, the Celestial Court had to face it directly. There was no room for evasion. Duke Long said solemnly, even if Feng Yuan obtains a copy of Red Lotus True Legacy and grasps the 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation, we still have to continue investing our strength in the River of Time. Of course, Red Lotus had more than one true inheritance. If Feng Yuan obtained a second or third one, he would be even more terrifying. For the Celestial Court, the River of Time was a place they had to defend. Red Lotus true inheritance was something they had to fight for. This problem might only be alleviated and improved after Fate Gu was successfully repaired. But now, the Celestial Court had to start anew. 6 Immortal Gu houses were destroyed. They had to build another 6, or even 10. Fairy Myrtle nodded with a solemn expression. In this aspect, she had the same opinion as Duke Long, but Fairy Myrtle had a troubled expression. There was a difficulty in this. To continue investing Time Path resources in the River of Time, the most direct way was to send Time Path Gu Immortals. But because of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the accumulation of Time Path Gu Immortals in Celestial Court was very weak. Without Time Path Great Experts, they could only use Time Path Immortal Gu houses to supplement them. The Celestial Court suddenly lost 6 Time Path Immortal Gu houses. The losses were too severe. They needed a large number of Time Path Immortal Gu to rebuild them. Even though 9 Spiritual Fairy and Feng Jioge were alive, they did not bring back many Immortal Gu. The Celestial Court needed to refine a large number of Time Path Immortal Gu to build Immortal Gu houses. Among them, Gu refinement immortal materials were not a problem. The Celestial Court's foundation was as deep as the sea. It had been accumulated for millions of years. It was not just for show. The Celestial Court had 3 treasure vaults of 1 million. They were named Front, Middle and Back. The 3 vaults corresponded to the time span of 1 million years. The accumulation of the Celestial Court in the past 1 million years was all used in the corresponding vaults. Any one of these vaults was much more than the total vaults of the 10 great ancient sections. Old Ancestor Shui, who had spent all of his fortune to refine a rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. With Feng Yuan's current foundation, he did not dare to attempt to refine a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Ordinary super forces would suffer huge losses when refining rank 8 Immortal Gu. But for the Celestial Court, not to mention one rank 8 Immortal Gu, even if they refined 10, their foundation would not be damaged. The Celestial Court did not lack immortal materials. What it lacked were refinement path great experts. Yuan Xiongdu was a refinement path expert. He had been in charge of repairing Fate Gu. If he had to refine the lost time path Immortal Gu house, it would be too difficult for him. He was only one person, his energy was limited. If 1 or 2 refinement path experts walked out of the immortal graveyard, that would be great. Fairy Myrtle thought to herself. Regretfully, the immortal graveyard could not be manipulated by outsiders. She could not awaken any Gu immortal she wanted. Duke Long also realized this problem. He thought about it and said, then gather the refinement path Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, and even other sects. Manage them and recruit them into the Celestial Court. Let them work together to refine time path Immortal Gu. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Yuan Xiongdu was in charge of repairing Fate Gu. If there was no movement from the immortal graveyard, the Celestial Court could only do this to resolve their current problem. Fairy Myrtle sighed in her heart. If we had invaded Langya sect back then, and taken in the entire sect, That would have been great. The problem now is not a problem, but Langya sect ended up in Feng Yuan's hands. The Celestial Court lost the initiative at the first step. They were restrained step by step. In contrast, Feng Yuan repeatedly used his advantage and refinement path to give the Celestial Court a hard time. Yuan Xiongdu was the one who felt this the most. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long had heavy hearts. Feng Yuan's victory in the River of Time was a huge blow to the Celestial Court. But the River of Time was only one aspect. The Celestial Court's situation was worsening. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven had been working hard to unify the strength of Northern Plains' Gu Immortal World. In Western Desert, Feng Dichang refined Divine Bean Palace and led Feng Clan to rise. In Southern Border, even though Wu Yong was close to the Celestial Court, beacon towers were being built everywhere. It had become a sore point for the Celestial Court. As for Eastern Sea, according to the latest information, Qi Si Ancestor defeated Zhang Yin in one move. Zhang Yin is a famous rank 8 lone immortal in Eastern Sea, but he could not retaliate at all. Qi Si Ancestor's battle strength is truly shocking. After this battle, his reputation soared, and a large number of Eastern Sea Gu immortals joined his banquet. Fairy Myrtle was deeply worried. Duke Long nodded. Even for me, it is not easy to achieve this. Qi Si Ancestor seems to have gotten stronger. According to his words, he comprehended Primordial Origin's true inheritance and improved his battle strength. After Feng Yuan defeated Zhang Yin, he told the Eastern Sea Immortals honestly. His battle strength had a breakthrough recently. The reason was because he obtained Primordial Origin's Qi Path true inheritance from the Celestial Court. Duke Long continued. Since Qi Si Ancestor said this, we can see that he is getting close to the Celestial Court, but he is still neutral. This person can be roped in. Qi Si Ancestor had been in seclusion for so long, he had battle strength that rivaled Duke Long. But he was still a secluded cultivator. It showed that he had no ambitions. Even if he had ambitions now, the Celestial Court, that had the complete Primordial Origin true inheritance, was more attractive to him. The neutral Qi Si Ancestor made Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle very vigilant, but they were also reassured. Not only because of Qi Si Ancestor's personality, but also because of his lifespan. Lifespan had always been the main factor that restricted Gu Immortal great experts. Qi Si Ancestor was clearly someone who did not have much lifespan left. He could become younger by using lifespan Gu. He was already so old. He might have already used other methods to extend his lifespan. And these methods had their flaws. Lifespan Gu would be ineffective if they were used many times. Duke Long did not have a long lifespan, but he believed that Qi Si Ancestor's lifespan was not much better. Fairy Myrtle suddenly said, "Since Qi Si Ancestor said this, maybe we can send Gu Immortals to the banquet. Even if we did not receive Qi Si Ancestor's invitation, the whole world will know that Qi Si Ancestor benefited from us. Even if it is a transaction, he will not be able to reject us." Duke Long agreed to this suggestion. Even if it did not work, this was a way to probe Qi Si Ancestor. The current changes in the situation in the Outer Realm were very unfriendly to the heavenly courts. Only the East Ocean was relatively calm. The Celestial Court wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with Eastern Sea's forces for now. Eastern Sea above Qi Si. After Feng Yuan defeated Zhang Yin in one move, the commotion here increased by several times. The number of Gu Immortals attending the banquet increased. The first thing the Gu Immortals did was to pay respects to Qi Si Ancestor, to pay their respects to the number 1 immortal of Eastern Sea. The battle between Qi Si Ancestor and Duke Long had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Now that Zhang Yin was defeated, Qi Si Ancestor became the publicly recognized number 1 person in Eastern Sea. Nobody doubted this. The whole world was deceived by Feng Yuan. Zhang Yin was one of the 4 dragon generals. He had great coordination with Feng Yuan. Together with the activation of the immortal formation under Qi Si Ancestor's attack was so shocking. Nobody knew that Zhang Yin was controlled. Even Duke Long did not know about Dream Token. In the previous life, after he seized Dragon Palace, he learned about the secret of the 4 dragon generals. Nobody could guess that Qi ancestor and Fang Yuan were the same person. After all, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, while Qi ancestor was a genuine rank 8. Fang Yuan had been trying to hide the sovereign immortal aperture's secret. He gave up on some small benefits and obtained several times the benefits here. Xiaobao Shu came. His face was handsome and gentle like jade. He had a graceful bearing and the appearance of a noble young master. He was a renowned independent cultivator in the Eastern Sea. He had a unique method to nurture vicissitude trees. He was once a major producer of yergu, but this business was ruined by Fang Yuan. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had even worked with Yu Xianzi to snatch Central Continent's moonlight mushrooms. Zui Xianwen came. He was a rare food path gu immortal in the current 5 regions. He was also the owner of Eastern Sea's Wine Sea. He had a huge collection of wine. He held a grand banquet every year. This time, he brought 1,000 jars of top-quality wine. They were specially given to Qi ancestor. 7 Seas Snake Lady came. This venomous woman was beautiful on the outside but ruthless on the inside. Even though she was a lone immortal, she owned 7 sea areas. This showed her strength. At the same time, she was publicly recognized as one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. Her reputation was on par with Song Yishur. Great Treasury Immortal also came. This person cultivated information path. He was dressed like a scholar. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. He had a graceful demeanor. In the previous life, he attacked Central Continent and stole Milan Guang's rank 7 immortal material electrolytic iron starflower. The Qi banquet caused a huge commotion in Eastern Sea's gu immortal world. All sorts of people showed up. Among them, there were more lone immortals than the righteous path. Eastern Sea had more lone immortals than the other 4 regions. After all, Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources. At the same time, the righteous path had many territories. Gu immortals were needed to defend them. Lone immortals had much more freedom. Central Continent gu immortal Jun Shenguang pays respects to Qi ancestor with a gift. I came uninvited, please forgive me. Celestial Court rank 8 Jun Shenguang appeared. The banquet went silent. Countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan chuckled. He was still nonchalant. An esteemed guest has come. What crime is there to offend? The sea is tolerant of all rivers. Tolerance is great. My Eastern Sea is tolerant of all things. How can we not have such magnanimity? Please take a seat. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. Another seat appeared. Even though it was a seat of honor, it was below the Eastern Sea rank 8 gu immortal. Seeing this, the Eastern Sea gu immortals' expressions relaxed. Eastern Sea was the region that could accept outside gu immortals the most among the 5 regions, but it was still xenophobic. The Central Continent gu immortals' arrival was within Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, he had been waiting for the Celestial Court's envoy to appear. Fang Yuan looked around. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, he spoke. Everyone, please listen to me. The banquet became silent again. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for Fang Yuan to speak. Jun Shenguang saw this and was inwardly shocked. Qi ancestor had only appeared for a short period of time. His reputation in Eastern Sea had already reached this level. Nobody dared to ignore Qi ancestor's words. Not even a single word or word. Fang Yuan did not speak much, but he clearly expressed his political opinion. Peaceful coexistence, mutual exchange, upholding justice and resolving disputes. In the end, he said, this banquet isn't just a gathering of everyone. It's also a trade fair, an auction and an arena. If you have any disputes, I can host it. Everyone in Eastern Sea will be the witnesses. We can gamble and resolve the conflict. If you have any resource needs or want to sell, you can come forward and state your request. From now on, I will hold a Qi banquet at this time every year. Of course, I will not charge any transaction fees. Ancestor is wise. Ancestor is selfless and righteous. We are in deep admiration. The Eastern Sea immortals praised. Jun Shenguang's heart shook. Qi ancestor's actions would greatly increase his influence in Eastern Sea's gu immortal world. Strong strength would make people revere him, while huge benefits would make people scramble for them. Moreover, Qixi banquets would be held every year. Chapter 1898. Qixi Banquet. The transaction was ongoing. A Gu immortal walked up to the stage. He wore a black robe and had messy hair. He raised his head and showed his true appearance. It was Eastern Sea lone immortal Wu Maiyang. Wu Maiyang had an aquiline nose and a dark gaze. He seemed to be injured. He coughed as he took out a shell that floated in the air. The Eastern Sea immortals looked at it. Many recognized it and showed disappointed expressions. This was just a small music clam. It was a rank 7 immortal material. Music clams were ordinary shells that contained sound path Dao marks. If it grew to desolate beast level, the size of the shell would increase. It would become a giant music clam. When it reached ancient desolate beast level, the music clam would shrink again. It would become a small music clam. The small music clam that Wu Maiyang took out had a dead aura. It was clearly lifeless. It was just a rank 7 sound path immortal material. But Wu Maiyang laughed coldly. Everyone calm down. How can I embarrass myself in Ancestors' banquet? I am not selling this small music clam. I am selling the sound stored inside. Saying so, Wu Maiyang bowed towards Fang Yuan. Ancestor, please forgive me for being rude. Fang Yuan, who was acting as Qixi ancestor, nodded lightly. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan and Wu Maiyang had met before. Back then in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan had sold Bone Spike Immortal Gu to Wu Maiyang. After getting Fang Yuan's permission, Wu Maiyang turned around and used his method to open a crack in the small music clam. Immediately, all the Gu immortals present heard a crying sound. This sound was very weak. It was soft and gentle. It had a unique beauty to it. But if one tried to investigate it, they would be bound by this sound and sink into it, unable to free themselves. Mortals had no way of escaping. Even Gu immortals would suffer light injuries, or even death at worst. However, after Wu Maiyang released the sound, the small music clam did not emit any more sounds. Many of the Gu immortals sighed as they became alert. They knew that they had fallen for a trick. This is the rank 7 immortal material ghostly wailing sound. Fang Yuan said plainly, Ancestor, you have great insight. I am willing to use this ghostly wailing sound to exchange for a rank 7 dark path immortal material. It would be best if you have black hole wood or darkline seaweed, Wu Maiyang said. The immortals below the stage were silent for a moment before a Gu immortal said, I have dark line seaweed. Wu Maiyang nodded with a joyful expression. Just as he was about to reply, another person spoke. I have the black hole wood. I'll trade it for your ghostly whale. After some negotiation, Wu Maiyang walked down the stage in satisfaction. In recent years, earth trenches had appeared frequently in the 5 regions. Although East Sea had the fewest earth trenches, it still brought a wave of rich cultivation resources. The ghost wailing sound that Wu Maiyang collected might have come from there. Even though Eastern Sea's Gu immortals often interacted with each other and held many auctions, the scale was very small. It could not compare to Fang Yuan's auction. The Qixi banquet was going to involve the entire Eastern Sea Gu immortal world. Jewel Yellow Skies' transactions were also increasing due to the earth trenches. But transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies required a fee. Jewel Yellow Skies' fee varied according to the intensity of the treasure light. Thus, the more precious and valuable the item, the higher the fee. Rank 7 immortal materials were quite expensive. Wu Maiyang naturally tried to save as much as possible. After Wu Maiyang got off the stage, the next Gu immortal went up and took out a lump of fire to sell. This lump of fire had a yellow core and an orange-red exterior. It was filled with a deathly aura. Once it was taken out, the surrounding air became dry like a desert. The temperature rose rapidly. This is Drought Zombie Flame. The Gu immortal who sold this fire smiled. He came from an Eastern Sea superforce Su clan. His name was Su Luan. He belonged to the Righteous Path. The order Fang Yuan arranged was 1 Righteous Path member and 1 lone cultivator, alternating between the 2 sides. This rule was clearly considerate of Eastern Sea's lone immortals. It was very popular among them. Even better, there were no demonic path Gu immortals. This showed Qixi ancestors' political attitude. Eastern Sea's righteous path did not feel any disgust towards this. After all, Chi-Si ancestor was an Eastern Sea lone immortal. The drought zombie flame caused a huge commotion. It was a rank 8 flame. Fang Yuan had to wave his hand to restrain the flame into a lump. Only then did the temperature and humidity of the Chi-Si banquet return to normal. I'm sure many of you recognize this flame. But today, I am not just selling this flame. I am also selling the Drought Immortal Zombie Lifespan Extension method. This method can allow Gu immortals who are nearing the end of their lifespan to use this flame to cultivate into a Drought Immortal Zombie. Everyone has heard of the Drought Immortal Zombie. It has battle strength that rivals rank 8 Gu immortals. Su Luan continued. But the Gu immortals present lacked interest. Right now, everyone knew about the Celestial Court's plan to repair Fate Gu. Once Fate Gu was repaired, immortal zombies would likely cease to exist. Once fate is repaired, the world would not allow the living dead to exist. Those who deserved to die would die. Thus, the prospects of cultivating a Drought Immortal Zombie were not bright. After a long while, a Gu immortal asked, "Can rank 7 Gu immortals also cultivate to become a Drought Immortal Zombie?" Su Luan nodded. Of course. But the Drought Immortal Zombie body that is cultivated will not be complete. It can only be considered a small drought demon. Its battle strength will also be limited to rank 7. He was not boasting. In this situation, there were experts everywhere. He might be exposed. By then, he would be publicly lying to Chi-Si ancestor. Offending such a rank 8 great expert was not something that Su Luan or Su Clan wanted to see. Eastern Sea's righteous path representatives came to attend the banquet. Which one of them did not offer gifts? Only a few lone and demonic path Gu immortals did so. After all, Eastern Sea's righteous path forces had huge businesses. They needed to build a good relationship with Chi-Si ancestor. As for the majority of loose immortals and fiendish cultivators, they were free and independent. Su Luan did not succeed in the end, but some Gu immortals expressed interest and were willing to negotiate. If Su Luan could lower the price, there might be a chance of success. This drought zombie flame is likely from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Fang Yuan thought to himself. The Shadow Sect inheritance that he obtained had a list of Zombie Alliance's inventory. Among them, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had several drought zombie flames. Back then, when Spectral Soul defied heaven and refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu, Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance's identities were exposed. After Spectral Soul failed, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's strength was diverted. It became almost an empty nest. Eastern Sea's righteous path worked together to exterminate it. Looking at its location, Su Clan was one of the super forces closest to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Other than him, there were also Qingyu Clan, Song Clan, and Hua Clan. After the drought zombie flame, another Eastern Sea Gu immortal walked up. He walked carefully, glancing at Chi-Si ancestor from time to time. But Fang Yuan did not react. His eyes were closed and he looked calm. This Eastern Sea Gu immortal relaxed slightly. He let out a breath of air and said in a hoarse voice, "I am here to exchange for an immortal Gu." Saying so, he opened his palm, revealing an immortal Gu inside. Instantly, the smell of blood permeated the air. The immortal's heart skipped a beat. This was the first immortal Gu transaction since the start of the banquet. The immortals looked over, seeing that this Gu resembled a ladybug. It was small and exquisite. The ladybug's shell was bright red. Its belly and head were black like iron. If one listened carefully, they could hear a heartbeat coming from the ladybug's body. This heartbeat was very weak at first, but if one continued to listen, the heartbeat would get louder and louder. It would resonate with the Gu immortal's heartbeat, affecting the Gu immortal's heartbeat. The immortals were shocked. Some of the rank 6 Gu immortals with weaker cultivation level grunted. Some had pale expressions. They were clearly hit. What immortal Gu is this? Even Gu immortals are injured. Mortals cannot get close to it. It is clearly a blood path immortal Gu. This drowning elder is so daring. He is actually selling a blood path immortal Gu at the Chi-Si banquet. Is he not afraid of Chi-Si ancestor and Eastern Sea's righteous path attacking him? Drowning Elder is a demonic immortal to begin with. Who in Eastern Sea does not know that? Ancestor did not say that demonic path Gu immortals could go up, but he actually walked up openly. The immortals discussed. The righteous path Gu immortals had ugly expressions. Drowning Elder had killed countless people, but he was feeling uneasy now. He cultivated water path, but he countered ordinary water path Gu immortals. He had drowned countless mortals. He had even killed many righteous path Gu immortals. He was a person with countless crimes. Even now he was still wanted by 5 Eastern Sea super forces. Normally, the righteous path Gu immortals would have attacked him already. But this was the Chi Si banquet. It was Chi Si ancestors' venue. Who would dare to not give him face? As for how to deal with drowning Elder, almost all the Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still calm, as if he was taking a nap. He did not say a word. He was still calm and composed. The immortals looked at Fang Yuan for a while. They gradually understood what was going on. It seemed that Chi Si ancestor would not make a move. Drowning Elder was excited. He had made the right bet. He was very daring, otherwise, why would he go against Eastern Sea's righteous path? At the same time, he was very meticulous. He did not take the risk blindly. Since Ancestor allowed me to join, it means he does not intend to deal with me. If he wanted to deal with me, wouldn't he have done it the moment we met? Such a person is high and mighty. How could he make things difficult for a minor character like me? With such a thought, Drowning Elder spoke again. This is rank 7 Heart Blood Immortal Gu. I captured it from an earth trench at the bottom of the sea. Who wants to exchange it with me? After a moment of silence, many Gu immortals started to bid. None of them were from the righteous path. Blood path was created by Chi Si ancestor, and flourished for a while. But it was suppressed and sealed by the 5 regions righteous path. Blood Sea ancestor was very capable. He actually created a blood path inheritance in the 5 regions, causing blood path to be passed down. Even the righteous path forces were secretly researching it. The transaction of immortal Gu could only be done by exchanging Gu for Gu. There was no bidding. It depended on which immortal Gu Drowning Elder wanted. There were many Gu immortals who were willing to exchange. Many of them took out water path immortal Gu to exchange. Eastern Sea had the most water path immortal Gu. The number of water path immortal Gu was also the largest in the 5 regions. This heart blood immortal Gu seemed to have extraordinary power. It might be useful if it was used in battle. Under normal circumstances, Gu immortals could not cultivate multiple paths because of conflicting Dao marks. But there were many Gu immortals who cultivated blood path in Eastern Sea. Most of them were main cultivators. Some were rank 7. A few were rank 6, and some were secondary cultivators. Seeing this, the expressions of Eastern Sea's righteous path, Gu immortals, turned even uglier. Eastern Sea had many secluded cultivators. To think that a heart blood immortal Gu would cause so many blood path Gu immortals to appear. Fang Yuan, however, was not surprised. In the 500 years of memories of his previous life, blood path was extremely tenacious. After the 5 regions merged, the number of blood path Gu immortals continued to rise. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, blood path became even more popular. There was no way to stop it. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan was also one of them. I can try for this heart blood immortal Gu. In Song Zixing's inheritance, there is a killer move. Using heart blood immortal Gu as the core is the most suitable. Fang Yuan had a thought when Zhang Yin spoke. I want this heart blood immortal Gu. I also have several rank 7 water path immortal Gu. You can choose from them. Also, I will owe you a favor. Chapter 1899. Once Zhang Yin made a move, with the power of a rank 8, many competitors immediately gave up. Not to mention that they could not compete with a rank 8 Gu immortal. Even if they could, they would offend this rank 8 lone immortal. Sometimes lone immortals were scarier than righteous path rank 8s. Because they were unrestrained and free, they did not have as many concerns as righteous path forces. As for why Zhang Yin was interested in heart blood immortal Gu, that was his own problem. The Gu immortals present could not ask. As the representative of Celestial Court, Jun Shenguang saw this and felt even more worried. Qi ancestor was hosting this banquet. Immortal goo and immortal materials were being traded openly. It satisfied the cultivation needs of many Eastern Sea Goo immortals. After this banquet, Eastern Sea Goo immortals would have abundant cultivation resources. Their strength would definitely increase. This was a good thing for Eastern Sea's Goo immortal world, but for Celestial Court, it was not so good. Especially when Qi ancestor announced earlier that such Qi banquets would be held every year. This frequency was too high. Jun Shenguang could not help but think. Qi ancestor, do you have nothing better to do, holding a banquet every year? Aren't you tired? Different from Jewel Yellow Skies and the other auctions, you do not charge any fees. What are you after? It seems that Qi ancestor is not without ambition. He is nurturing his reputation. Using the Qi banquet, he can consolidate his reputation every year. In the future, be it joining Celestial Court or staying in Eastern Sea, it will be good. I heard that Qi ancestor has many descendants. In the future, when these people travel in Eastern Sea with Qi ancestor's name, they will definitely be welcomed by everyone. Jun Shenguang was a rank 8 of Celestial Court. He naturally had his own strategies. He gradually realized some things. Right at this time, a message came from Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle informed Jun Shenguang, asking him to cooperate with other Goo immortals and secretly purchase Heart-Blood immortal Goo for them. Jun Shenguang frowned. He was not wondering why Celestial Court needed this Blood Path immortal Goo. The truth was, Celestial Court had been researching Blood Path. They had great results. Jun Shenguang only felt troubled, he replied. The situation has changed again. Just earlier, Zhang Yin took action and offered a high price for Heart-Blood immortal Goo. Fairy Ziwei, who was in Heavenly Court, hesitated for a moment before arranging. Then watch from the sidelines. I will arrange the others. Jun Shenguang was Heavenly Court's representative. If he competed with Zhang Yin for a Blood Path immortal Goo, it would greatly affect Heavenly Court's reputation. In Fairy Myrtle's plan, he was only. Heavenly Court placed great importance on this Qi banquet. Among the participants, there were people like Jun Shenguang, who had rank 8 cultivation level on the surface. There were also hidden members with rank 6 or 7 cultivation level. Haha, what a coincidence. I am also interested in this Heart-Blood immortal Goo. Yang Jun suddenly spoke. Just as Zhang Yin thought the situation was set, this Eastern Sea rank 8 lone immortal joined the fray. This startled the immortals. Even Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Yang Jun had participated in the fight for the Dragon Palace. He had an immortal Goo house called Fragrant Horse Carriage. While chasing after Dragon Palace, he found traces of Fang Yuan. Let Fang Yuan's dream of the Oriole fall through. Afterwards, Yang Jun suddenly helped Duke Long, allowing Duke Long to suppress the rank 8 immortal Goo house's resistance and take it. After doing this, Yang Jun immediately concealed himself and disappeared without a trace. When Fate Goo repaired itself, Yang Jun did not appear to help the Celestial Court. During the battle, the Celestial Court was in a tight spot. It was impossible for them to hold back. But Yang Jun did not appear. This proved that he was not a true member of the Celestial Court. It was likely that he had some sort of agreement with the Celestial Court. He had to help them once. Then this time, is he helping the Celestial Court? Fang Yuan had a thought. This was not easy to deduce. Even with Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment, he lacked crucial clues. He could not make a judgment. Regardless of whether this was the case, Fang Yuan secretly ordered Zhang Yin to be forceful and try to obtain this immortal Goo. Thus Zhang Yin smiled. Yang Jun, to speak the truth, I am very interested in this immortal Goo. If you insist, why don't we spar once? Yang Jun frowned slightly, thinking, Zhang Yin is going all out to obtain this immortal Goo? Qi ancestor could defeat him in one move because he is too strong. If I fight him, it will be a draw. Sigh, should I persist or help the Celestial Court? Yang Jun fell into hesitation. Back then, when he was in dire straits, he received help from the Celestial Court. He owed the Celestial Court a favor. This debt was too huge. It gradually became a sore point for Yang Jun. Yang Jun thought about it. he decided to repay the Celestial Court's favor and fulfill the alliance agreement. This is a good opportunity. If I do not make a move now, during the 5 regions chaotic war, when the Celestial Court asks me to deal with the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, I cannot go back on my word. I can only do it. Thankfully, I have some understanding of Drowning Elder's situation. Thinking up to this point, Yang Jun smiled. Fellow immortal Zhang Yin, please calm down. Our spar is not important. This heart-blood immortal Gu belongs to Drowning Elder. I believe that he will be interested in the water path immortal Gu I take out. Saying so, Yang Jun took out an immortal Gu. Drowning Elder saw this and was overjoyed. He shouted, I'll trade. I want this immortal Gu. Zhang Yin was stunned. What should he do in this situation? Under everyone's gazes, he could not snatch it. Qi ancestor would definitely make a move. Even though he was in cahoots with the main body, they were putting on an act now. They had their own standpoints. They had to put on an act. Zhang Yin could not make a move, neither could the main body Qi ancestor. Right at this time, Yang Jun took the initiative to leave. He grabbed Heart-Blood Immortal Gu and threw the Water Path Immortal Gu to the other party. The immortals showed strange expressions. Yang Jun moved very quickly. He used an Immortal Killer move. Wasn't he too impatient? Yang Jun let out a breath of air like he was relieved of a heavy burden. He sat down and placed Heart-Blood Immortal Gu into Jewel Yellow Skies. Buying and selling Immortal Gu in Jewel Yellow Skies was expensive, but the Celestial Court was a huge organization. They did not care about this. Fairy Myrtle obtained Heart-Blood Immortal Gu and immediately gave it to someone else. This person cultivated in Demon Judgment Board all year round. After obtaining this Heart-Blood Immortal Gu, he shouted in joy, I have succeeded! He jumped out of Demon Judgment Board. Immediately, the surrounding 100 li was filled with blood light. Fragrance assaulted the senses. Immortal music resounded in the sky. 8-petal blood flowers were flying in the sky. He was tall and handsome. He had a smile on his face. There was a headband on his head. There was a blood-colored halo behind his head. There seemed to be a formless staircase in the air, allowing him to walk down step by step. Guyue Fangjing was cultivating in front of Demon Judgment Board. Seeing this, he quickly knelt down. Fangjing pays respects to Master. Get up, my disciple. I obtained a crucial immortal Gu. The blood path method that I have conceived in my life now has its core and foundation. I have been in close cultivation in Demon Judgment Board for hundreds of years. It is time for me to come out. This rank 8 Gu immortal had a gentle tone. He stretched out his hand. A force appeared out of nowhere and helped Guyue Fangjing up. Fangjing cupped his fists again. Disciple congratulates Master. Ever since he was captured by Shen Songxing in Eastern Sea, he was redeemed by the Celestial Court. Qin Dingling observed his luck and suggested to Fairy Myrtle to let him become the next Demon Judgment Board Lord. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long discussed and agreed. Fangjing came to Demon Judgment Board to cultivate, becoming the disciple of the current Demon Judgment Board Lord. Demon Judgment Board was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It had a long history. When Blood Sea Ancestor wreaked havoc in the 5 regions, the Celestial Court felt danger. A predecessor of the Celestial Court found the wild blood relation Immortal Gu according to the revelation of Fate Gu. Blood relation Immortal Gu was rank 8. After being captured by the Celestial Court, it was added to Demon Judgment Board. This caused any blood path cultivator in the world, as long as they had not reached rank 9, to be sensed by Demon Judgment Board. The Celestial Court relied on the accurate information on Demon Judgment Board and used cruel methods to eliminate Central Continent's blood path while it was still growing. Moreover, they selectively informed the other 4 regions about Demon Judgment Board's information, causing the other region's righteous path to be more effective in suppressing blood path. Blood path had never truly prospered. It was firmly suppressed. Demon Judgment Board could be said to be the greatest contributor. After blood path was created by Blood Sea Ancestor, the Celestial Court had been researching it. Their results were higher than any other superforce in the world. The current Demon Judgment Board Lord, Red Heart Traveler, cultivated blood path. He had been in close cultivation in Demon Judgment Board, studying it painstakingly. His research was extremely fruitful, allowing the celestial court to be at the forefront of blood path in the 5 regions. With a flash of light, 9 spiritual fairies suddenly appeared in front of Red Heart Traveler. Dao friend Red Heart, I have come to meet up with you. We are going to Western Desert to find trouble with Fong Clan. Red Heart Traveler nodded slightly. Before leaving, he reminded Guyue Fangzheng. Demon Judgment Board cannot be without a lord for a single day. Fangzheng is my disciple. After I leave, you will take over as Demon Judgment Board Lord. My inheritance is left in the board. Not only that, the previous Demon Judgment Board Lords have more or less their cultivation experiences. From now on, you will cultivate in Demon Judgment Board. It will be greatly beneficial to you. I hope you will persevere. Do not slack off and waste this fortuitous opportunity. Yes, Master. Disciple will follow Master's teachings. I will not forget it for even a moment. Guyue Fangzheng promptly answered. Red Heart Traveler nodded and left. His relationship with Guyue Fangzheng was very shallow. If not for Fairy Myrtle's order, he would not have taken Guyue Fangzheng as his disciple. This master-disciple relationship was of great help to him. Luck path is truly mystical. Earlier, when Senior Qin Dingling found me, she advised me, if I take Fangzheng as my disciple, I will be able to use his luck to enhance my own cultivation. I did not expect there to be such great results so quickly. Before I leave, I want to pay a visit to Senior Qin Dingling, Red Heart Traveler said with deep emotions. 9 spiritual fairy nodded. She did not lack this bit of time. Qin Dingling returned to Celestial Court. She had an immortal Gu Palace as her residence. The two paid their respects to Qin Dingling. The latter observed their luck, and saw that 9 spiritual fairies' luck had 9 bright lights. They were clear and moving, like green leaves after a storm. Disaster was averted and fortune came. It had a flourishing aura. Red Heart Traveler's luck was like a sun in the sky. It was also like a blood pill, full and smooth without any flaws. It was rising from the clouds. It was grand and majestic. It had a grand aura. This was a reflection of Red Heart Traveler's many years of close cultivation. Once he came out and roamed the world, he would shine brightly, and his name would spread throughout the 5 regions. Qin Dingling smiled and told the two. This business would be smooth. As long as they followed the prescribed order, there would be no twists and turns. The two bid farewell to Qin Dingling, and flew in the sky towards Central Heaven Gate. On the way, they passed by Embroidered Tower, and saw a Gu Immortal standing in front of the tower in a daze, not moving at all. 9 spiritual fairy looked at Red Heart Traveler and sighed. This is Feng Jioga. After his defeat in the River of Time, he became dispirited. Red Heart Traveler shook his head, his expression solemn. He is comprehending the Tao. When I was in closed cultivation in the board, I would occasionally fall into this state. I cannot disturb him. 9 spiritual fairy revealed an expression of surprise. Oh? No wonder Fairy Myrtle left him alone. I am ashamed. I have inherited the 9 spirit transformation inheritance. I have always cultivated it according to the prescribed order. I have never modified it, so I do not know the truth. Red Heart Traveler consoled with a smile. Fairy's 9 spirit transformation is the top transformation path inheritance of our celestial court. After being modified by generations of predecessors, I am afraid it has already reached a stage where it cannot be modified anymore. Although he cultivated blood path, his temperament was extremely good. He treated people warmly like a spring breeze. 9 spiritual fairy smiled. Back then, when Master taught me the true inheritance, he said that my aptitude was lacking. I can only be envious of geniuses like you. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.